Hansard Broadcasting, all good. I declare open this hearing of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee into the 2026-27 budget estimates. Time does fly when you're having fun. I'll begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday the 23rd of June 2026, and it is fixed Friday the 17th of July 26 as the date for the return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with outcome 2 of the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications, Sport and the Arts. Understanding Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It's also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth should not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised. I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of the obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Regional Development, representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport and Regional Development and Local Government. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Morning, Chair. No, thanks.
Thank you. I now welcome officers from the department in relation to outcome 2, which we have put aside till 9:30 for questions. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, officers. I just want to return
Chair,
to...
I'm sorry.
The Deputy Secretary just wanted to make a quick statement before we
Chair,
go to Senator Mackenzie.
I just wanted to extend apologies on behalf of Secretary Betts, who's unable to appear this morning. He's unwell. So Deputy Secretaries will be representing their various groups this morning. Senator Mackenzie, we had 2 comebacks to you during this period as well this morning.
Well, thanks for that, Ms. Perry.
We love a comeback.
I know estimates can knock you around a bit, so I just wish the Secretary a speedy recovery. Okay, thank you, Senator Mackenzie.
As does the opposition. I'm sure he's listening to some great music while he recuperates. I just want a quick answer, because when I said we were talking about the suburban rail loop yesterday, we were trying to work out where the idea that the funding for this was a locked box commitment. No one at the table seemed to recall how that came about, but I've overnight been able to procure the Prime Minister's transcript and indeed an article by Kieran Rooney in The Age on the project about it being described as a locked box funding agreement, and I'd like to understand what that is.
So, Senator, I think you might be referring to something in outcome 1. Is that good for back to suburban rail?
It's an infrastructure project. We were talking about suburban rail loop in outcome 2 yesterday. Nice try. Hi, Ms Hall.
Morning.
Morning. Long time no see. The locked box, Ms Hall.
I actually don't know what it refers to, Senator.
Okay, I will table these documents and we will get back to it once you've had a chance to peruse the Prime Minister's transcript and Kieran Rooney's story. I've got some questions for the trucking industry. If we could have the trucking peeps here, please. Okay. In the first 2 months of the fuel crisis, a total of 137 transport businesses became insolvent, and there have been a total of 673 transport businesses go insolvent this financial year. What action has the department taken since February to support the viability of these transport businesses?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Tristan Cathage, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Fuel Response Task Force. So, Senator, really there are a few things that have occurred. Let me just take you through them.
Yep.
The very first thing is that we've been meeting regularly with the industry. So we've had, Minister King has had weekly meetings with the industry, including trucking associations, for some time, I believe, since the 9th of March. And we've had over 100 meetings with stakeholders over the last couple of weeks. The second thing is the government has advanced a number of regulatory measures, including working with the National Heavy Vehicle Regulator to bring forward mass increases, and that was an announcement that was made a few weeks ago. The third thing that the government has done is advance a number of budgetary and other support mechanisms, and so that includes the $1 billion Economic Resilience Program, the ATO's Debt Relief Program, the halving of the fuel excise, the reduction of the road user charge to 0 for 3 months, and deferral of any decision on increase for 6 months. And, of course, the National Information Campaign that we spoke about yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. But as you are aware in my...
Senator, can I add one more around? There was also the introduction and the passage of the Fair Work Amendment Act and passed the Road Transport Contractual Chain Order, which enabled to make sure that truckies can pass on the increase of their fuel costs.
Thank you.
And that was...
so as you can see from my comments, prior to the fuel crisis, 673 it's not just around the fuel crisis itself, that transport... yeah, sure, I will be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the concerns from the trucking industry regarding the use of sham contracting by so-called ABN drivers?
Paula Stagg, First Assistant Secretary, Surface Transport Emissions and Policy Division. Yes, Senator, we are aware of those concerns.
And are these concerns valid, given the number of trucking businesses going out of business under your government? Under that government?
Thank you, Senator. Look, I think the agencies responsible for investigating those claims are the Fair Work Commission and the tax office. I've gone blank on them. Where there are concerns, they are being investigated by those agencies, but we would not, I guess, be the agency privy to whether those accusations are valid. They are investigated by those.
Right. At last estimates, questions were asked about a roundtable held on the 5th of November 2025 concerning sham contracting. Minister King and Minister Rowland were in attendance at that roundtable, and since that time I have received documents under FOI from the department which include the talking points prepared for Minister King on the question of sham contracting. The documents include a back pocket brief from DUA which advised that independent contracting is a legitimate form of work, and the fact that a business engages a driver as a contractor does not necessarily make it a sham arrangement. The briefing given to Minister King also said working full-time hours or driving the contracting business's truck does not necessarily mean that a worker is an employee. And the document received under FOI also stated that the department is not aware of any specific allegations of sham contracting that these concerns relate to. Does the department share the view provided to by DUA that ABN drivers are not necessarily sham contractors?
So, Senator, that's correct that it is possible for there to be independent contracting within the industry done validly. The concern that's being raised is where that is being done in a way that is not as the scheme or system is intended to operate. And as you point out, the department has not had specific, I guess, allegations put to us around individual businesses. If that was to occur, we would refer those on to the relevant agencies. What we've seen is the broader commentary about concern within the sector rather than specific businesses being accused of doing so.
So the evidence to this committee is that we've had over 100 lots of stakeholder meetings with the trucking industry, both through the fuel crisis and prior, by Minister King and the government, and yet the department is not aware of an individual trucking business that is actually engaging in sham contracting.
So those accusations have not been made to the department, they are made to the agencies responsible for investigating.
Wonder what people that are saying they stand against sham contracting have actually been doing if they haven't actually been informing the department of specific instances that they've heard of. The FOI released notes of a meeting held between the department and DUA on the 30th of January 2026, and the note includes the following, and I quote, "The ATO asked for a tighter definition of employment, while industry attendees wanted much more done on the definition of sham contracting." Now, that is actually a direct quote from the FOI. Government officers feel they've already done as much as they reasonably can on the issue. That is the official line. Does the Minister have a position on whether the government has done as much as they can to address sham contracting, Ms Parry?
So I think, Senator, as you've heard from Ms Stagg say this morning, the responsibility for investigations into sham contracting sit within 3 different agencies. They sit with the Fair Work Ombudsman, the Australian Tax Office, Shadow Economy Compliance Program has been established, and there's been a Fair Work amendment around closing loopholes. I think the Minister, without verbaling the Minister, would express concern over sham contracting allegations and would encourage any of those allegations to go through the appropriate mechanisms. The department, as Ms Stagg has indicated, has not received any of those allegations directly, and if we did so, would encourage those allegations to go through the appropriate mechanisms. But those concerns have not been raised with us directly.
Minister Chisholm, it would seem that the Minister responsible in this country for a productive and sustainable trucking industry is unaware of any specific examples of sham contracting going on out there. Now, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to actually sit down with the industry generally to be made very clearly aware that sham contracting is a massive issue. It is an issue driving legitimate family businesses out of business, 673 this year thus far, and we've got tens of thousands of trucking industry businesses hanging on by their fingernails in the face of sham contracting. What is this government doing about it?
Thanks, Senator McKenzie, and I certainly know that Minister King and the government is concerned about it. I am aware that matters have been referred to the Fair Work Ombudsman, and obviously you've got the opportunity to pursue those issues in Senate estimates with them later in the week. But I also would note that the closing loopholes legislation is going to offer significant opportunity in terms of setting minimum standards in the industry, and I think that this is an important step, and I would point out that you opposed that legislation. as well. So the government is taking action.
673 transport businesses have gone out of business.
You talk a big game on these matters, but when you're in government, you actually do the exact opposite.
You know what? You're the government that's seeing trucking industry go out backwards. The big boys will be fine under you guys, but mum and dad...
Excuse me, order.
Undermine the pay and conditions of working people across the country.
Stop interrupting. The Minister was answering. I'm happy if we have to go down and have another private meeting. I'd rather not. But if we just have some respect, we'll ask questions. You may not like the answers and others might not like the questions, but we'll hear each other out with respect. Now, Minister, you were answering.
Concluded. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair.
Senator McKenzie, you have more questions?
At the last estimates, a question was raised with the statement in the industry roundtable communique that was issued on the 12th of November 2025 that said, and I quote, all participants agreed that a national joint agency enforcement and intelligence program be undertaken as promptly as can be organised. Now, this is a communique signed off by trucking industries across the country, the TWU, NatRoad and others, that is very, very clear on what their understanding of the agreed outcomes were in the meeting. Now, Senator Sterle has disputed this commitment was made at the meeting. Sure. It seems to be supported, though. This communique is supported by the information I was able to get through the FOI process, including one from DUA to your own department, Ms Parry, which says, and I quote, I just wanted to confirm that we haven't received advice from our ministerial officers or SES representatives who attended the roundtable to indicate that there are actions for DUA to progress as an outcome. Is it the Department of Infrastructure's view that there were no actions to be progressed out of the roundtable meeting, contrary to the communique released by industry?
I can help you out.
I'm not asking you.
I can answer it.
I'm not asking you.
Chair, I would say that if you're going to stop the person interrupting the Minister, you do the same.
I'm trying to assist.
Well,
I'm as cool as a cucumber. I'm trying to help you out.
Ms Parry, is it the understanding of DUA, is it the understanding of infrastructure that there were no actions to pursue, that there was no actions to pursue to be progressed out of the roundtable meeting?
Sally Todd, Assistant Secretary, Land Transport Policy Branch. The department hasn't been provided any advice either from our Minister's office or from DUA about the outcomes of the roundtable.
So you don't know if anything's to be progressed?
Correct.
So there's been no, despite your Minister being in the meeting, the communique, which has a whole lot of things about tax changes, about closing the loophole legislation. The communique is quite expansive. I will table the communique.
Can I
so despite the industry communique... Sorry.
Can I tell you for the date of the communique?
12th November.
Yeah, the communique is issued on the Wednesday, the 12th of November, 2025. So the communique released by industry is quite specific, that there were specific actions, and one is obviously the setting up of the task force. But it's the evidence here that there's been no advice from the Minister or her office that there's any actions. So I think that would be pretty disappointing for the trucking industry, who believed, that there was a lot to come out of this roundtable. They had two ministers, two senior cabinet ministers there, senior tax officials, as I understand it, not just, serious senior officials from Treasury there, and yet no actions to be progressed.
So, Senator, I would draw your attention to a media release issued by the ATO on the 13th of March 2026, which indicates that the ATO and the Fair Work Ombudsman are ramping up their focus on sham contracting, gathering insights and intelligence, revealing patterns of behaviour across several industries, trucking industry being one of them. So I think, again, we're happy to take on notice any further further matters that have come out of that roundtable, but I think it is fair to say that the government has progressed activities in relation to sham contracting that don't sit within this department.
Well, in the meantime, trucking businesses are going out of business because of this government's lack of action. They've been in power for 4 years and businesses are still going backwards. It's being exacerbated by the fuel crisis. In an email dated on the 4th of February, received from DRUA, sent to the Department of Infrastructure, the question is asked whether there is anything more the ATO's Shadow Economy Task Force could be doing on sham contracting. You are asked for advice. Your minister is asked for advice. Is there any more that can be done on sham contracting? Has the department provided either DRUA or the ATO with advice on what further action can be taken?
I think that would be a question for those agencies, given their
No, sorry, you misunderstood. This is an FOI that...
Yeah.
Right? So DRUA has written to your department, Ms Parry, Minister King, your department, and has said, is there anything else that the ATO Shadow Economy Task Force could be doing? This is an email sent to you on the 4th of February. So it's not a question for the department that sent you the email asking the Transport Department if there was anything else that could be done, given that you are having regular meetings, I would hope, with industry stakeholders around sham contracting. So my question remains, have you replied to the 4th of February 2026 email requesting if there's anything else to be done on sham contracting?
Unless the officers at the table have anything to add, I would suggest that we take that question on notice and investigate our response to that email.
I think the other point that needs to be made is that Shadow Economy Task Force, as you mentioned before, Senator Mackenzie, which does include multi-agencies, and that is the body across government that is tasked with dealing with these matters. And I don't know, I'd have to check which department would be the one responsible for taking questions about the work that they're underdoing.
So,
but I'd endeavour to come back to you about that.
Thank you so much, because, Minister, it's pretty galling for an industry that's on its knees and continues to be unsupported by this government, particularly when it comes to sham contracting.
That's untrue. That is completely untrue,
that
Senator
the Economy
Mackenzie.
Task Force,
Completely
the ATO and DRUA come to Minister King's own department and say, is there anything else we can do about sham contracting? And they haven't even responded to the email from February.
I don't
and
know
I'm sorry,
responded to the email
because you were saying,
Senator.
no, the first response from the department was, the first response wasn't even an openness to consider your correspondence register. The first response from the department was say, that's a question for DRUA. No, it's not. So they've asked you a question and I want to know whether you've actually answered them.
And I have agreed to take that on notice, Senator. I don't know, nor do the officers at the table know whether or not we've answered the question.
Excuse me,
I'll just finish my statement, Senator. We have agreed to take on notice the answer to that question to determine whether or not a response was provided. And we've agreed to take that on notice.
So I hope that this is very clear, and I don't want to have to lodge another FOI to get basic information when family-owned and run businesses are going bust at a rate of 2 per day, 673 in the last year, and the department responsible for engaging with this sector can't give advice to other areas of the government and doesn't even come prepared to estimates. They come prepared to deflect, but not to actually answer questions.
Well, that's not an accurate reflection of the evidence that was given today.
I've got questions for aviation.
Well, before you do, I just want to assist you, Senator Mackenzie, and I love your passion for the transport industry you've found in the last couple of years, and I'll share my life's work with you of 3 generations. But Minister Rowland was not at... I'm helping you out, Senator. Minister Rowland was not at the round table. Just to let you know that, as I was trying to assist you. And there are other ministers there too. But if you have any other queries, I'm happy to assist you too about the round table.
I would love not to have to go through an FOI process.
But I convened and I had another one
Ms.
last
Parry, who was
2 Fridays ago.
Who was at the round table? Can you provide the list of everybody that was there on notice?
I can.
Thank you.
Happy to take that
on
notice,
full list. without the FOI. I'd really appreciate that, and I'm pretty sure we asked that at last.
So we've cleared up anyway that the wrong minister was named.
I've got some aviation questions, thanks, Chair.
Sure. Aviation. No other questions on sham contracting? No?
It seems you don't have any answers, so there's no more questions.
I'll just say, Senator, to assist you once again, and as the officers did say, your questions deserve to be answered. You're in the wrong area. And if you were to venture to taxation and talk to the ATO and talk to the Fair Work Ombudsman, they may assist you greatly on what's been going on.
So when
Just to
they're
help
asking this department for assistance, the right question to ask about why they weren't answered is this department.
No, you can ask the question, but in all fairness, this is not the agency that is the regulator.
No, I appreciate that.
I know because I've worked intensely with them, as has the transport industry. And I must say that we're buoyed by the action that the government has taken in the last 5 to 6 months, and a lot more has to be done. Yep. So, you can see me at the smoko break. I can help you out more if you want to. Questions? Aviation, Senator McKenzie.
Thanks for your condescending chairing.
I'm being helpful.
So before committing more than $220 million in support of Rex, what due diligence did the Minister undertake on Rex's financial position, including allegations now before the court that Rex may have hidden or failed to correct its deteriorating financial outlook?
Just bringing officers to the table, Senator.
Senator McKenzie, if I may.
Yeah.
Sarah Natty, Assistant Secretary of Airports Branch. I have a response to the question you raised last night regarding Brisbane Draft Master Plan RFIs. So for the record, Chair, on the 23rd of January 2026, the Draft Master Plan was submitted to the Minister. As I mentioned last night, on the 24th of January, the clock would have started.
Miss Natty, I've got very limited time, and my question was, what due diligence did the Minister undertake to, before committing more than $220 million to support Rex on Rex's financial position? Because there are allegations now before the court that Rex may have hidden or failed to correct its deteriorating financial position.
Senator, my colleague's just trying to find that response for you. In the meantime, I was just going to
So I might just go to my
query.
next question.
No problem at all.
Because I am on limited time and I'm trying to assist the Chair.
We have an answer.
Oh, great.
So, Jennifer Stace, First Assistant Secretary, Domestic Aviation Reform. I guess what I can say is that the department, as you are aware, had a task force set up during the period of the voluntary administration. And so during that period, the department worked through the supporting the voluntary administrator. We had a number of external providers that supported our advice during that period. That included financial, probity, legal. So we had a number of sort of processes during that period to understand the situation and consider what support the government might need to provide. The department during that period met very regularly with the administrators almost every day during the week. During that period, there were regular financial updates on the actual and forecast cash flows, and that informed what sort of loan and other support package that the government did provide.
So thanks, Ms Stace. So we had a lot of meetings. We got regular financial updates. Mm-hmm. What due diligence did the Minister do? Because if the allegations prove of that they did hide the deterioration of their financial outlook, how did the Minister assure herself and therefore the Commonwealth taxpayer that you weren't throwing $220 million of taxpayers' money at a business that was already going under?
I think you're sort of referring to the period prior to Rex going into administration. That work that I'm describing is the process that we went in working with Rex.
So what due diligence was done by the Minister to assure herself of the appropriate spending of Commonwealth taxpayers in bailing out Rex, who is now in court?
So I think, Senator, the key thing there is that the matter is now in court.
Wow.
The department, we became aware of the ASIC legal proceedings in December of 2024. The legal proceedings, obviously, as Ms Stace has indicated, happened prior to Rex going into administration. The department underwent extensive investigations as part of that, the task force that looked through the various ways that the government could support Rex, that it determined it was value for money, that it determined it was important for regional communities to maintain that connectivity, and the findings of the court and the Rex director remain a matter for ASIC.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. Yes, Chair, with indulgence from Senator Mackenzie. But the fact that the ASIC has brought legal proceedings against the directors is irrelevant with respect to the question that Senator Mackenzie is asking with respect to the particular financial due diligence the government performed to obtain confidence that it was wise to provide that over $200 million of taxpayer money to Rex, when the biggest risk was, notwithstanding the contribution of those funds, the company would still go into administration. So as I understand it, you could answer that question irrelevant of what's happening in the court proceedings.
That's right.
That's a different question.
So I think, Senator, I'm happy to take on notice the consultancies that were undertaken as part of our due diligence through the task force into Rex's financial questions. I don't know that we have all of those now or here, but let me just check with the officers, and if not, we can take those particular investigations on notice.
Can I just ask another?
Please.
To me, I'm surprised you need to take that on notice. We're talking about nearly $250 million of taxpayer funds being provided to a privately owned company, publicly listed company. I would have thought you could provide a general answer at least with respect to how the department and the government obtained confidence around mitigation of the risk, the key risk, that you tip the $220 million in and the company goes bust anyway, and you've got all the issues arising out of the voluntary administration, plus you've thrown away $220 million.
So I'm not taking that on notice lightly, Senator, but it was you were asking a very specific question about the financial interest and how the minister satisfied ourselves. So I want to make sure that I'm providing you a proper answer about the various investigations that the department undertook via the task force, so that we can answer your question properly and thoroughly.
Presumably this went to a very high level in the department because the amount of money. Is there anything anyone can provide to give the senators confidence that there was appropriate financial due diligence done?
So the department worked very closely in, as I said, meeting, daily virtually with the administrators. And
no, that's
there was
not
a process
the question.
For that. I understand. And so in terms of our advisors, I mentioned, there was a number of processes and advisors that we had to I guess, support that due diligence process. So we worked with McGrath-Nicol Advisory Partnership on financial analysis, looking at project advice.
Was that after it went into administration? We're talking prior. But prior to you coming in with a bucket of money, was any work done on the due diligence of the prospective future of the company?
So I think that's what
I think the answer is no.
At the time,
but sure, take it on notice.
At the time,
Ms Stace is trying to answer your question, Senator, about you asked what advisory services and what investigations we undertook.
No, I asked what
Ms Stace is trying to answer that question.
Not what advisors you spoke to. I'm not going to. The meetings you had, the weekly financial updates once it's in administration and you've thrown the money there. that's not what I asked with respect. So I'm happy you're taking it on notice, and I look forward to getting
prior to the company, going into administration, it's a commercial company. So the department wasn't meeting regularly with Rex about their financial situation prior to a commercial company falling into administration.
I look forward to getting the answer on notice. What guarantees or safeguards?
To Senator Scarr's point, we can run you through the advisory services that we were undertaking as part of our due diligence with Rex when they were in administration. Happy to do that. Or we're happy to come back on notice in more detail.
Happy for you to come back on notice in more detail. Okay. What guarantees or safeguards has the government secured to ensure the continuation of regional air services for passengers with that commitment of $220 million for rural, regional and remote communities? Was there a guarantee from the new provider that in exchange that communities like mine wouldn't be cut off?
That's right. So as a part of the support package that the government provided to Rex, Air T, who was the company that bought Rex, agreed to some regional commitments, which last for a period of 10 years that they've signed on to that commitment to maintain their service levels to regional Australia. So since coming out of administration, Rex have made an effort, or like their focus is to rebuild those services that did drop away during the administration period and rebuild their network back to the levels that they had. And so as a part of those commitments, they're to continue to provide on a commercially reasonable and best efforts basis the ongoing level of their service to regional Australia, which really involves maintaining and stabilising their network. So part of that is managing their fleet and getting their planes in the air. We're working with them, I guess, and overseeing that operational resilience and their financial performance supports them to do that, and that's part of the support package that we have with them.
So that is good to know that the services are guaranteed and it's a 10-year commitment. Thank you.
Can I just... Yes, sorry. Senator Colby.
So when you say maintain and stabilise the network, what does that actually mean? Because in my community, last week, Rex withdrew from the service. They've just pulled out completely. And, Qantas has been milking, could say gouging, but has been milking that port for 15 years. Rex comes in, provides some competition, and particularly on price. The taxpayer supports Rex. They're told that they're going to maintain service levels to regional Australia. They're going to maintain and stabilise the network. And then Rex disappears. So, I mean, so what does the promise actually mean? Because to my community, it doesn't mean anything.
Sure, thank you. So Rex is focused on restoring the capacity on their existing routes. As I said, during the voluntary administration period, they did fall back on some of their services. So they've been rebuilding those services and looking at those existing routes and improving those frequencies on their network. Regional commitments, as I said, is they do need to provide that on a commercial basis. We don't want the company to be running routes that they can't afford to run, so that is part of the network. In those routes that you referred to, they did announce some changes to some particular routes, so they have announced that they would cease the Melbourne to Devonport services from later in June. That route continues to be operated by another airline, so that's something that we look at when we look at their commitments.
But you said a minute ago to Senator Mackenzie that they were this is an existing route. It's been there for quite a while. It hadn't fallen away. They'd had 2 flights a day since they moved in there, so it had been maintained. And I'll also throw in King Island, which has got particular issues with respect to its isolation. And so they've dropped a service there as well. I mean, this committee's been going around the country talking about regional air services for a considerable period of time. And so particularly King Island, who've lost a service, which is important not just for passengers but also for freight. How do you say to those communities that we're maintaining and stabilising the network? Because the King Island route has been there for a long, long time. It's Devonport's been there for probably 3 or 4 years, but the King Island route has been there for a long time, and that's a very important service, as I said, not only for passengers but also for freight to the island.
Sure.
And their isolation is significant.
So Rex has, we understand, dropped their service that was connecting King Island and Burnie, but in doing that, what they have taken on is to really consolidate their other routes, which is and provide a sort of stronger, more consistent route between Melbourne to Burnie and Melbourne to King Island. So they will continue those routes, and there will still be, obviously another provider still running that connection between the islands. So what Rex is doing is consolidating their services.
The taxpayer is spending a lot of money here. We're lessening competition, and the taxpayer and the people in those communities were told that we'll be maintaining and stabilising the service. I genuinely ask, what does the promise mean? Because to them it doesn't mean a thing, because they've lost competition, they've lost service and they've lost capacity. So there's 20,000 passengers roughly through Devonport every year. Qantas are still restricting the market with some mumbo-jumbo that they've got the same number of seats, which they don't. They've got less seats than they had before COVID. It's the only port in Tasmania that hasn't returned to pre-COVID levels. And as we heard when we went to King Island and conducted a hearing over there, it's critical to their economy. I mean, what does the maintaining and stabilising the network promise mean?
So I think one thing, Senator, that Ms Day said at the beginning that it's really important as part of the negotiations with Rex is that they're still able to make commercial decisions. And they are taking commercial decisions in terms of consolidating their capacity in order that they maintain and can be into the future a viable airline. So they are making commercial decisions. Our agreement with Rex ensures that any routes that are single-sourced by Rex, that could be particularly vulnerable for communities that are left with no other option, that is of particular concern for the government. That's not the case in the routes that you're referring to here, and therefore the agreement allows for that.
So the promise means nothing to those communities at all?
Well, I wouldn't characterise it that way, Senator. We want to make sure that Rex is a stable airline going forward so that it can continue to service the range of communities that it does.
Senator De Liga, do you have a question? Then I'll need to clarify something with the opposition.
Thank you. Just a quick question, and I'd like to follow up from Senator Mackenzie's question about the use of taxpayer funds for Rex. How much money did the former coalition government hand to Rex in 2021-22, seemingly with no strings attached, and following which they made the decision to enter the 737 market, which ended up causing the collapse of Rex?
Have any?
It's a bit weird that you'd be challenging funding we put into the airline system to support them during COVID, Senator. I reckon that's a really weird question to ask.
And was it also true that the National Party's former member, Mr John Sharp, was the Deputy Chair of Rex when the Coalition held and handed over those taxpayer funds?
Well, this could get very interesting if we let this one run.
Before you went personal.
What? Hang on.
How long did it take before you
Hang on, colleagues. Hang on. Well, if we want to get into this argument, I think we can. But there is a question put to the agency, to the officers. Do you have an answer? Well, you have an answer. Can you give the answer to?
I think you're
Senator
referring to perhaps support that was provided during the COVID response. We don't have those details on hand, but we can take that on notice.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, sorry, Senator De Liga.
No, that's
you're good. Now, what I will do is I'll come to you, Senator Colbeck, as the Deputy Chair. We did have till 9:30. I'm in your hands. If you do want to continue and stretch out the times, just tell me. But what
Senator Mackenzie has a few more questions.
I've really tried to limit our outcome too, so we've chucked out a lot of the aviation stuff. We're only going to the really pertinent stuff. and there was a NVES series of questions.
Sure.
But that's it.
I've no problem. Just
and
let
then
me
we're going
know.
on to
Otherwise, we will have to start looking towards the end.
Yes.
That's all.
Appreciate
all right.
that.
Questions?
Just on following
You're on outcome
from...
3. I'm sorry.
Just to Devon,
you
another
keep going,
cancellation.
Keep going. Oh, outcome 2. My apologies. Sorry. Yes, you did have been waiting your time. Sorry. Can we just bear in mind that we do have tight time constraints? Sorry, colleagues. If you can just cut me that slack, please.
Yeah.
But if you can.
Yeah. I've only got a short.
And that means really direct, quick answers. Thanks, gang.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I've got some questions about Brisbane Airport. I understand. And I understand Senator Mackenzie might have asked about some of these questions last night, that the Minister will make a decision shortly on whether to approve the Brisbane Airport 2026 master plan. Is the department preparing, or has the department prepared a ministerial brief including a recommendation?
Senator, good morning. Sarah Natty, Assistant Secretary, Airports Branch. Yes, Senator Mackenzie did ask something similar last night. If you just give me a moment, I've got the relevant dates in front of me. So off the back of several requests for information, the Minister is required to make a decision on day 50, which as it stands is the 3rd of June, so next week. The Minister under the Act can also exercise a 10 business day extension to her consideration period if she chooses.
And sorry, just to clarify, because I know we don't have a lot of time, has the department made a recommendation?
The department has provided a briefing to the Minister.
The department has to, right. Okay. And do other agencies contribute to that brief? And if so, which ones?
So I put this on the record last night, Senator, but just in the interests of time, but yes, other agencies have 2 opportunities, one before the preliminary draft goes out for consultation with the broader community for a 60-day consultation period, and then again agencies have an opportunity when the draft master plan is submitted, which in this case was in January this year.
Thank you. And if it already hasn't been asked to be put on notice, can you please provide a list of any documents provided to the ministers as part of the brief?
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. And are you relying on the 2007 environmental impacts assessment?
I can't recall the date of it, Senator, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And just also what work has been done to confirm that the impacts and assumptions if it is the 2007 EIS, are still current.
Yeah. Are you happy for me to just add that to the...
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And then just briefly, noise mapping, is that for you as well? If I'm asking questions about noise mapping.
It depends what the question is.
So the draft 2026 Master Plan aircraft noise exposure forecast was endorsed by Air Services in July 2025.
Yes.
However, the Minister's office has told Brisbane Flight Path Community Alliance that supplementary noise maps, N60 day and night, N65 and N70 were not included in that endorsement. Can you confirm who, if anyone, endorsed those supplementary noise maps?
I know that Air Services, as part of its role when looking at a draft master plan, does do the endorsement of the noise exposure forecasts. I cannot confirm for you right now, but I'm happy to take on notice what the contours of those other noise forecasts were and who considered them.
Thank you. So you don't know if Brisbane Airport Corporation endorsed it themselves? Do you know if Brisbane Airport Corporation endorsed it themselves?
It's the role of the airport to develop the noise exposure forecasts. It's the role of Air Services to review them and endorse them.
Air Services to review and endorse, okay. And I suppose just if you could provide any information about what Air Services does to verify the accuracy.
So that would be a question for Air Services.
That's a question for Air Services, okay. And just finally, the office also said that modelling underpinning the ANF was calibrated using 2 years of actual flight and noise data. Can you confirm which 2 years were used, please, and where that data came from?
I'll take it on notice.
And and then similarly, why those 2 years were used as the baseline, as the operational baseline?
Sure, I'll take it on notice, Senator, in the interest of time. They're technical answers, so I'll...
Okay, thank you, Ms Natty.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Just in following up with Senator Colbeck's question about the cancellation of the Devonport-Melbourne flight post the Rescue Rex campaign, despite the government seeking guarantees, and I was of the understanding that the existing routes that Rex were flying were guaranteed under this new, very generous arrangement to a now foreign owner. But as I understand it, it's a limited guarantee. Not all routes were guaranteed, were they? Because, Ms Parry, your evidence to Senator Colbeck suggests it's only the regulated routes.
No, not the regulated.
Or where they're the single provider. It's not a guarantee that if Rex is flying where they were flying when they were taken over, then they're not guaranteed specifically.
That's right. So the regional commitments are aimed at Rex maintaining their service levels. So the aim is to build that network, but they do still need to operate on a commercial basis. And as Ms Parry said, the objective is that Rex is a sustainable business and can continue to operate. So they can still make commercial decisions. And as they've said in their announcement in making the changes for those routes, that the fuel situation has sort of heightened the cost of providing those routes as well. So that's something that they have to take into account on being able to operate.
So we've also seen them pull out of services to Mildura.
So I can comment on that. So the Rex will continue to fly between Melbourne and Mildura. They are aiming to just drop back one of their services. So they do a number of services each day. So they have 24 return services a week, and that's going to just fall to 19. So they'll continue to run multiple daily services on that route.
I guess what's incredibly disappointing and frustrating for rural and regional Australians, after $220 million of Australian taxpayer money is spent on a business that ASIC had concerns with, that the minister clearly, and you'll get back to me, but I doubt did due diligence on prior to committing those funds. We were guaranteed those services would continue because I sought those guarantees as a shadow minister and was told that those services were guaranteed. And now we've got them pulling out of Devonport, pulling out of Mildura, and I'm sure there's going to be a whole raft of other regional communities seeing service level reduction because of this issue rather than maintenance. So I'm just putting on the record on behalf of our communities. It's a less competitive aviation sector and less service as a result of Minister King's decision making.
So
Senator, worried about less competition, you would have let Rex die.
So one of the great, so
despite actually
I'm happy
pumping money
to take
to them
that
during COVID, you would have let Rex die. So we stand by regional communities.
You want to renationalise Qantas
to ensure that they have. They continue to support regional communities, and I travel to a lot of regional places around the country, and Rex are the only ones that get you there. So
I'm
support
sorry,
for that
Minister,
service is important that it continues, and that's why the government took action.
So, Minister, and this, you aren't the senior minister. Hopefully, you do get to be one day. But what your senior minister failed to do during this crisis was to actually sit down with the 40 different Australian-owned regional aviation service providers to work out a way to maintain service provision to the regions and allow their own businesses to grow. The minister instead, and I suspect without due diligence, chose to step in and save a company instead of actually looking at how to provide the service and guarantee the service. So you've got the worst of both worlds as a result of this minister's decision-making, instead of a solution that could have continued service provision and allowed Australian companies to grow and prosper. So
we're not going to take a lecture from you on aviation, given the wrecking ball that you put through the industry when you were in government.
Yeah, well,
we
wasn't
stand
the minister.
by our record supporting the industry, and particularly Rex. And I speak and go to many places in regional Australia where Rex are the only ones that fly there.
Absolutely. Don't talk to me about regional Australia service provision,
I see strong support from those communities.
Well, you talk to me about the
for the government decision to support Rex continue
and
their
your
operation.
government's doing nothing about sham contracting.
Okay.
As evidenced by the FOI documents.
All right, while we're throwing rose petals around, are there any further questions?
Yes, on the increase in the budget to general aviation fees, as I understand it, there's been an introduction of an annual VH aircraft registration fee increase, and I want to understand the policy rationale behind this.
Senator, excuse me, Richard Wood, First Assistant Secretary, International Aviation Technology and Services. I'll just get my notes if you'll give me a second. But certainly in the recent budget, the government indicated the introduction of a VH registration process for...
Process? Don't you mean a levy?
What the government has indicated is there will be a VH registration charge from the Department, and the Civil Aviation Safety Authority will be consulting with industry through this year on the basis of that. The intent of the charge is effectively to ensure that there is contemporary information about the ownership of aircraft in Australia, so we have good information about the number of aircraft and can take that into account in safety considerations.
So there hasn't been any consultation with the general aviation sector on an increased tax?
No, Senator. As was indicated, as part of the announcement, there will be consultation through this year. The timing of that is yet to be determined. We're working working with CASA on that, and there'll be engagement with industry on that, on the development of the registration, and the fee will be set at $0 for the first year.
So I want to understand how much revenue you expect to raise from this levy. And I'm looking at budget. Yeah, I'm just wanting to understand what you expect to raise over the forward estimates.
Senator, the policy intent at this stage, this is not a revenue raiser other than covering the costs of the registration scheme. So it'll be... Well,
sorry, Mr Wood. I might draw you to the budget papers, which state $66.5 million over 4 years to support CASA, and that will be offset...
partially offset, Senator.
Partially offset by the modernisation charging arrangements, of which this GA tax is Senator, part of. So when you go to ERC and you ask for your bits and your bops, you do have to give some indication of what you hope to raise. Otherwise, treasurers don't let you do things.
Indeed, Senator, and I'm not going to go to the ERC discussions.
Of course, and I wouldn't expect
there is no expectation that the VH registration fee is going to offset that level of registration.
So it's not going to raise any money? It's free? Just give us your paperwork, who owns what, and we'll process
no,
it.
Senator. As I indicated before, it's intended that it will recover the costs of the registration scheme. Final decisions will need to be made from government.
Would CASA have more intel or not really?
CASA may have a little bit more, but I mean, essentially, I'm not sure there's much more to add at this stage.
So how many aircraft are there in the general aviation industry?
Well, in Australia on the register at the moment, there's approximately 16,000 aircraft. One of the things is, while it is an obligation on aircraft owners to ensure their aircraft are appropriately registered, there is an expectation that there are many aircraft that are not actually properly registered, and this is about ensuring.
How do you know that?
Sorry?
How do you know that?
Well, that's based on anecdotal information from seeing aircraft that have been taken out of service but remain on the register.
So you know which aircraft are registered or not, but you're not getting any you're not you, Mr Wood, but the department's not getting any detailed information on sham contracting. I'd just like to table, Senator Sterle asked where I got the numbers around trucking businesses and going bust. That's the ASIC spreadsheet.
Thank you.
That will help the Chair appreciate the difficulty the trucking industry is having under this government. I do have a brief series of questions on the new vehicle efficiency standards. And my apologies, it was I had Minister Rishworth as chairing that company, chairing that meeting.
Sorry.
It was Rishworth and King.
Yeah, they weren't chairing it, but they were there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, guess what? You were there.
I know.
Yeah.
I called it.
And so why isn't anything being done? So why isn't anything being done? Why isn't anything being done?
Maybe if you read...
Why is nothing being progressed out of the meeting you were at?
Maybe if you read the...
Have you actually written to your minister about the concerns or raising any specific businesses who have been participating in sham contracting? Because they have got no idea of specific... They've just given evidence that there are no examples of specific incidences.
I'm happy to answer that. This is not the agency you take it up with. I take it up with the Fair Work Ombudsman. I take it up with the Australian Taxation Office through the Shadow Economy Task Force. I have
who have asked this department for information and they're refusing to answer.
We did not refuse to answer.
I have provided, as has the transport industry, many examples, Senator Mackenzie, so you should ask questions more often so you don't look so foolish. Anyway. Let's kick it.
Snap. In the first 6 months of operation of the NVES, BYD has been awarded almost $6.3 million
really appreciate your
NVES carbon credits.
Goes that way too.
Tesla's been awarded
Sorry, Senator, we're going to have to ask you to start the question again. We couldn't hear your question.
I've fallen into that trap.
That's okay.
But I'm out of it now. Senator Mackenzie, yes.
In the first 6 months of operation, BYD was awarded almost $6.3 million of taxpayers' money through NVES carbon credits, and Tesla has been awarded $2.2 million worth of credits. Are there any requirements in the Act that force auto manufacturers like BYD or Tesla to use those carbon credits to reduce the sale price of their cars sold in Australia?
Karen Manjar, Assistant Secretary, NVES Regulator. No, Senator.
No? Are there any prohibitions that would restrict BYD from taking any cash received for those credits, valued at up to $6.3 million, and taking that back to its shareholders in China?
No, Senator.
Is there any requirement that money earned from the trade of NVES carbon credits must be spent here in Australia?
No, Senator.
Based on current sales projections and the first 6 months of experience with the NVES system, what is the total number of credits the department expects to issue for cars bought into Australia in 2026?
Senator, I can't give you an expectation as yet. We are, as you know, only a few months into this current performance year, and so there's still a long way to go gathering data till the 31st of December 2026 before we actually finalise the IEVs, which will land how many credits are issued in February 2027 for the 2026 performance period.
The department is required by legislation to commence a review of NVES by the end of this year. When do you expect the review to commence?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The Minister has decided to commence the review later this year.
Later this year, October?
I believe it's Q4, Senator, yes.
Q4, okay. And have you drafted the terms of reference for the review?
We've commenced drafting, Senator, but they have not been finalised.
Haven't been signed off. The wording of the Act is very vague, so have you given scope to the review, given what we've just, the evidence that you can essentially, the Act doesn't prohibit credits being converted into cash, it doesn't prohibit that cash being returned to the OEM in China, wherever it may be. Are they the types of issues you would hope to fix in any review?
Well, as you know, Senator, the terms of the review in Section 93 of the Act are quite broad. It's the operation of the Act.
Well, I would say it's operating against Australia's interests right now.
Well, a range of issues will be considered in the review, Senator. As Ms Stagg has said, the terms of reference haven't been settled.
Are you taking suggestions on terms of reference from other parties?
We're talking to stakeholders all the time about their expectations about what might be considered in the review.
Well, as the Shadow Minister for Transport, I would humbly request that we ensure the Act restricts taking cash for credits, carbon credits, restricts taking that back to shareholders outside of this country, and that we actually ensure that Australians benefit from this scheme, not overseas multinationals. So I'm assuming there'll be public and industry consultation?
That's correct, Senator. The Act requires there be public consultation. And
what funding has been allocated to the review?
I don't think I have a number for the review itself. As you're aware, there was a budget measure a few years ago that related to the implementation of the MVES, which included funding that included the review.
Will the terms of reference allow consideration of relaxing the aggressiveness of reduction in legislated headline vehicle emission standards?
The terms of reference haven't yet been settled, Senator.
Do you accept that you've received feedback that the implementation is incredibly aggressive?
Sorry, do you mean in terms
Have you
of the
received
headline
feedback that it is an aggressive approach around the vehicle emission targets?
Yeah, in terms of the headline limit, yeah. So,
Yeah.
I mean, we received 9,000 submissions to our second pass impact assessment. Some of those submissions suggested that the headline limits were tough.
Yeah. And is the first 6 months of the scheme also providing that evidence, or you're waiting till the review before you go back to market for consultation and seeking feedback?
So I think the first 6 months has demonstrated that the suppliers of these vehicles understand the challenge that they're facing. They are still supplying vehicles to Australia, and they're well aware of what their NVES regulatory obligations are. How that plays out over the future, I couldn't say, Senator.
All right, it looks like we'll have a lot more to say on that going forward. I have no further questions for Outcome 2.
Outcome 2 done. Okay, thank you very much. If we can call officers from Outcome 3. And we'll kick off with Senator McDonald.
Hear, hear.
Malcolm, you've got some questions in this area? Yeah. Okay, mate. I'll come to you after Susan, mate. Susan, how long do you think you might need?
I've got 3 lots, but they're all fairly short. So
okay. 20 minutes? 20 minutes? And then I'll come to Malcolm. Okay, 20 minutes, Malcolm? Okay. In about 20 minutes' time. Senator McDonald, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning. I've got some questions around the status of the Cloncurry Shire Council RPP application for $14.5 million to complete repairs to the Cloncurry Airport. Cloncurry Airport received significant damage following the weather events of December 2025, and there have been some repairs made, but in line with the importance of the region and the announcement of the $2.3 billion Eva copper mine that is under construction and will require suitable aircraft to land in that region, I am perplexed as to why the Cloncurry Shire Council's application last year seems to have gone nowhere. Can I get an understanding of the progress of the application for that money through the RPP program to complete those repairs?
Thanks, Senator. Lisa Rowder, Acting Deputy Secretary for Sport Territories and Regions. Do you know when Cloncurry submitted their application, just so I can know which batch?
And over and over, and I'm very sorry that you've triggered me, because they said that every time they inquired about it or provided further information, updated quotes to complete the project, they were told that they would go back into the pot, and that wasn't at the top of the pile. So
I think it's in batch 6.
So that would mean it's in batch 6, which is currently sitting with Minister McBain for decision. It only went to Minister late last week, so it would be in that batch of projects. There was 106 eligible applications in that batch, so it did take some time to work through.
So I appreciate that, but given that the council had damage to the strip some time ago, that they are trying to get the works done in an expeditious and efficient way, and every time you pull up stumps, the contractors go away, any money you get costs more. I mean, $14.5 million probably wouldn't even touch the sides now. So why has this project not been considered? Has the project been considered previously in previous rounds?
Paul Cutting, Assistant Secretary. I can't say, I don't have the information in front of me regarding applications that have actually gone up to the Minister from previous rounds, but I can say that if it was submitted earlier, then we would have presented it to the Minister at the time in an earlier batch.
Minister, I know that you took the Prime Minister, the Treasurer, the Minister for Emergency Management to Cloncurry. You understand how important this is. What else can we do? I mean, this is an important region, critical minerals are important. This could potentially blow this contract or this project if we cannot get workers on the ground in a safe way to the local town. What can you tell me?
Thanks, Senator McDonald, and I believe it is an important project, and I've had dealings with the Mayor over the last couple of years about it. I know that they received money under DRFA for fixing the airport after the damage that we had earlier in the year.
I think there was $11 million.
11.5, right? I think it was for that. I know that the process that the department are going through are in that, and I know that there's a lot of regional communities across the country that put forward valid projects, and we'll obviously have to wait and see how that's determined in this case.
I mean, you know, as you've said, it's been a couple of years that this project has been in the works. They can't get heavier aircraft onto the strip in the condition it is. It's a $2.3 billion project which will produce significant amounts of copper, amongst other things, and we're buggering around with $14.5 million, which by the day is worth less and less. What confidence can critical minerals regions, regional Queensland, regional Australia have if this is how the department treats, you know, seriously important projects?
Well, I'll try not to get too political, Senator McDonald, because I know you are asking these with good intentions, but what these communities can be confident in is that the processes that we have set up around our funds that go to support regional communities do go through proper due process, and they can be confident that those, when they're awarded, they are done so in a meritorious way that's going to benefit the community. And I understand that some will be frustrated because there's so many valid projects out there and not everyone can be successful when you've got a limited amount of funds, but you know, I don't want to you know, delve into sort of saying this project is better than another, but I too am excited about the opportunity in northwest Queensland with critical minerals and other opportunities, and you know, this no doubt would be an important project to help deliver on some of those economic opportunities.
Doesn't this make a mockery of the government's critical minerals agenda and mining agenda if it takes takes projects years to get funding for complementary works, and if it's 75 kilometres from this airport to the Eva copper mine. It would be 200 kilometres if this isn't built, if this airport isn't repaired. I mean, that's workforce safety, it's inefficiency, it's potentially the project falling over, and the investment going to another jurisdiction won't be Australia. I just don't understand the lack of urgency.
I don't think it's about a lack of urgency. There's obviously the process that we've set up around these funds, and they are different from the approach that the previous government
The previous government would have announced it by now.
Well,
we would have done it by now.
And I didn't want to go down this path, but if you're open to it, you also had colour-coded spreadsheets about how you determine these things.
No, I will not accept that.
It's the fact of the matter.
Minister, I won't accept that. This is a project in a mining region that the government is saying mining is so urgent. In the government's budget, resources investment is falling to $0 by 27-28, and it's because of rubbish like this.
That's right.
I am begging you, this money has got to be granted, and $14.5 million will not be enough now. So the project probably is under threat.
That's right.
I'm sorry to get off my head, but this is why Australia is losing out, is because we are so flat-footed. I need assurance from the department that this will be considered urgently, the money granted so that this airport can be upgraded and we can have safe aircraft landing safely for the workforce and a really important mining project going ahead.
Senator, all I can do is assure you that the projects that we're in batch 6, which is all of the remaining projects, which would therefore include that project, are with now Minister McBain for decision. They have been through a thorough assessment process. But in that batch, there was, 133 applications that were meritorious, so they have to be assessed against merit. Those applications sought funding of nearly $1 billion, and there's $121 million left in that funding of pool, so not all projects will get funded.
So, have any projects been funded in the North West Minerals Province of Queensland?
I would have to take that on notice.
Would have any projects been funded in Kennedy?
I don't believe any projects have been funded in Kennedy.
Wow.
Out of which?
Wow. Any
which
round
fund?
at this point?
Out of Regional Precincts and Partnerships program. But that is one grant
Mission
program.
Beach received money through regional growth. Cloncurry received childcare, which I've been to with you, through regional growth as well, I believe.
The
Growing Regions Fund. Yep. So there has been support for Kennedy and other regional electorates around the country, through the various funds that we've had to support regional communities.
This project, this application was put in some time ago. How long has this project been sat on by Minister McBain that it keeps getting kicked down the road and we're now in round 6?
They've only gone to Minister McBain last week.
No, this is not the first time this project's been considered.
If it was first put into the process earlier, but they needed to vary their application?
No, they didn't vary it. They went out and got contracts so that the moment the government approved it, they could hit the button, and yet that's been considered a variation, when all they were trying to do was to clarify with so much specific information that there would be no question by the government that this needed to be funded. And yet, because they did that, they were kicked further down the road. So you'd be better off putting in some fanciful numbers rather than actually do the work and tell the government how you properly want to spend taxpayers' money.
I understand that, Senator. Unfortunately, that is the process that happens within the Business Grants Hub, where all of these applications are assessed for eligibility.
Okay, so the feedback that we can take away from this to councils and to other important projects, don't bother doing the work because it will put you further down the list. Don't actually be responsible about taxpayers' money because the government doesn't care if you are. All it will do is disadvantage you and you'll be considered as varied. I mean, there must be somebody in the department who can take that information and say, that's not a variation, that's them doing their job.
That's something that we can definitely raise with the Grants Hub.
So, have there been any council's applications from RPPP funding in Leichhardt that have been granted?
Just go through all of those projects. Sorry, Senator.
I cannot identify any at the moment, but we will take it on notice to take a look through.
I can't see anything like that.
Okay, what about Solomon?
They don't. I don't think the department has these things on an electric basis.
I don't have it by
What about in the Northern Territory?
In the Northern Territory?
Yes.
Yes, there are 5 projects in the Northern Territory. Would you like me to read them out to you?
I would, thank you.
One was to the Nitmiluk Tourism Services Precinct, which went to the Jarwin Association Aboriginal Corporation. Another one was for the Central Australian Regional Community Precincts, which was in Northern Territory. The Big Rivers Region Bush, Floods, Botanicals and Community Precinct, which was, the applicant was Charles Darwin University. Another one was Catherine and Big Rivers Multi-Purpose Sport and Recreation Precinct through the Catherine Town Council. And the last one was the Gapwinak Industrial and Commercial Precinct in Arnhem Land through the Arnhem Land Progress Aboriginal Corporation.
So not one that supports resources, mining, gas, anything that actually makes money for the
That
Northern
was not
Territory.
a criteria for the project for that particular grants program. There is maybe other grants programs available, particularly in DISA, that are more about supporting critical minerals.
Well, airports, that sort of funding. Is that what you're suggesting to me?
No, I'm suggesting critical minerals. There might be other... This project was not necessarily targeted at critical minerals. It was targeted at precinct development, which is sort of where you can bring together multi-purpose facilities for community benefit.
What about in Townsville? Were there any RPPP projects applied for in Townsville?
In Townsville... No, I cannot see any in Townsville.
What about Mackay, Dawson?
I'll tell you where they were in Queensland. Croydon Shire Council, Mareeba Shire Council, Cairns Regional Council, Mornington
How
Shire
about
Council.
on notice then? I'm sorry, because...
That's okay. There's only 2 more.
Fine.
Currumbin and Heart of Doomadgee.
So are any of those infrastructure projects that it would assist with development of mining projects?
Not off the top of
Not
my head,
one.
no.
Not one.
But you don't know what the applications are, Senator McKenzie. Like, I understand the point you're trying to make, but there mightn't have been people who put in applications that went to that. Like, I understand the point you're making about Cloncurry, but you mightn't be comparing to, you know, what the applications that were put in.
I'm just desperately trying to find things that support jobs and the communities to stay there.
Sure.
We know that Currumbin's on its knees because of the anti-fishing campaign. You know, Northern Australia, because I'm interested in Northern Australia, and, you know, there is nothing that keeps anybody there or develops it or protects it or... Anyway, I'm going to start going off my head chair, so I'm going to move to the next topic.
You're in good company anyway if you do. It's all right.
Oh, I am. This makes me weep. This makes me weep. A project that has been kicked down the road because the council had the audacity to try and provide specific project information to make it easier for the government to make the decision, actually disadvantaged it. It truly, this is why Australians are so frustrated with this government. I want to turn to the financial assistance grants for local government. So, in the government's previous budget, the Albanese government said a Labor government will focus on the long-term financial stability of local government through increases to grant allocations, including fair increases to financial assistance grants. Minister, has the financial assistance grant to local government program dropped from 0.51% to 0.49% of the government's budget?
Senator, the financial assistance grant for 26-27 was $3.6 billion, which included a bring forward, for 25-26 was $3.4 billion, for 26-27, $3.6 billion. So in dollar terms, it has gone up, but it is not calculated as a percentage of government, other government.
So does it take into account cost increases, inflation, skyrocketing costs of doing business in many of these regional places?
It is indexed to CPI.
So it's indexed to CPI, but as a percentage of national GDP it's fallen.
That may well be the case, but that's not the basis of its calculation. It is based on the population of each of the different councils, and it's based on CPI.
What is the government's response to the Australian Local Government Association and individual councils when they request the restoration of the financial assistance grants to an equitable percentage?
So at the moment there is an inquiry on the financial sustainability of local government. We have provided submissions and evidence to that inquiry, and we await the recommendations of that inquiry, and government will consider those in due course.
How then can you demonstrate this government's commitment to the election promise to fair increases to financial assistance grants, and that its support to this very traditional local government program, given that the portion of GDP is decreasing?
The grant is still increasing in real terms. There's also other local government support, including support for local infrastructure through the Housing Support Program. There's the new Growing Regions and Thriving Suburbs rounds, which will go through local councils. There's Roads to Recovery, there's Blackstock programs, there's the Safer Local Roads, there's the Active Transport Fund. They will all flow through to local government, plus a range of other programs across government. So if you have given evidence to the financial sustainability inquiry in terms of the level of assistance that is provided, and we await, it's not appropriate to change any of that financial assistance model until we see the recommendations of that inquiry.
Queensland received 686,957 130, oh my God, hang on, where did I start there? $686,937,130 in the 25-26 year, the 198 million of that for local roads. What will it receive in the 26-27 year? And what will be allocated to local roads?
John, have you got that?
Good morning, Senator. John Boundary, Acting Assistant Secretary. So we have two components of the financial assistance grant in the table. There's the early payment component, which is 80% of the overall total. Queensland will receive $412,346,734 in the general purpose component, $166,849,730 in the local roads component.
So that's a dollar reduction regardless of inflation?
No,
any way you cut it?
Sorry, that's just the bring forward component. So then there is the follow-up allocation, which is the remainder for the 26-27 year, and that is $103,086,684 in the general purpose component and $41,712,433 in the local road component. The total
I'm not
overall,
sure how you're dividing that up now, so I will go back and look at the evidence on Hansard and see what that looks like.
I can do the total figure for you if you'd like, Senator.
Sure.
As $723,990,000.
Hang on, sorry, so brought forward means money that wasn't spent in the previous year?
No.
What is brought forward?
Brought forward means allocation for 26-27, which the government has decided to assist with fuel expenses would be brought forward to be paid in June 2026. So it's brought forward into the 25-26 financial year. And we bring forward funding through for local government financial assistance regularly.
Given the financial assistance grants program changes annually in line with changes in population and consumer price index, which councils in Leichhardt have increased and which have decreased in 26-27?
We'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Could you take that on notice for Leichhardt? Could you take it on notice for Solomon and Lingiari, which is, of course, all of the Northern Territory? Can you take it on notice for Kennedy, Herbert, Dawson, and I've already asked you about Leichhardt, and for Durack?
Certainly.
I'm chasing Northern Australia.
Certainly.
Senator, if I may, the allocations for 26-27 for individual councils will not be finalised until next month, so we won't be able to provide that analysis.
Oh, you won't get back to me for 3 months anyway, so why don't you give it to me after you've done the allocation in a month? Minister, as you're aware, many of the councils in Northern Australia have small rate bases and in some cases declining populations, yet have thousands and thousands of kilometres of roads to maintain. And as we know in Queensland, some of these roads were cut for 6 months. Let's take a moment for that to sink into everybody who complains when the road goes out for a day. 6 months the roads were out to Doomadgee and Burketown and Normanton and Kowanyama, and I'm sure the same in the Territory. Is there a grant program that's linked to population? Is the grant program being linked to population the most effective method to maintain these local roads?
Thanks, Senator McDonald, and I can tell you what we won't do, and that's freeze indexation on the grants, which the previous coalition government did between 2014 and 2017, which had a really devastating impact on particularly smaller regional councils.
What's happening now.
It's a fact. It's a fact, Senator McDonald.
I just need it to be now.
What I would say is that we've obviously set up the inquiry, as Ms Rauder mentioned, that's looking at the funding mechanisms for local government. I know that the Local Government Association are exercised by that, and I know that the government will take the recommendations from that very seriously.
Isn't an inquiry just another way for the minister to fail to make a decision and to properly fund these places, which I've already told you were cut off for 6 months this year?
Well, I think if you look at our record, it's actually been supporting local roads and infrastructure. So there's been an increase in $1.8 billion for the Roads to Recovery program, which is now up to $4.4 billion over the 5 years. So I think the government's record when it comes to supporting local roads and community infrastructure has been strong and will continue to do that.
All right, can I get that data divided up by Northern Australia places? Because I can't understand how you can have communities cut, no cattle moving, no mining product moving, no communities able to escape their isolation, no health service workers able to get in affordably. Everybody's got to be flowing in. That's what happens when the roads are cut for 6 months of the year. And if all this money is flowing into regional communities, why are there not roads being upgraded that bring them out of the water and allow it to be reduced to 3 months? Imagine that. Imagine the road only being cut for 3 months of the year.
No, get it printed off.
Chair, I've got one more topic. Can I turn to that, or do you want to share the call?
I've got Senator Roberts. I'll just check with Senator Roberts. What's your timetable?
5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay. Do you need to be somewhere else? 5 minutes?
I've got to be lots of places.
Can I just, Senator McDonald, can I just flick across to Senator Roberts?
Of course, you come back to me. Thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Could we have the Regional Development Agency, please?
They are not part of the department. They're a regional development authorities, do you mean?
Regional Development Agencies, Outcome 3.
Yeah, so we're Outcome 3. How about you ask your question and I can see whether we can answer it or not.
Thank you. This glossy brochure...
Is that from the actual RDA, Regional Development Australia?
Industry Regional Development Australia, yes.
Yeah. So that is they're government funded authorities, but they're not part of the department. So
when would I
We would have to take their question on notice and direct it to the RDAs.
Okay. Tell me what you can answer of these then and what you can't put on notice.
Sure.
This glossy brochure was posted out in January. I received a copy, as I'm sure other senators did. It's the Industry Engagement Report, Industry Perspectives on the Path to Clean Energy for the Wide Bay Burnett region. Wide Bay's in Queensland, so we're very keen. And I do care about the people in Wide Bay Burnett. This publication is, though, 57 pages of full-page illustrations, white space. Distilling the actual information here, it would come down to about a 10-page publication. How much did this publication cost? Take it on notice?
Yes, we'd have to take that on notice.
Secondly, was this publication required by an Act of Parliament? Why was it even produced?
So, no, it's not required by an Act of Parliament. We do fund the Regional Development Australia organisations, which are across Australia, to, I guess, work with local government councils and others on regional investment framework and making sure that that is delivered in the regions. They also support regional stakeholders, including the not-for-profit sector and local government, to seek grant opportunities. They support decarbonisation efforts that are happening in the regional areas. They build evidence for economic development. They contribute relevant data and local intelligence. So we don't require them to produce that publication, but we can certainly ask them what the process is for them going into that and the cost.
Thank you. Are they doing this same exercise in other regions around Australia? And my question is, how many more of these publications exist?
Again, we take that on notice for you.
Or is it just Wide Bay where there's been a huge backlash, justifiable backlash, on solar and wind? If you could take that. Can you explain to me, please, the cost-benefit of this publication being produced as a glossy brochure instead of a simple emailed PDF?
Yeah, that would be a question for the RDA specifically, and we'll pass that on.
How much did the Regional Development Agency spend on marketing in the 25-26 financial year? Because I count this as marketing.
Yep, understand that.
Okay. How does carbon dioxide footprint manage to be factored into every Infrastructure Australia application, although the department can chop down trees for this nonsense propaganda? Where's the consistency in the management of your department, Minister?
Well, I sort of don't really know that we're responsible for that.
Okay. A quote from the letter that accompanied the glossy propaganda brochure. We are seeking your support to advocate for a regional clean energy transition strategy. And then they go on and name 5 points, including many points of misinformation. Isn't this just propaganda from people in a region strongly opposed to solar and wind and its environmental destruction and community destruction and economic destruction? Minister, misinformation, this confirms the misinformation and disinformation source, the biggest source of misinformation and disinformation is the government, yet again.
Look, it'd be fair to say I disagree with you on that basis, Senator Roberts. I'm supportive of renewable energy projects. I come across many in the community that are as well, but I think to make the point that those things are best done when there is strong community engagement with those proponents. And I see evidence that in many places around the country that is happening. I think that the work of federal government and various state governments around the place are leading to better outcomes, and councils play an important role in that.
So it doesn't bother you that it's crammed with misinformation and disinformation?
Well, I haven't actually seen the document that you're talking about, Senator Roberts, but I think it'd be fair to say, as being someone who's observed the way that you operate in the chamber and Senate committees over the years, that we probably have a different point of view around some of these matters.
We certainly do. Is it Ms. Ranter, is it?
Router.
Thank you so much for stepping forward.
No problem.
It's appreciated, and not holding you accountable for this, just Regional Development Agency. But thank you.
Not a problem, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. That's a nice way to finish. Senator, I'll come back to you, Senator McDonald. Then I have one question I just want to ask. Senator McDonald.
I want to turn to the Office of Northern Australia's function and purpose.
Yep.
That's okay to change officials. Thank you.
Connor Gallen, Acting Assistant Secretary, Office of Northern Australia.
Good morning. Can you describe to me the purpose of the Office of Northern Australia? Imagine I know nothing about it at all. Tell me what it is that the office does.
Thank you, Senator. The Office of Northern Australia advocates for economic development in Northern Australia. We do that by supporting the Minister for Northern Australia. We do that by supporting the Minister for a role in the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum. We also support the Minister in her role as in her regulatory role for NAIF. So NAIF is now also part of Office of Northern Australia. We support the Assistant Minister for Northern Australia and the Special Envoy for Northern Australia. We also are at the Secretariat for the Indigenous Reference Group, and we're obviously working with jurisdictions to advocate for the North and to bring together a cohesive narrative. And also we work across Australian Government, try to have a coordinated approach and advocating for Northern Australia.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Do you or other representatives of the Office of Northern Australia attend and or give evidence at parliamentary inquiries? And if so, which inquiries have you or other representative attended in this financial year?
So I haven't, yes, we have a representative from Office of Northern Australia has attended an inquiry. The inquiry escapes me at the moment, but me personally, I haven't attended any inquiries.
Could somebody in the room come and assist which inquiry that was?
Yeah, so we have contributed to the inquiries on workforce development in the North, and we've also contributed to inquiries on food security.
Were they both in this financial year? I think you'll find they weren't.
I think they were previous financial year. Yeah.
So none in this financial year?
None this financial year so far.
I was going to ask you about costs of attending, but we can put a line through attending any inquiries.
There would be no cost to attending. Generally, we would attend a Canberra-based hearing, or we would attend from our Darwin-based office if the hearing wasn't there.
What about seminars and conferences? What does the Office of Northern Australia do in terms of seminars and conferences in this financial year?
This financial year, the office would have attended and contributed to the Developing Northern Australia Conference, which we are generally a sponsor of. We also have attended previously Beef Week in Rockhampton and the Darwin Dialogue.
What about any mining conferences?
I believe mining was a decent part of the Darwin Dialogue, but I'm not sure of any other mining-specific conferences that we've attended.
On notice, could you provide a list
Certainly.
of those events divided by industry representation, sector representation,
Sure.
looking for defence, mining, agriculture, tourism and communities?
Sure.
At those seminars and conferences, could you identify where the representatives were provided a keynote presentation or projected some sort of position?
Yeah, certainly. The only one I can think of at the top of my head is the Developing Northern Australia, which the Minister and often the Assistant Minister have a keynote presentation.
But the Office of Northern Australia?
The Office or no?
No.
No.
Just to answer your question from before, from inquiries this financial year, we have contributed to the skills migration inquiry.
The skills migration inquiry, right. Which committee ran that?
I actually don't have that off the top of my head, but we'll get that for you.
Okay. How do you measure the success or otherwise of attendance at seminars and conferences in terms of developing Northern Australia?
Senator, so, I mean, In terms of individual successes, we don't measure individual successes because a lot of the engagement at those seminar inquiries is stakeholder engagement, so it becomes a cumulative impact. It's also, at those inquiries, it's also about gathering the intel and current status, whether it's an industry seminar or conference and the like, and then feeding that back into the government. The kind of, let's say, penultimate is the what now is an annual progress report to Parliament from the Minister for Northern Australia. There was one last year, the 2025, which is the first one, and there will be another one later this year.
There are physical KPIs in the progress statement?
There are.
Outside of working towards and thinking more about and advocating to. Any numbers?
Sorry, Senator, I'll have to...
There's not specific KPIs in the action report, no.
So what are the 3 current priorities of the Office of Northern Australia?
So there's obviously the key priority, well, a key priority, sorry, is supporting the Minister in progressing the 9th Amendment Bill through Parliament, which is currently to be debated in front of the Senate. There's concurrent work that comes out of that once that legislation passes. There's obviously the Indigenous Reference Group. There's a number of meetings, and the next meeting in Cairns is occurring in June. We are working across government on a thematic theme about how do we progressively support regions in economic transition, and that's a cross-government policy development piece.
Economic transition. What does that mean?
That's where, we're working closely with NIAA. So if you're looking at communities like Gove, which are transitioning out of that mining-based economy where the mines are closing, we're looking at how can governments proactively support those communities as their economy transitions from predominantly, supported by the mining economy to an alternate economy.
To be self-reliant.
Sorry?
To be self-reliant.
So what about communities like Cloncurry that are seeking to have further investment, more activity, more jobs, more royalties, more taxes paid? What would the Office of Northern Australia do there?
We could connect those councils to grant programs that might be available to them, noting our previous conversation. But we could also connect them with other parts of government where they were seeking support. That's sort of, ONA doesn't have any of its own funding to support particular projects. It is an advocacy and coordination connection body.
How many full-time equivalents do you have in the Office of Northern Australia?
Yep, we've got that for you.
As of March, it was 26.7.
Where are they located?
They are located across the country. So we have 3 in Darwin, 7.6 in Cairns, 3 in Townsville, 5.8 in Brisbane, 1.9 in Perth. We have 4 staff in Canberra, 0.4 in Alice Springs, and 1 staff member in Sydney.
And those numbers have changed since last time we discussed them, Senator, because we have incorporated the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility staff, which is why the Canberra and Sydney numbers are there, into the Office of Northern Australia.
How many were in the infrastructure portion?
There were 6 staff that transferred over to the ONA.
That feels like it's reduced slightly then.
Yes, so I think overall as a department there's different parts of the department that are reducing slightly to live within our budget and to meet budget savings that are applied, and ONA is no different.
So what advocacy is being made in northwest Queensland to progress the delivery of the Northern Australian Action Plan 24-29?
So I personally have engaged with particularly far north councils. I have recently reached out to the local RDA, working closely with NIAA in terms of their portfolio responsibilities. Also engaging with my counterparts in Queensland Government. And also working closely with the NAIF in terms of picking up any for lack of a better word, intelligence that they get through talking with industries and stakeholders through where they need it, where they're seeing the investments coming from.
Can you tell me what investments are being made across the 3 jurisdictions in Northern Australia to progress the delivery of the Northern Australia Action Plan 24 to 29?
So, Minister, the recent regional budget statements has a list of projects which have been funded from the government through the recent budget. Beyond that...
So I can, yeah, do you want me to, I mean, you can access the Regional Ministerial Budget Statement, but I've got a list here. For example, there was the Boyne Island Aluminium Smelter, which was a new investment in 26-27 for $1 billion. Mount Isa Copper Smelter and Townsville Copper Refinery, $600 million. Strengthening employment services for Butte, Broome and Yarrabah, $312 million. Protecting Australia's native species in Cairns, Great Barrier Reef restoration and sustainability projects, civil maritime security, countering illegal fishing, Bagot Road safety and capacity upgrades, Northern Territory Regional Logistics Hub, so progressing that project in partnership with the Northern Territory Government and through National Intermodal, and the Great Northern Highway Improvements Broome to Kununurra. With specific new investments for 26-27, plus there's prior year investments that are still ongoing.
I'm just trying to, you know, across that regime, the projects that are growing and developing Northern Australia as opposed to subsidising skyrocketing energy prices in the case of Mount Isa and Boyne. Okay.
And then in addition to that, you've got your Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility projects as well, which are all in the north.
Can you give me a breakdown of those projects that you've just listed by the jurisdiction, by Western Australia, Northern Territory and Queensland, please?
Yep, we'll take that on notice.
And we are currently undertaking a select committee inquiry in the Northern Australia Committee around developing emerging industries and existing industries. It seems to consistently come up that all of these industries that are developing don't have a pathway to trade. What work is being done to develop Northern Australian ports as trade facilitators?
Would have to take that one on notice, Senator.
What funding has been allocated for permanent flood mitigation infrastructure in Leichhardt? I'm not talking about just post-flood disaster recovery payments, but capital works to prevent future flooding in vulnerable areas.
It might be a question for climate change and their resilience funding, but we can take it on notice.
Oh no, the Office of Northern Australia would surely know about that because that's developing Northern Australia.
Sorry, Senator, we have to take that one on notice.
All right, I'd like to know for Leichhardt, for Solomon and Lingiari, for Kennedy, for Herbert, for Dawson and for Durack, please.
And Senator, the question you asked before about which committee was the Skills Migration Inquiry, that was a joint standing committee on migration.
Thank you.
And the hearing was on the 13th of March this year.
Thank you. If developing Northern Australia, if such a significant portion is the amount of time that communities have roads cut and access cut, why doesn't this budget include a dedicated flood resilience fund for each of these regions across Northern Australia?
It's a question for government, Senator.
Minister?
Well, obviously we've talked through the increase in funding that we've given to local government to deal with some of those road challenges. There's obviously the support that's provided through following disasters as well, in terms of how those roads are built back. But we understand across many parts of regional Australia that's an ongoing challenge. We have put more money into it, and it is making a difference, but I understand across the length and breadth of the country that natural disasters continue to present an ongoing challenge.
They're not really natural disasters though in the north, it's just annual monsoon conditions, and I know that the Burketown Shire Council has been begging for years for the upgrades of the crossings for Running River and two others, which the Mayor will chastise me for not recalling, but to reduce the length of time that that town is cut off every year. Would the Office of Northern Australia have lists of those kind of projects that they could be putting forward to government as these are priority areas?
Oh, sorry, Senator, we don't have that type of lists. We do engage with IDCs, particularly on the recovery, disaster recoveries, and more recently around the heavy flooding that happened across the north. Those IDCs are chaired and run by NEMA.
But I'm not asking about natural disasters, I'm talking about monsoon rains every year.
Yeah, I understand, Senator.
If those councillors put a request to government, we would give advice on priorities across the north. And
I'm just fascinated that if you're the Office of Northern Australia that you wouldn't have a list that you went, right, here we go, Burketown, they're asking again, we're going to shuffle them up the list of priorities. You know, I'm just trying to understand how the Office of Northern Australia prioritises and understands the framework of developing the north rather than just wait for people to come and ask for projects which, as we discovered in the Cloncurry Airport example, the more information they give, the further down the list they get.
Look, it's not something that we have right now, and generally the Office of Northern Australia is not the coordination point for all of those requests, if you like, that come. We do have the action plan, which sets out where the Office of Northern Australia focuses attention, but that is very much a whole of government effort. It's not all Office of Northern Australia, but we do run a interdepartmental committee to help coordinate all of our input into that report and keep pushing on progress for each of those commitments, which again are across government. So certainly we can have a think about how we might better get a handle on where those priorities are and help those communities direct it in the right way.
The sense that I'm taking away from this is that the Office of Northern Australia has a lot of meetings, goes to a lot of events, has a lot of conversations, looks at the action plan, which has no formal KPIs or progress numbers, and at the end of the year, there doesn't have to be any progress because there's no measurement of it. How would you know if you'd been successful? How would you get to the end of the year and go, yes, we really developed a portion of Northern Australia, because you've got no way of measuring it?
Yeah, there are so many factors, obviously, that go into the economic development of such a vast region.
Well, they're measurable, though, aren't they? I mean, I'm an accountant by trade, so I love a measurement.
Me too.
Oh, great. So we can talk numbers. You could measure population. You could measure GDP. You could measure tax take. You could measure health outcomes. You could measure education standards. Oh, there's 5.
Yep.
Cost of electricity. Cost of a bag of flour in Burketown versus Brisbane. These would all be handy measurements. May I recommend that you consider those measurements? Because let's not do this again. Every year we come and we talk about Northern Australia. Minister, what has the government delivered for Northern Australia? And please don't give me that list that Ms Router has already done of offsetting skyrocketing electricity costs for big multinationals?
Well, there's obviously been a range of support for industry, which you may be cynical about, but I think is important, and I think that was well received in Mount Isa and Townsville, and will be an important economic driver for them in years to come. There's obviously been enormous support for roads and infrastructure. There's the money that we're spending on the Bruce Highway, $7.2 billion to improve
there's not been
safety
any more in the north,
that.
Minister?
Well, I was in Townsville at a project only a couple of months ago with the State Minister. So we're working constructively with them on safety upgrades around the Bruce Highway as well. In Western Australia, there's been port of entry allowances in Dampier, Wyndham, and I think one other. Broome as well, was it? Yeah. So I think across a whole range of areas we're making progress in the north. I understand that some people would want that to be quicker, but I know that Minister Madeleine King is very passionate about it, enjoys the responsibility of the portfolio, works closely with Senator Green as well, and we're going to ensure that we continue to deliver for Northern Australia.
It's very difficult for Minister King. I'll just finish on this, thank you. It's very difficult for Minister King to deliver for Northern Australia when the Office of Northern Australia has no budget. Minister Catherine King is sitting on her thumbs in delivering things for important projects that would increase road access, or let's do Cloncurry again.
Let's do it after the break. You've still got a few questions, I think, Senator McDonald. I'm not rushing you, because I am mindful of our crew behind the window here, and I appreciate the support.
Very thoughtfully, Chair. That's very appropriate.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's suspend for 15 minutes, and then we'll begin continuation with Senator McDonald. And I will just keep checking with you, Deputy Chair, on how it's on. Just a very quick one before I go to Senator McGrath, Ms Rolter. In this tranche 6, is there an application from Giuliardi Aboriginal Corporation from South Headland? Does that name ring a bell?
I'd have to take... I don't see them. They go to a different sort of set of assessors.
They're requesting as part of that hub, they've got this grand plan to do this magnificent hub in Headland, and I just wanted to raise it with you. Take it on notice. It's fine.
Someone from the team might be able to find that. And
I'm not going to lose sleep, but if you find it, just give us the nod. That'd be... Anyway, thank you. Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask about the local infrastructure fund.
Yep.
Okay. So what involvement did the department have in the development of the $2 billion local infrastructure fund?
Do you mean the major and local community infrastructure program?
It's the one that was announced in the budget on the 12th of May. We're investing $2 million to establish a new local infrastructure fund as part of the housing support program.
Oh, that would be Treasury.
They have the policy lead. They've got the policy lead on that.
They also have program delivery lead now. So this department used to run the housing support program, of which that is an extension of that. But when the machinery of government changes happened, that all transferred over to Treasury.
So you've had no involvement with it?
Not this new announcement, no. That's
so
right.
No involvement with, okay. How will the government coordinate investment with infrastructure investments in growth areas that you have oversight of with the local infrastructure fund?
So the different parts of the department would liaise with Treasury in their delivery of that. We have a sort of a joint, if you like, a working group that we've set up to share, because we still have responsibility for some urban grant programs, and we talk with Treasury from time to time around how we share information about urban development and linking exactly those things.
Is that the cities and planning working group?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll come back to that in a moment. Is there... Okay. Did Treasury ask for advice from the Infrastructure Department to inform the development of the local infrastructure fund?
We have had some early conversations with them about the need for enabling infrastructure, the level of demand that we had that was unmet from the previous rounds of enabling infrastructure funds for housing support programs. So yes, we did provide some input.
Well, was that structural through, say, the Cities and Planning Working Group, or was it ad hoc?
It was more ad hoc, but also through that working group. Budget processes sometimes are moving very quickly, and we're not waiting for the next convene meeting. We sort of give each other a call.
Has infrastructure provided Treasury with any advice on priority growth areas or infrastructure bottlenecks?
Not me personally, but it might have come from other parts of the department, say our infrastructure area, so I'd take that on notice for you. Treasury would be aware of the growth areas, though.
Did Minister King have any meetings or exchange correspondence with Minister O'Neill regarding the local infrastructure fund prior to its announcement?
Not to my knowledge, but I don't necessarily see all correspondence that goes from Minister King to other ministers, so I could take that on notice.
You take that on notice. And if you could provide any copies of that correspondence on notice also. Who has responsibility for administering the $182 million that for enabling infrastructure in New South Wales that was promised before last year's election?
I'd need more detail to know exactly what. Is that to do with the housing support program?
It was a commitment that was made. Should be able to get. It's in my papers here somewhere. Yes, it was $182 million in critical infrastructure that would unlock more than 25,000 new homes across the state.
Yeah, I'd say that maybe was... That wasn't May budget, you're saying it was prior to that?
It was an election commitment.
Yeah, that would be Treasury.
Treasury.
Anything to do with housing now is all Treasury.
I'll have more probably questions there you might have to take on notice or... So just going back to the Cities and Planning Working Group, you mentioned it would have met before the budget to discuss issues pertinent to the budget. How many times has that working group met this year?
I would have to take that on notice. I don't sit on that working group anymore, but I will take that on notice for you.
Okay. I think that's just what I want in that area. There might be some more questions on notice. I now want to go to Western Sydney infrastructure projects that came out of election commitments. So I just want to get some updates on their delivery. So, notwithstanding your answer just before in relation to the $182 million, so there's a commitment of $182 million in critical infrastructure that would unlock more than 25,000 new homes across the state. You're saying that that's now within Treasury?
If it's to do with unlocking homes, yes, it would be.
Okay. Well, my question is, has this funding been delivered? I might let you take that on notice. Treasury. If so, when and to who? And has construction and housing in New South Wales begun as a result of this funding? You're saying that's to Treasury. Where will these 25,000 homes be located across New South Wales? And did the Commonwealth pick locations where the $182 million should be spent? If so, how are those areas were identified? So you're saying that's all within Treasury?
Correct.
Okay. There's also a $1 billion contribution to the South West Rail Corridor, which was connecting Bradfield City Centre to Leppington and the Macarthur region?
That would have been an outcome one question.
Outcome one, okay. Yep. Right, well, in terms of that one, that will all go on notice then. In relation to, there was a $500 million contribution to upgrade 15th Avenue Critical Transit Corridor from Liverpool to the new West Sydney International Airport. Is that also outcome one?
Yep.
Okay, we'll just do, there'll be a lot of questions in relation to that, to the Homebush roundabout, Parramatta's Civic Link project, Schofield's a new road, flood resilience.
Flood resilience could be DQ, so Department of Climate Change.
Rightio. The new Richmond Bridge, Henry Lawson Drive, $20 million planning study to reduce travel times on Old Windsor Road.
Anything to do with sort of the transport, road, rail infrastructure is all outcome one.
There's a lot of those coming towards the people who do questions on notice. Just in relation to city deals then,
Yep.
Can I go to that? And was the department directed by the government to stop producing annual progress reports for the city deals?
So we were not directed to stop producing them, but over time the funding for the administration of city deals has been reducing over time as those deals mature and all of the governance arrangements are sort of set in place. And so for some of the deals, as the funding and the staffing that we've had for those has reduced or terminated over time, we've had to find efficiencies in the way that we administer and govern those deals. So while there is still regular contact with the jurisdictions, we have stopped annual progress reports.
What's the cost of? What would be the cost of producing sort of an annual progress report on the city deals?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head, Senator, but it's a cost that we then impose on the jurisdictions as well.
Have there been any discussions with the government about their commitment to honour city deals?
Yes, we have ongoing updates to ministers on the deals, and there's variations and things like that we have to deal with along the way. We still have all of the deals that are actively being managed with the exception of the Hinkler deal, which has already completed. There are still some funds to go out in relation to that deal, but for all intents and purposes, the deal is finished, but all other deals are being actively managed.
So you mentioned in your first answer that city deals are coming to the end of their life as such.
Yep.
So all city deals over the next year or so are coming to the end?
So the last deal I think finishes in 2042, so there's quite a long tail, but not all of the...
Decadal deal. Multi-decadal deal.
Not all of the funding that is committed to those deals necessarily comes from the department. Sometimes it comes from other departments as well. They are sort of across government, or sometimes the funding might just come from the infrastructure investment program. It might be a road commitment, in which case it's managed under that program. They all have different expiry dates.
How many, to remind me, I should know, how many city deals are there?
There is, I think off the top of my head, 11 city deals, and then we also have the Albury-Wodonga projects, which wasn't called a deal, but it's a similar concept.
Do you have the end dates there for those 11 deals?
I do have those end dates. Yes, I do. So Adelaide expires in 2029. Albury-Wodonga expires 2027. Barclay regional deal expires in 2029. The Darwin deal expires 2028. Geelong is 2029. Hinkler has already expired. That was in 2025. Hobart is 2029. Launceston 2027. Perth 2030. South East Queensland, which is a conglomeration of councils and Queensland Government and us, is 2042. Townsville is 2031. Western Sydney is 2038.
So, in relation to those, notwithstanding some of those deals are sometime in the future, what evaluation activities will the government undertake at the end of those agreements to determine their success or otherwise?
Yeah, so we do an evaluation on all sort of grant or other programs when they come to completion to find out what lessons we learn and to assess whether the objectives were met.
Okay. What engagement has the department had with local governments in the city deal locations since May 2022?
We would have very regular meetings. We sit on steering committees or working groups for each one of those deals. We have staff that sit on each one of those and they have regular meetings or they have regular catch-ups to find out how those deals are progressing and to also test milestone payment claims. So there would be multiple meetings since 2022.
Because some of the local, I've had, not some, a number of local governments and other stakeholders have told me there's been sort of low levels of engagement from the department, and it is their belief that this has stalled the progress of some of the city deals in certain locations. So without annual progress reports, how you're tracking delivery of the key commitments under city deals.
Yeah, so the team tracks them regularly, and we have updates as to where each different project is up to. And under those deals, of which there's hundreds of different projects. And so the team track those, and we follow up with states where delivery dates are coming close or where the delivery date is passed and the project hasn't completed. And we have milestones that we have to pay under those Federation funding agreements, and we have to do due diligence before we pay out on those milestones.
So, I mean, that you just touched upon it, so I think my next question. So are you funded to support the continued implementation of city deals?
Yes, but that funding, as I said before, is starting to reduce over time. So we do need to find efficiencies in the way that we administer. So could you just probably expand upon that so I fully understand? So that the city deals going forward aren't fully funded, are they? The commitments are all funded, the project commitments are all funded, but each deal also came with, well, most deals, not all of them, came with staffing that was associated with those deals. So, for example, the Perth City deal has one staff member attached to it, or the South East Queensland deal, I think, had 3 or 4 staff attached to it. But over time, that funding for that ASL or average staff level goes down until it terminates, and some of those deals have already terminated in terms of staff funding, but not in terms of project funding.
Okay. So I suppose in terms of the oversight, in terms of, you alluded to this in an early answer, how does that happen? Like in terms, you don't have the progress reports. How are you able to provide advice to the minister in terms of how the city deals are progressing and whether there are any issues that need to be raised in terms of the progress of that city deal?
It's through those very regular meetings, so there would be monthly meetings with most deal partners, as well as them submitting reports that enable them to qualify for a milestone payment under their FFA, and we would go work with them to make sure that there is sufficient evidence to justify a milestone payment. So we know where they're all up to based on A, meetings, and B, milestone reporting.
Okay, thank you. Minister, just some questions for you. The Prime Minister promised to honour sort of the 9 city deals. Why has the government failed to produce a single annual progress report?
Well, because we're honouring the deals, Senator McGrath, and I'm more familiar with the ones in Queensland, but I do know that the Perth City deal saw the Wacker ground open recently. I know in the Hinkler regional deal, the administration building for Fraser Coast Council is due to open soon. So I see continued progress from the government honouring the city deals around the country, and I think Ms Rowder has talked through the process that the department goes through to make sure that we stay on top of those projects, because they are important for many places, well, not only regional but also for some of the cities as well.
But weren't annual progress reports a requirement of each city deal?
I'm unsure about that. I think Ms Rowder has talked through the thorough process that they go through to ensure that we're staying on top of projects and the thorough information we require from whether it be the states or councils, I'm assuming, depending on which project that we're talking about, to ensure that we're confident that these projects are meeting their milestones.
What meetings or engagements has Minister King held with local governments within the city deals? You might need to take this on notice.
I'd have to take that on notice.
And how is Minister King engaging with local and state governments as well as industry stakeholders about the infrastructure needs of cities and growing regions?
I think Minister King meets regularly with local councils. She meets regularly with Australian Local Government Council for Local Government, as well as other industry sort of representatives. But I couldn't tell you exactly what's in Minister King's diary.
Okay. I might sort of put that on notice also. How often does Minister King meet with her counterpart, Minister O'Neill, about the infrastructure needs and challenges in cities and growing regions?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator.
Can I go to, hopefully this is the correct area, into thriving suburbs?
Yep.
Okay, cool. The budget provides $781.6 million over 4 years for further rounds of thriving suburbs and growing regions. How much of that is allocated to thriving suburbs specifically?
So that amount of money also includes Stronger Communities program, which was 22.5, but the
22.5 million? Or?
22.5 million was going to Stronger Communities program,
right.
which is included in that 780. But it will be a decision of the minister how she splits that. It's been put as one single measure in this budget, and the minister will determine how that split works.
On what criteria will the minister make that determination?
We haven't developed the guidelines yet for those new rounds of those programs. Obviously, it will reflect closely the previous rounds of those projects, but the government has decided to put it as one measure this year. Whether it be demand or something else, we haven't decided yet.
Is there a time frame for the development of the guidelines?
We are very much hoping to get those open for applications before the end of this calendar year.
I just want to understand a small thing here. The media release describes, of the minister, $750 million for new rounds of thriving suburbs and growing regions, while budget paper number 2 refers to the $781.6 million figure.
That's right.
What's the difference?
The difference is the Stronger Communities program of 22.5, plus there is some money in there for administration fees that we may be called upon to pay local governments to sponsor projects on behalf of non-government organisations.
How much, are you able to explain how much departmental funding is attached to administering the Thriving Suburbs program?
Yes, I can tell you that. Have you got that figure easy? Have you got that?
Yep, I've got it by year. So for the new rounds, we will have 8.1 million for 26-27, 5.1 million for 27-28, 5.9 million for 28-29, and 3.8 million for 29-30.
Cool, thank you. So just going back to the thriving suburbs, it's the end of the calendar year that the guidelines will be completed?
Well, we're hoping to open for applications before the end of the calendar year, which means we have to develop new guidelines. We have to get those approved by government, undertake some I guess, pre-awareness raising with local governments before we open that, and then open the program for applications.
Okay. And so they would open this year, that would close next year?
It would close maybe Q1 next year.
I have some questions here.
But those dates have not been determined, I'm guessing.
The local government are very excited about this, so hence there's where the question's coming from. Sorry?
You seem excited too.
Oh, I'm very excited about these things, actually. So how many rounds will there be in total?
We're planning one.
Just one round?
One round for thriving suburbs, one round for growing regions.
Okay. What was the process for constituting the multi-party parliamentary panel that assessed the Thriving Suburbs program applications in October of 2024?
The process for that, I think those were selected by the minister and were I'm not sure that was used for thriving suburbs and stronger growing regions.
If you want to take that on notice.
I will take that on notice, Senator. Yeah.
And I presume who had the final say on selecting members of the panel would be the minister.
Yes, but I'm not sure that's the process we'll use this time around.
Okay. was my next question. How will the government select the panel for the upcoming rounds of the Thrive?
Like I said, I'm not sure that we would go through that same process again, that we might just have an assessment panel within the department.
And what definition of urban, suburban and peri-urban communities did the department use to determine which projects were eligible for funding under the Thriving Suburbs program? You can
we
take
use
that
the
on.
Australian Bureau of Statistics.
Okay.
Yep.
And the same definitions we use for future rounds?
Correct.
And will the new round include any weighting for fast-growing suburbs and regions?
Not that I've got planned, but again, we haven't finished the guidelines, so don't know yet.
Okay. I'm good. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. I'm back to asking questions about the major and local community infrastructure program. Your website describes the major and local community infrastructure program as follows. The Australian government is delivering on its community infrastructure commitments from the 2025 election. It goes on to say, this is an invitation-only program. Only organisations identified by the Australian government will be invited to apply for funding for nominated projects. I see no public explanation of who can apply, how invitees are selected, or what criteria determine eligibility. Is there any explanation available?
So we do have not so much an eligibility, but because it is a set of election commitments that are made, there's not an application process, so there's no criteria for application. As such, they are chosen with the approval of government as part of the election process by local members, people going up for election, and then we get a list of those approved projects and we go through an assessment process to make sure that they're value for money. Sure. And then we put up a set of recommendations to government to have final funding approval.
So the government of the day just picks a bunch of projects and then those people get to apply. During estimates in February, I asked a series of questions because this sort of invitation-only grants program without any details of eligibility or how the selections are made looks a lot like a slush fund. And I received responses...
You can't use terms like that.
I know it's
Senator Pocock.
triggering Senator Chisholm.
Well, if you want to get political, I'll respond to it. If you've got legitimate questions to ask, and I'm able to answer, as is the protocol.
I might just, sorry, I was typing an email to someone. I'm sorry I missed what was going on there, but what I would like to hear probably instead of the Pocock is something's triggered the Minister to want to respond, and I want to hear the Minister's response, and then I'll come back to you.
Yeah, I've got no issue with you asking questions, but if you're going to use political rhetoric like that in a pointed way, then I will step in.
Political rhetoric.
How dare we, Senator Scarr?
Well, you never hear it from me, and I try and hold people to my standard, Senator Pocock.
The system's collapsing. Political rhetoric.
Bureaucratic, not politics.
We'll all have a laugh, that's fine.
If we put the political rhetoric aside, this invitation-only grants program that's on a website with no details other than the government decided that they wanted to make a whole bunch of election commitments, and the department will duly put people through a bit of a process and then give them the money. I asked a bunch of questions on notice, and then I received responses in SQ 26 000312, which I assume you'll have in front of you. Triple 0312.
My eyes are failing me, Senator. Yes, I have that one.
So I asked 5 quite detailed questions, and 4 of the 5 responses were just a single sentences. One was 2 short sentences. Can you see that?
Yep.
About 2 years ago, it was reported by Anthony Galloway and Jennifer Duke from Capital Brief and Tom Ravlick from the Mandarin that there was a cheat sheet provided by PMO to departments on how to handle questions on notice. And it was described as instructions to departments on how to limit details and answers to questions posed during Senate estimates hearings. The document was titled Approaches to SE Quans Asked of All, brackets or multiple agencies. Have you seen that document?
No, I haven't, Senator.
Have you seen that document?
Jacinta McDonald, Assistant Secretary. No, Senator, I haven't seen that document.
Well, I'm happy to table this document because the document explicitly advises agencies to follow general principles of providing only information necessary to answer the question and avoiding unnecessary contextual or explanatory material. And the examples throughout the guide favour abstract institutional language over identifying specific decision makers. And you may have not seen this document, but it seems like you followed it to the letter. And can you confirm that this document was in no way consulted in answering these questions?
I've literally never seen that document.
Well, that's potentially even worse in my view. Your answers seem to show sort of this sort of disdain for the questions that are being asked by the Senate. I'm just interested why, to a detailed question, do you provide such a non-answer?
Look, I certainly do not have disdain for any questions. I think, this process is an important part of accountability of government, but we do answer the question that's asked. And that's what 32 years of public service, what we've always done is we answer the question that's asked.
Okay, so let's look at question one. And I think the vast majority of Australians would say, yep, we have the right to know this. I asked who determined the invitation list for the scheme, and specifically whether it was the department, the Minister's office, or the Prime Minister's office. That seems very reasonable. Someone had to have identified and sent the list. And you say invitees for the program were identified by government. I'm sorry, but that is just not good enough.
So they were not identified by the department, absolutely, and they come through, those invitees come through an election process. What happens during an election process, I am not privy to, but different members who are going through that election process make commitments to local community type projects, and those are gathered during the election process by different parts of government. The list is then agreed by government. I'm assuming the PM is involved in that, but I'm not privy to that process. Sure. And we get a list of projects that have been approved by government, and then we go about seeking applications and then assessing those applications as a department.
That's a great answer.
That's the best answer I can give.
And that is the answer that I would like. So why didn't you just put that answer there? Like that took 20 seconds.
Because it's not an answer personally from me. This is a formal answer that goes on the
you're the boss here. Surely, if that is the process, and that makes sense to me, why do you give such a dead-bat answer when there is actually more detail about how it works? Isn't that the whole point of Senate estimates, to find that sort of detail?
Yes, Senator, but I still think that answers the question that it's identified by government. And it's different parts of government that accumulate towards a final list, but there is government agreement to that final list. So I still feel like the answer answers the question as best as we can. And
okay,
yes,
so
I've provided a bit more detail, but that's from our
even though you can give me an actual answer, you're very happy with the department just giving an 8-word answer and saying, there you go.
I think it answers the question.
You're happy? Okay. Well, that's certainly not the standard I would think most Australians would expect. So let's go to question 5. I asked what would happen to funding attached to unsuccessful election commitment projects. Again, the answer was a single sentence, that the treatment of unallocated funding is a decision for government. What would actually happen?
It would go back to consolidated revenue. So the amount that gets appropriated to the department reflects the final list of approved projects. So generally, if something happens after that, so there's not really a funding amount that's said to the government, you can spend this much during your election campaign. They may have that, I don't know. But the amount that's appropriated to the department to deliver on these projects is the 500 and whatever million that we were appropriated, and that reflects the successful projects. So there is no funding for projects that weren't successful, if you like. But if something happens after that, sometimes projects do withdraw and they say, actually, I can't deliver on that project. After the appropriation's been made, that would then go back to consolidated revenue.
So why wasn't that the answer?
Because the question was if the project's application is unsuccessful, but it's the successful projects that get appropriated.
Yeah, but what happens to the money earmarked for the unsuccessful project? That's the question.
Yeah, go back to consolidated revenue.
Well, but you didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that.
Why
but
not?
Then because what the government decides to do with that is their decision.
Well, obviously, because it'll be in consolidated revenue, but...
Yeah.
The government would decide to reappropriate that money to something else before it goes back to consolidated revenue, is my understanding. So that's why the answer was it's a decision of government, because it's up to them what they want to do with it. But we can't allocate it to any other project in the program because the guidelines state amounts for projects within the program can't increase in their value.
You can surely see the frustration with quants that come back with just total non-answers. Like you've been able to articulate a very good answer in 10, 15 seconds.
It's just not how that process works.
It's not how the process works, to not actually answer quants.
No, well, we have answered the quants.
No, I've just put you the answer, and in 10, 15 seconds you've given an actual answer. That's how you answer a quant, surely. I think like this to me is a cultural thing, where if you're not willing to say, well, actually, you know, if I can give you an answer in 10 seconds that is actually an answer, we can maybe do better. You're just saying, one, I think what we did is fine, but also here's the actual answer. So why is there this lack of responsibility from people who are meant to be setting the standard?
I wouldn't reflect it that way, Senator. I would say we have answered the question, and it's not what we've put there is not inaccurate. It's not factual. It's a factual answer to your question.
A factual answer doesn't mean you answer
I could write you an essay on each of them, I'm sure.
I definitely don't want an essay, but you know, more than 8 words would be great.
I'll take that into consideration.
Thank you. I've got some questions about the so-called Middle Arm Sustainable Development Precinct project in Darwin. If there's someone who can help with that. Thank you. So we're 6 years into this project, 4 years of federal involvement. What's the hold-up?
So it's really a question for the Northern Territory Government. We are not running this project.
Okay.
We are absolutely waiting on the Northern Territory Government to meet the business case requirements of Infrastructure Australia before we can make a decision.
Okay, so it's sort of totally in the NT government.
Absolutely.
When was the last time that you went back to them and said, this is what we need you to do?
We meet with them on a regular basis, but they got official feedback from Infrastructure Australia, I believe in 2023, but let me just double check that timing for you. In February 2024, the Northern Territory Government submitted a Stage 3 business case to Infrastructure Australia, but given it would require further information for them to accept it and do their proper analysis, it was not accepted.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. And what date did you last meet with the NT Government about this?
I believe I met with them late last year. Yeah, we also talk on the phone regularly.
Okay. Can you tell me how many times last year you met about this project?
Yes, I can take that on notice for you.
Okay. And Minister, what's it going to take for you to actually just end this funding and put $1.5 billion to a far more productive use?
Obviously, it was an election commitment that we made a couple of elections ago, Senator Pocock. I, for one, am excited about the opportunity that a port expansion in Darwin would have. I spend a lot of time through the Northern Territory and see the opportunity myself, and hope that we can make progress and deliver on this project, but it obviously depends on the work of the Northern Territory Government to drive that.
And how long do you give the NT Government before you withdraw $1.5 billion? I mean, I think there's a lot of very exciting areas and businesses that $1.5 billion could genuinely start to kickstart production and things that aren't just sort of extractive, pull gas out of the ground and export it.
Well, I think common user infrastructure is an important part of that, and you focus on one particular element of that, Senator Pocock. I see enormous opportunity around the Northern Territory with other forms of development as well, and that's what we've been focused on as part of Middle Arm project.
Sure. My question was, though, a 2022 election commitment, how long do you give the NT Government before you say, actually, in an incredibly tight budget where things are being cut, we're seeing departments lose funding, $1.5 billion could actually be spent really well somewhere else?
That's not something that I'm aware the government is considering, Senator Pocock. I don't believe the Northern Territory Government are considering that, to my best understanding.
Sure. So the NT Government just have for as long as they need. There's $1.5 billion on the table for a gas export hub.
That would be my understanding, Senator Pocock.
Okay. Okay. So there's no date, whenever?
There's no date. There's no formal agreement yet to fund the Middle Arm. The funding is equity. It's sitting in the contingency reserve and will only be released upon successful assessment of that project against the Commonwealth Investment Framework.
Okay. And so with Infrastructure Australia, it's stuck at which stage? It's the stage 3 business case?
Stage 3 business case.
Okay. And what did it fail on? How did it fail?
There is a long list of requirements that the Northern Territory Government were given. I don't have them with me, but they were things to do with revenue modelling and modelling how they would sort of charge proponents to make sure that the port could actually sustain itself going forward.
Okay.
But there was a long list of things. That's just one example.
And have they said that they are...
Infrastructure Australia are due to give evidence at some stage today.
I'll be back, thank you. Have they given an indication that they will actually proceed, or is it basically just in limbo?
In our discussions with our counterparts in Northern Territory Government, yes, they are still working on the project. They are looking at how they might bring other partners potentially into that project, so that it's still under active consideration by the Northern Territory Government. But they have invested a lot so far in their business case, and so there's a question as to what it's going to take to finish off that process.
Sure. Minister, we've obviously heard a lot from the gas industry lately in their $11.2 million campaign to stop a 25% gas export tax. And one of the things they say is, in Australia they don't get any support from government. Do you accept that a $1.5 billion investment from the federal government into shared infrastructure that will be used by gas companies is actually federal investment in the gas industry?
Well, I don't think that's been determined, Senator Pocock, but as I said before, the government made a commitment around Middle Arm a couple of elections ago. We remain committed to seeing that common user infrastructure done, but we want to ensure that it goes through the due process. That's an important part of Infrastructure Australia's role, and you'll have the opportunity to put questions to them about where that project is up to.
Sure. My question was, though, does the government at least concede that the $1.5 billion will benefit gas companies, or you can't even concede that?
Well, I don't think that's established, Senator Pocock. So,
How so?
I certainly know that there's enormous opportunity for the gas industry around the Beetaloo Basin, and that there's projects and companies there that are making progress in that regard, but I don't think it's been established that that's the role that Middle Arm would play.
Maybe Ms. Rorter, the Middle Arm would actually process gas from Beetaloo. That's part of the business case.
So the Northern Territory Government, even though the project is still very much in its developmental stages, entered into what's called not-to-deal arrangements with a number of proponents. One of those proponents was Tamboran, who is a low-carbon LNG provider, and then there was a number of other sort of green energy, hydrogen type providers as well. So yes, gas export would be one component, or low carbon gas export would be one component if that project goes ahead in its current form.
And how's the gas low carbon?
A technical question I couldn't answer for you, Senator.
So, Minister, we've just established that Tamboran, the US-owned gas company, is one of the proponents, so it's established that there's gas infrastructure there. So can you at least concede that there's federal money going to gas infrastructure?
Well, it hasn't been developed, though, has it, Senator Pocock?
No, but you've just said there's $1.5 billion on the table for as long as is needed, and they've entered into do not deal contracts. So, like, this is not a gotcha. It's just you actually saying yes.
No, but we're not at that stage where the development has got the go-ahead, though, have we, Senator Pocock? So that's the point that I'm making, is that I think you're dealing in hypotheticals, and it's too early to judge that. There's obviously the work that Infrastructure Australia are doing, but the point I'm making is that the federal government remain committed to delivering on our election commitment.
And Senator, I also add that it's not about the government giving money to a gas company. It's about the government investing in common user infrastructure that creates an economic development opportunity for the North.
Yeah, and I guess this is what I'm trying to ask the Minister, though, is that, you know, the gas industry says that we don't receive any support. This is all we've bootstrapped ourselves, and that's why we shouldn't pay for this gas that we're exporting from offshore waters. Yet the Minister can't even admit that actually there's $1.5 billion of taxpayer money on common...
It's not going to a gas company. It's
no,
going
it's
to
not, but
common
it
user
would.
infrastructure.
Without that, you cannot see them actually building something like Middle Arm.
Well, I don't think that's been established yet, Senator Pocock.
Okay. Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator Pocock.
And Senator, sorry, just to follow up on your question, the last time I met with Northern Territory Government, 20th of October last year.
Thank you very much.
Senator McKenzie.
Thank you. I've got some questions for the Local Community Infrastructure Program. Was that the program that Senator Pocock was just... I don't want to re-litigate.
How long are you here for?
Now, how many projects, not proponents, but projects have been invited to apply for funding under the Major and Local Community Infrastructure Program? 229. In the department's incoming brief of May 25, it says the department tracked 136 election commitments to a value of $356 million. How many projects invited to apply for funding were Labor government election commitments, and how many were identified by the government following the election out of that 229?
All of the 229 were identified before date of the election. These are election commitments. Correct?
So sorry.
Unless we're not
I just want
talking about
to.
the
It
same
seems
program.
So it seems that the department's incoming minister's brief. We all hopefully get a folder post-election. Now, in case we didn't after the last one. But in May 2025, the department's own incoming brief to your minister says the department tracked 136 election commitments that had a value of $356 million. So that, to me, says the department was aware of 136 election commitments, but we've invited 229 projects. So I'm trying to identify how did the other... I can do the maths, maybe.
97?
Sorry, what was that? Was that you, Chisholm? 93 projects? No, it was them. 93 projects, how were they identified? Because they're not being tracked as election commitments.
So tracking of election commitments occurs across government.
Yes.
So it may just be that our department didn't pick them all up. So commitments are verified by officials as part of establishing the program. And this is done by citing a public announcement by the government that has confirmed the project's name, the funding commitment and the high-level scope of works.
And so you have consulted with other areas of government that will be tracking their own ministers' election commitments?
Prime Minister and Cabinet tend to keep a coordinated list as well.
A coordinated list of whole of government election commitments.
Yeah, and the program that we are talking about, which is the Major and Local Community Infrastructure Program, is just community infrastructure projects. There may have been other election commitments that were roads, things like that, that are captured under other programs.
Of course. Okay, so this was PM&C has the whole list and you tracked what you could. Okay, thank you. As an invitation-only grant opportunity, are applicants able to request in their applications more funding than what was committed through the election process?
No, they're not.
So if input, I want to build a girls' change room in suburb X, election commitments made, but we haven't got the detailed costings and the commitments made on that sort of figure. A year later, 2 years later, obviously with construction inflation, that's gone up quite significantly, but there was no opportunity for proponents to put forward adjusted figures.
No, because we're only appropriated in accordance with that list of agreed projects, a certain amount of money, and there's no additional money.
Were projects allowed to be re-scoped given the lack of funding? Okay, yes. Thank you. So no projects have been invited to apply for more funding than was committed by the Labor government?
Correct.
Data provided to this committee in February showed that there were 109 projects that had failed to submit their application by December 2025.
All projects that didn't submit by 1 December did, however, request an extension until the 1st of March.
And were granted that extension?
Yes,
and were granted, and all then met the 1st of March deadline.
Right. And so that is just the difference there, 120 projects in total. Did they have to submit extensions or did you proactively offer them?
They had to submit an extension request.
Okay. From the 1,900 pages of data provided yesterday, thank you, Mr. Betts, 3 grants have been withdrawn. Why were these projects withdrawn? And it's the Callan Avenue Reserve Upgrade, San Remo, the Tom Burke Reserve Upgrade and the Coolgardie Main Street Upgrades.
So the Coolgardie advised that they further funding for that project was not required, and so they withdrew from the program. The Callan Avenue again withdrew at their request. They said funding was amalgamated with re-scoped upgrades with Buff Point Oval project. And the Tom Burke again withdrew at their request. That was also related to the Buff Point Oval project.
And was that funded through some other mechanism?
Funded through some other mechanism.
So these actual infrastructure projects are going ahead in this local community, but without this program funding?
No, they're funded by this program. Those 2 projects were amalgamated with the Buff Point Oval project, and that funding
so Callan Avenue and Tom Burke were amalgamated?
Yes.
So what was the total of the amalgamated project? Did you say but? Something?
Buff. B-U-F-F.
B-U-F-F. Buff Point.
Buff Point. Thank you.
So the amount that was otherwise not allocated to Tom Burke and Callan Avenue was each had 110,000.
Yep.
And we'll just look up what the Buff Point one was for you. Sorry, it's a very long list.
Yeah.
545,000.
So that is how much was given to the Buff Point project, which included Callan and Tom. I just want to be really clear.
Well, it's still under assessment, but that's how much.
So what does that mean?
What does under assessment mean?
Yeah.
So all projects submit their application, and then the department undertakes an eligibility and an assessment check and assesses that against the selection criteria that are outlined in the program guidelines. So it's not a done deal that because they have an election commitment they will get the funding. They still have to meet the selection criteria in the program guidelines.
Is the problem that this is a National Party election commitment?
And all projects have to go through the same process.
So how many others are waiting to be assessed?
There are still 114 under assessment. 142. As at last Thursday.
Last Thursday. And did I hear the brief's gone up to the Minister for decision? Or
the one
these
that
are
we're
still
talking
sitting
about
in the
was
department?
regional precincts and partnerships.
Sorry.
These ones go up as we assess them.
Okay, and what's the timeline for getting those assessed?
It depends on how much further information we require as part of assessing the project. So we go through the project application, we assess it against the criteria. If we need some more information, we go back to the applicant, so that there might be a bit of back and forth. And then, so I guess it's how long is a piece of string, really. It can be quite quick, or it can take a little bit longer.
So what do you need from the Buff Point project to complete your assessment?
I'd have to take that on notice.
You don't have what it says. My understanding that project status in the spreadsheets we got yesterday, which I'm assuming come from data you've provided up the line, it says it's under negotiation, not that it's under assessment. So I'd just like to be clear.
I would take that on notice, Senator, because I have it as under assessment, so I will come back to you on that.
Could you? Because
clarify.
there's some nervousness out there around a great project that was committed to in the election, and under assessment means very different things to under negotiation.
Yes, it does. I will come back to you.
All right. And for projects with the status under assessment, when will the decision for their application, approval or otherwise, be determined?
So it happens on a project by project. So we read every day we're sending projects.
So how many
assessed.
staff are working on the assessment process?
Off the top of my head, around 20.
20? For 100 projects? 100, what did you say, how many were left?
229 projects.
No,
that
was
114.
114 left to assess.
Yep.
So what sort of rate of assessment? Are we getting 10 out the door a week, or if I, like, just on average?
5 to 10?
Yeah, 5 to 10.
5 to 10 a week.
Yeah.
Okay, and how is it prioritised, how you're working through the list of 239? Who's on the bottom and who's on the top?
I can't answer. I don't have that information. Who's on
Well,
the top?
maybe on notice, because every day that we wait, every month that we wait, I don't need to tell you the cost of construction inflation. And even from when these commitments were made, pre-May last year, we are now 12 months on, and costs of construction have gone up in excess of 30%. So that then makes it harder for often small community organisations to find that additional money, and it sounds like under the program they're unable to apply for extra money. So
the staff
how you determine priority here and the speed in which you get them out the door is actually important to the delivery.
The staff are working really hard to get
no,
through
I'm
them
not.
as quickly as
It's
possible.
not a criticism of the staff.
Yeah. We've also supplemented the team with
the
contractors
reality.
to try and do as many as we can, as quickly as.
And I'd also like feedback on if you had, when you're talking to proponents, them raise concern about increased costs, because I would find it very, having been in these sort of programs before, it often becomes unsustainable after a certain period of time because of the cost increase. So I'd appreciate if they're letting you know that or not. Thank you. I have some questions on The local infrastructure fund, the housing infrastructure fund. And yes, I know it's gone to Treasury.
Yes.
So, but I also know that there is a collaboration between infrastructure and Treasury when it comes to that MOG that occurred, so that the expertise that sits obviously in the cities and regional officials is not locked away, and is I just want to understand what involvement the infrastructure department had in the development of the $2 billion local infrastructure fund.
So we would have provided comments on submissions as they go through the system. We also provided input on what the demand was like.
Yes.
That was unmet through the first round of enabling infrastructure under the housing support program when it sat with the department. And there were various iterations developed that we commented on in terms of making sure that the program was well designed to meet need.
Yeah, because the knowledge sits within your department. But I'm just wondering, so Treasury's the lead?
Yes.
Yes. And is there an interdepartmental committee, or is there some sort of formal process whereby, as this is being developed, that information is being shared?
So they get shared through draft submissions, through exposure draft submissions, that sort of normal cabinet process.
Yep.
And we comment through those processes, but we also, pick up the phone to each other.
Yeah, of course.
And also chat through. We do have a working group, but that wasn't really the mechanism that we used for the cabinet, budget process.
Getting it set
to
up.
move very quickly.
So now that it's set up, is there a formal process for the submissions? I'm assuming go into the fund? How does it work?
So how it works is we would have conversations when we need to have them, and there is that formal mechanism, but it is more to share broader information around urban development, what we know about urban development, how that inputs into housing program design,
and where the bottlenecks are, etc.
And
don't build 1,000 houses there, because we haven't got a bypass yet.
For submissions that go through a budget process, they tend to be more, they move through the process quite quickly.
Yes.
And so they would be more where we might have initial conversations with Treasury, and then we would comment on exposure drafts or pre-exposure drafts of versions of how that program is being designed.
Yeah. So is there a national map or pipeline of housing enabling infrastructure gaps in growth areas? Is there some sort of, for want of a better word, Bible for urban development?
We don't have it, but Treasury may now that they've got urban policy responsibility.
All right. Yeah, I'll be asked. Yeah. Yeah, go for it.
This is of, as the Minister would know, of critical concern to a lot of local councils in southeast Queensland, Moreton Council, Regional Council, Ipswich Council. Do you have any concept as to how Treasury is engaging with, or is the department engaging with any of those councils who no doubt made submissions as part of the Treasury process, seeking really important local infrastructure that would open up housing areas and address some of the congestion issues as well?
The department is responsible for local government, so we meet very regularly with local government. We also engage regularly with the Australian Council for Local Governments. But in terms of housing, we would pass those questions, ideas, issues on to Treasury. Do
you recognise, and I'm sure Senator Mulholland would agree, and she's very aware of the issues north of the Brisbane River, that it's really important that there's close engagement with those local governments in states like Queensland, no doubt other states, to make sure that the government gets the biggest bang for its buck, if I can put it that way, in terms of application of those funds?
Absolutely. And I know prior to the merger, when Treasury had some housing functions and we had housing functions, we would meet regularly with the Australian Council for Local Government and jurisdictions to talk through the issues that you're talking about.
All right, thank you.
And I suspect they're continuing to do that.
Did Minister King have any meetings or an exchange of letters with Minister O'Neill prior to the budget announcement on the local infrastructure fund?
Not that I'm aware of. The other senator asked that question. We took that on notice. I don't know what correspondence might have gone between them. I do know that Minister Madeleine King, in her role for Minister for Northern Australia, in her meetings with the Northern Australia Ministerial Forum, there was a deep dive on housing and housing issues in the north, and I know that Minister Madeleine King did write to Minister O'Neill to pass on the work that working group had done in relation to housing, but I don't know about Minister King.
Okay, and with the $2 billion housing infrastructure fund, is any of that guaranteed to regional developments?
You'd have to ask Treasury that question. I don't remember
Minister?
what the submission.
Sorry. The $2 billion housing infrastructure fund, enabling infrastructure fund, which is a great recognition of our election policy of $5 billion to enabling infrastructure, because that is what will unlock housing supply, particularly in outer urban areas. If any of that $2 billion being guaranteed to regional communities like Cairns, like Gladstone, like Bendigo in my home state, that are also experiencing a lot of growth.
My recollection is $500 million has been set aside for regional council, and I think that was announced at the time.
Thank you. I've got a question now on Black Gully Linear Reserve Toowoomba. It's an election commitment. And I'm sorry these aren't all in order. This happened last night.
On a question I took on notice just before. Buff Point is under assessment. My understanding is it is close to finalisation.
Right.
And in terms of how we prioritise, it's in order of submission.
Okay, thank you. How does that work though for the gap? So when you say order, when they've actually...
When we get the application.
When you... so all those latees. So I just wanted to understand the status of the funding for Black Gully Linear Reserve and the Captain Cook Reserve projects, which were an election commitment by Labor at the 2025 election in the seat of Groom. And these questions are from a very hard-working local member in Garth Hamilton.
Can I check what state that's in?
That's in Queensland.
Queensland, thank you. And can you just do you know if it's in PSIP or IOC?
To what? This is the Black Gully Linear Reserve.
Yeah. It is.
It's $1.8 million.
Correct. Well
it's
found,
under
Ms.
negotiation, so which means we've
Under
assessed
negotiation.
it and we would be entering into a funding agreement with them.
Right.
With the council.
So, yes, with the Toowoomba Regional Council.
Yep.
So when are we expecting construction work to begin?
Usually those funding agreements don't take that long to negotiate, so as soon as they are ready to go.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I've got additional question in the South East Queensland City deal concerning the decision to axe Inland Rail. There will be questions for the appropriate agency later, but this is how that impacts the South East Queensland regional deal. So the Australian government's decision to axe the Inland Rail will actually have flow-on impacts to the delivery of projects in the South East Queensland regional deal. What sort of implications have you assessed it having?
Senator? I don't think we haven't assessed any implications to date. As far as I'm aware, the deals that the Australian government has committed to are continuing. But we can take a look at that on notice if there are any impacts. So
when the Minister made that decision to axe the Inland Rail, she didn't take into account the Toowoomba Railway Parklands project as part of the SEQ deal?
I would have to take that on notice. I don't have anything specific on that one.
It doesn't sound like you were consulted in that. So what would be the implication for the Toowoomba Railway Parklands project if the Inland Rail is axed north of Parks?
We'll have to take that on notice and talk with the Queensland Government. That project is still in planning. It obviously hasn't started
Clearly,
yet.
but
so
planning to what end?
We'll have to take that on notice to see how that might need to be adjusted.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I also ask you to take on notice the impact with respect to intermodal hubs that were being promoted as part of the Inland Rail project?
Ebenezer.
So, in particular in relation to Ebenezer?
The commitment as part of the announcement on Inland Rail was that we continue to work for securing the intermodal hubs.
But except it won't have the benefit of Inland Rail.
There won't be any track
preserving
to
the
it.
corridor and the intermodal hubs was part
We've
of
just
the
got a
announcement.
big paddock. We can have a logistics hub, but we won't have any trains going to it. That's okay.
If only you'd planned it well from the start.
Oh,
well,
all for the suburban rail, all for the suburban rail loop. Which, sorry, Senator Chisholm, you can't be backing.
Well, we support infrastructure all around the country, particularly
but not in the
constructively
regions.
with state governments.
A question in writing from the Minister was asked on the 14th of October 25 what the status of the Toowoomba Railway Parklands project was, and in that reply she said, it's part of the South East Queensland deal. The business case for the project is being developed by Toowoomba Regional Council. So what is the status of the project now?
I believe it's still at that same...
Has any funding been expended?
Well, it says it's still in planning, which means... so the Australian Government commitment... Sorry, it's not a very well-designed table. The total funding for the project was $25 million. The Australian Government contribution was $10 million. And it looks like nothing has been paid out yet.
Nothing has been paid out yet. When is it due to be paid out? What is the profiling?
I don't have that detail.
What's the profile? This gentleman might, if I could see his name tag, that would help. But what is the profiling of the $10 million that is put to this project? You can't just have lumps of money in a
No,
federal
there would
budget.
be an FFA that sets out what the milestones are. I just don't have that with me, sorry.
And I don't have it with me either. I'm sorry, Senator.
That's okay, on notice, and you would have seen poor Mr Woods last night profiling projects right around the country over 10 years, so I would like the profiling of this $10 million, how you expect it to be spent. When was the last time you met with the Toowoomba Regional Council to understand how they're going with their development of the project?
I don't have that to hand, Senator. I'm sorry. I do know that the team is in frequent meetings on all the projects we've committed to within the deal, but the specific meetings I don't have to hand. I can take it on notice.
I would appreciate it. Another question in writing. The Minister was asked about the status of funding, and the first milestone payment for the project is contingent on the development of the project scope and governance, etc. A time frame for the work is yet to be determined by the Council. Has the Australian Government sought this timeline? Has the project scope and governance been provided by Toowoomba Regional Council?
Again, I will have to take it on notice. I will say that the conversations we have in them and the timelines for these projects, we do keep track of, so I'm sure we will have that information to hand.
Maybe just a quick call. Okay, I now have some questions on local government. And these...
Just a question too, Senator. Would you like that? I might just
Yeah.
go centrally while you're checking your messages, Senator McKenzie.
If you don't mind, that's
Senator DeLuca.
I just have a question about the regional precincts and partnership program. And in relation to...
We did that purposely.
Just stay there, Mr. Baldry.
Yeah, thank you. Just in relation to the investments that the government is making in First Nations communities, can you give the committee an update on the on recent projects?
From the Regional Precincts
Yes.
Partnerships Program? Sure. So out of the ones that have been announced to date, there's 15 that have gone to directly benefit sort of First Nations communities. So some examples are Cobar Shire Council, Grand Central Precinct and Planning Project, Galandra Council in New South Wales, Hunter Park Multipurpose Youth and Recreation. In the Northern Territory, Nitmiluk Tourism Services Precinct. Also in Northern Territory, Central Australian Regional Community Precincts through the Northern Territory Government. And then Nitmiluk was through Jarwin Association Aboriginal Corporation. Also in Northern Territory, Big Rivers, Bush Floods, Botanicals and Community Precinct through Charles Darwin University, the Katherine and Big Rivers Multi-Sport and Recreation Precinct in Katherine, and the Gapwiak Industrial and Commercial Precinct in Arnhem Land. So they're the projects to date. Oh no, we have more. There's lots more. Do you want me to keep going?
Just a couple more, thanks. And if you could also, just a couple, let us know the investment and the amounts of the projects as well.
Yeah, sure. So in WA, there's the Walmanjun, which is Cable Beach foreshore redevelopment, where there's a big First Nations community through the Shire of Broome. The Australian Government contribution to that was $26.3 million, a total project at $42.3 million. The Kanawajiri, Panjur and Punmu Community Renewal, Western Desert Lands Aboriginal Corporation, also in WA. That was a $2 million project and the Australian Government funded 100% of that project. The City of Kalgoorlie Boulder Precinct Plan, which was a Australian Government contribution of $2.1 million. That was in WA. In Victoria, there was the Mansfield Precinct Heritage Package Project for Mansfield Shire Council that had First Nations elements to that project, which was a $7 million project, and the Australian Government funded 6.4. There are a range of others, Senator.
Thank you for that. And how are a lot of these projects tracking? Can you give us some examples? Are they going to time? Are they or?
So not all of them are going to time. Some of them are delayed for a variety of reasons. But yeah, there is a mix. Most of them are still in sort of construction phase.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have on that one today. And I did want to just take the opportunity to table a document. The committee has been having a great conversation over the last day and a half about the sham contracting arrangements in the trucking industry. We have got a newsletter from the Trucking Association with some highlights of recent roundtables hosted by Senator Still and the Australian Government. We've got some media articles from Big Rigs saying time's up for sham contracting in road freight transport. We have got the Prime Mover magazine, crackdown call on sham contracting at the VTA State Conference. We've got the Owner Driver magazine, Industry Welcomes Sham Contracting Crackdown. Just a few examples of the great work that Senator Stirl and the government have been doing to be addressing the sham contracting arrangements. And might I suggest that Senator Stirl has led more in the 6 months than might have been done in the last decade or so. Would you agree, Minister?
At least you had a question.
Thanks, Senator Delegar, and I'm not surprised you follow Senator Stell's work closely as a new senator.
I do very much.
It's something I do as well. He's always very, very active in this area, as is the new senator who just joined it, who isn't Malcolm Roberts. He's in there as well. But thank you for tabling that, and I look forward to going through it all.
Not accepting it?
Would have been courtesy to show us to us before
You're very welcome to. You're very welcome to.
So we'll have a look.
We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back. Yes.
We'll consider it.
We'll bring some wheelbarrows. Bring our wheelbarrows of newsletters and media engagements.
There's a difference between facts coming
Always
out.
interested in reading.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we've always got more to read.
Pleasant surprise.
Oh, you.
Now where were we?
Student history.
Any further questions in outcome
I know, right?
3?
Yes, lots.
I'll tell you what we'll do then. It is now 12:30 and we've...
I'm sure he sent it to you on your emails, Sheldon.
So we really seriously, Deputy Chair...
It's branch letter.
I can't possibly see how we can get to everyone on the list. And I think, with the greatest of respect, we've managed to squeeze them all in the last couple of estimate hearings, but people are coming from interstate for one question. It's not a good look for our community. So is there a possibility for you to have a conversation amongst yourself who we can say spend more time in outcome 3, take all the time you want, but we tell others you're not going to get on today?
We'll consider that, thank you, Chair. I had some questions, seeing we've got Mr Cutting at the table and we've seen the tragic death of a young child just out of Alice recently. I want to go to the Barclay City deal. Questions? As the Minister at the time, after the rape of a 2-year-old at Tennant Creek, the former coalition government set this up to actually assist as one of our regional deals to actually try and assist in that sort of never happening again. And so it's been very... I want to find out what's been done in the meantime. So thank you, Mr Lindenbaugh. You're the
Barclay Regional Deal was moved last year.
The city deal.
City
Regional deal.
Barclay Regional Deal was moved to our First Nations Partnerships division.
Okay.
So,
right. Good.
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. David Lindenbaugh, Assistant Secretary, First Nations Partnerships.
Fantastic. So I wanted to understand, get an update on the amount spent and the amount left to continue the project of the components that I've got in front of me. Are you able to assist with that? So the Barclay Local Community Projects Fund.
So Barclay Community Projects Fund, we've funded that 1.5 million and we've fully expended that.
And so that's complete?
It's still ongoing with Northern Territory Government, so we've passed that across the Northern Territory through an FFA, and they're actually going through grant applications and that at the moment to expend the remainder of that funds.
Okay, and when do we expect that ongoing to be completed?
There is roughly about 600,000 left within that, and we believe that'll be expended by the end of the calendar year.
Thank you. The marketing and promotion piece. Barclay Region Marketing and Promotion.
So some of these are actually funded not by the Australian Government. That one, I believe, is Northern Territory Government and Barclay Regional Council.
The Barclay Regional Council, but do you have oversight of... Part of the setup of this was to ensure Barclay Regional Council, NT Government at the time under Gunner and...
Yeah, so the marketing and promotion was across the Barclay region, and this was for tourism events and business and industry opportunities. So it was Barclay Regional Council, and that was internal funds and that by them. So it is completed.
It's completed.
And that by Barclay Regional Council.
Thank you. Community mediation.
Community mediation is ongoing. We have 1.65 million, and we have expended 0.33 of that. We believe that that is a focus in that for us over this period of time within Tennant Creek in particular, and we want to actually push that out for the remainder of the calendar year.
Thank you. The crisis youth support, the 3 million there.
Correct. So this was actually discussed most recently at 1 May governance table, and they're actually going through a process of looking at the crisis use report and actually reviewing it at the moment. So we have $3 million against that. We're waiting for the governance table to approve an approach for us to be able to then expend that $3 million.
Okay, and is there any timeline around that?
I can come back to you on
that. That would be amazing. The economic growth strategy.
So we have a working group around the economic growth strategy. So we did have 300,000 and we have expended 190,000 of that. We have an economic growth strategy in the next couple of months to actually look at the implementation of the strategy, because we do want that implemented over a period of time, and the remainder of those funds will be looked at how the strategy is actually implemented.
So the one that's got me most upset, and it's not just you, it used to get me upset when I was the minister as well, that when you're on the ground and you actually ask this community and the people working there in Tennant what will make the biggest difference. Is it the lighting project? Is it community engagement for young people? We had a whole lot of projects. And the one thing I heard was that we needed to map what was being provided by local, state, private and Commonwealth entities, to map that service provision, find the gaps and fill the gaps, because people on the ground knew that there were 3 entities doing the same thing, and then a massive gap that this little girl fell through at the time. It was also one of the cheapest things, which always blew my mind. It's the $600,000, and it's in progress.
Yes, correct. So the government investment and service system reform, I believe, is what you are referring to. So we have implemented 600,000 behind that to actually start that mapping. That will be ongoing over a long period of time, but as you could see, there are many different government departments, not only at the Commonwealth level but at the Northern Territory government level, and we're working with the Northern Territory government at the moment to actually implement that, to actually look at the gaps. So has the map been done? Do we know where the gaps are? Not at this point. It is through the working group that will actually be able to provide those gaps, and then the governance table has oversight over that.
We inked this a long time ago. What's the hold-up?
I believe the hold-up is just the working with Northern Territory government to be able to have the data, to be able to back up the evidence positions, to be able to implement what the system reform and that would be.
How many homes funded, upgraded or repaired under the programs connected to the Barkly Regional Deal have been upgraded? And what benchmarks does the government use to determine whether housing conditions are safe?
I can take that on notice.
Thank you. Yeah. Has the department undertaken any evaluation of whether the Barkly Regional Deal has improved the outcomes for Indigenous children in areas such as school attendance, family stability, housing security, them being in vulnerable situations? How can the government... Anyway, I won't get political on it, but what are you measuring?
There was a review conducted last year, and I can take the specifics of your question and actually have a look at that and take that on notice and respond.
I would really appreciate that. Yep. I would really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Financial assistance grants. This question is from the Assistant Shadow Minister, who wants to understand why councils will be receiving a reduction in financial assistance grants in the 26-27 year.
So, Senator, I don't think there is a reduction necessarily. The financial assistance grants there was the decision to bring forward some 26-27 funding into 25-26, which will be paid in June. But otherwise, the likelihood is we do bring forwards every year. We'll bring forward funding from 27-28 into 26-27 such that there's not a decrease. But it is linked to indexation, so it does increase every year.
And this guy's a good friend of the Minister, I think, President of ALGA, former Mayor of Gladstone, Matt Burnett.
Still Mayor of Gladstone.
Still Mayor. I haven't been to Gladstone for a while, but yes, I know Mr Burnett. But he said councils have not been given the same support to meet local community needs through secure, untied funding. They've obviously been arguing for continuation of the Lurkey program that the government has axed, and they support financial assistance grants they believe have gone backwards as a share of Commonwealth tax revenue, is Mr Burnett's claim. And he is saying that funding for local governments through financial assistance grants has declined from 0.51% to 0.49% of Commonwealth taxation revenue in this budget.
Well, they're up 5% on what they were last year. Senator McDonald asked some of the questions along these lines only an hour or so ago, Senator Mackenzie.
And what we said to Senator McDonald was that it's not based on taxation revenue. It hasn't been based on taxation revenue since 1986. It's based on population and is indexed. So it is to measure it against different factors that actually don't influence the methodology behind it is difficult. But yes, there is a 5% increase from one year to the other. As we spoke to Senator McDonald, there is the Local Government Financial Sustainability Inquiry. We have provided a lot of data into that inquiry, and as well as attending hearings, and we await the recommendations from that inquiry.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure the councils aren't backwards in coming forwards in making their funding claims. So I'll let Mr Burnett know that you don't agree with the metrics of measurement that he's using.
We often disagree with Mayor Bennett, so...
Okay. I'm assuming Senator McDonald asked about the Cloncurry Shire Regional Precincts program?
She did.
Yep, thank you. The Thriving Suburbs program, has that been examined by Senator McGrath?
James did a bit on it.
Yep, great.
James did a great job, actually, so
yeah.
Move on.
Look at that. Queenslanders unite. Maroons, one and all. My question is around Minister McBain and Minister Chisholm. You'll be able to answer this. The question is, does the Minister plan to present the Local Government National Report for 25-26? Is that busily being drafted for her?
Senator, the 25-26 report won't be available until between 18 to 24 months after the financial year. The latest report...
So it won't be due till 2028?
We'd expect it at the end of the coming... So 18 months
okay, so
from...
financial year 25-26 is about to end in a month and a half. Does that help your maths?
Yes, it does. Apologies, Senator. Yes.
No, it's okay.
So yes, 2028 is when we would expect that report to be tabled.
All right, thank you so much. In 2022, Minister McBain outlined that constitutional recognition of local government would be a priority for the second-term Albanese government. Oof, that's ambitious, given how... Anyway, now into your second term. What is the government's position on constitutional recognition of local government? Minister, that's one for you.
Thanks, Chair. And it's not something that I've been focused on, Senator Mackenzie, in terms of my responsibilities, but I certainly know that there's probably the only person more passionate about local government in the government, other than Minister McBain as a former mayor, is the Prime Minister. Very much loves local government, former local government minister. So I'm sure that we want to continue to work closely with the Australian Local Government Association, bringing back ALGA and the dinner. I know the Prime Minister's been well received at that, and I know that we've got another ALGA conference coming up shortly, which the entire government is looking forward to.
Okay, so when she was interviewed by national media outlet, Minister McBain, as the Minister for Local Government and Territory, said she thinks it'll be a priority for this government and we want to look at it in our second term. Well, the second term's well and truly on the way, Minister. So can you take on notice, checking with Minister McBain as the responsible minister and working with the Prime Minister that you say is loves local government, whether he'll throw his hat in the ring for a second referendum in his second term on this topic. Thank you. All right. I think it might be... Oh, we've got 10 minutes till lunch, is that right?
Yeah.
We could go to... I'll just ask a couple of questions on Minister McBain's regional ministerial budget statement speech, which said... I'm getting instructions to do something else, I'm sorry. Hunter... Mr Cutting, was there projects in the RPP around in the Hunter?
We'll take a look.
Mildura and Gilgandra, I think, are in my head. So I wanted to understand the status of the project titled Mildura Airport Precinct Runway Upgrade. It's a project supported by the Mildura City Council. And I wanted to understand the status of that application for Mildura Airport. Where am
I? I'm assuming, Senator, that if it hasn't been determined yet, they would be in batch 6, which currently sits with Minister McBain.
Yep.
For decision.
Okay, and that's sitting on the Minister's desk, so it's gone through your assessment and
Correct.
Sitting waiting for announcement.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. RPPP Gilgandra Shire Council project, which is the $14 million Hunter Park Multipurpose Youth and Recreation Precinct project under Stream 2.
Yes.
Giving you all the highlights there. The council would like to know, why have there been delays in providing the deed?
We have been negotiating with New South Wales around the FFA agreement we need to put in place. Part of the discussions have been around the length of the time the project will take to complete, and we're working hard to settle with them. I understand that we are approaching a point where we'll be able to have the agreements out shortly to Gilgandra.
How much does New South Wales take to administer the program? Anything? The project?
Don't have it to hand, but we pay $150,000 when we initially signed the first FFA, and we give
1% of the project value.
1% of the value of... How much is the program in total?
The total RPP program? Yeah. 400 million.
400 million? Minzy's getting a nice little cut there, isn't he?
That's not to New South Wales, that's the total program.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. So
yeah.
All the states.
That's all states.
Right.
Together.
Could I have a breakdown of the 400 million by state?
Yes, you can. So far, we can't give you the whole 400, but I can give you the 230 million that's been approved.
Why don't we wait until round 6 is announced, and then you can give me the whole 400.
Happy to.
By state, with the ticket clip to the state governments.
Yep. Yeah.
Is that ever a competitive discussion about how they can actually administer these programs more efficiently? Or is it just a flat rate?
It is a flat rate at the moment, yeah.
Okay. So council can expect to receive the deed imminently.
We are nearing a point where we will have things, we're hoping to have things settled, is what I'm going to say.
Very well said. Good. All right. We'll go now to, I think I've done both those. Just returning to Minister McBain's regional budget statement. On page 126 of budget paper 2, it says $30.1 million is being provided over 3 years for Round 10 Stronger Communities program. In the ministerial budget statement, the speech said $22.5 million was allocated to deliver the programs. What is the correct allocation?
So the correct allocation that will flow through to councils is the 22.5. The other costs relate to the administration costs that we pay a large chunk of that to the Business Grants Hub.
The Grants Hub.
To administer that program on our behalf.
Is that still in industry?
Yes.
Oh, wow. What a money spinner. Anyway. Why does it cost 7? Yes, well, I'll just say Grants Hub. But has anybody, is the government review, and Minister, this might be a question to you if you don't know, Ms Rauter, but is the government looking at reviewing how the Grants Hub, because it wouldn't just be the infrastructure department that's...
No, it's everybody.
It's everyone. Like, are we going to look at how Grants Hub is run so that more money is actually going to communities rather than to Grants Hub?
I'm happy to take it on notice.
That would be great. I would really love a bipartisan
response.
approach to that on behalf of the people. How many staff are employed to administer the Stronger Communities program?
We were funded for 2 staff.
Yes, that's why you have to go to the Grants Hub. Will Stronger Communities Round 10 be similar to previous rounds, providing $150,000 per federal electorate?
Yes, that's the current plan.
Yep. And local MPs will continue to be responsible for establishing community advisory committees to assist in local projects.
Correct.
Yep. Are the guidelines going to be the same as round 9, or will eligibility conditions be relaxed to allow greater diversity of project applications?
We are looking at eligibility to see what we can do within what is lawful.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
When, in which year, does the department intend to open applications for round 10 of Stronger Communities?
It'll be opened in 26-27.
26-27. When are those guidelines changes going to be heading up to the Minister for approval?
So the team are working on them now. Obviously, we only found out about this at budget a few weeks ago. So the team have been working on...
you probably found out when you helped her with her submission.
on the design of that program, now that we know that it's been approved, and we are working as hard as we can to get them up to the Minister.
So given the timeline, 26 community organisations need to... Are payments for the Stronger Communities program also subject to go through state and territory governments?
No. The Business Grant Hub provides that money once the project is approved, and at the end of the project they submit their project report accounting for the monies they've been provided.
So is the contract with your department, or is it with the Grants Hub?
The contract will be with the Grants Hub, but it can go directly to a local government. It doesn't have to go through the state.
Yes.
Right. What if you're just a local footy club? Do you have to go through, and you're not in the local council?
You would have to go into it in partnership with your local council.
Okay, wow. What is the constitutional basis of providing SCP grants direct rather than via the states, when the Minister has determined thriving suburbs and growing regions grants should be delivered via the states for constitutional reasons?
So it is lawful for the Commonwealth to provide funding directly to a government organisation, and local government is counted within that, so we can provide payments directly to local governments.
And have you received advice from the Solicitor General on that regard when you were developing the guidelines for these projects?
We are still developing the guidelines and we will get legal advice on them when they're developed.
Sorry, say that again.
So once the guidelines are developed, we will get legal advice to make sure that they are lawful.
Okay. Chair, I think that's it for me.
Perfect timing, Senator Mackenzie. So what we'll do, are you finished in outcome 3? Coming back?
I think everything else can go on notice.
Okay, very good. So let's suspend till 2 o'clock and come back with outcome 4. And I know Senator Pocock has some questions in outcome 4 too. All right, see you all back at 2. Thank you. We're good to go, yeah, that's fine. All right, now in outcome 4. Senator Pocock, you have questions for outcome 4? Fire away.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your time this afternoon. I've got some questions about the Commonwealth Park Aquatic Facility. Interested if the AC government has requested additional funding for it so that it can be like for like and have a dive platform and a dive pool.
They have not yet. They are considering the community feedback that was given to them, including around the dive pool, but they have not yet asked us for additional funding.
What's the process if a jurisdiction does want to expand the scope of a project and seek 50-50 funding?
That would be go to the relevant minister, and then government would consider it within budget context.
Okay. Is this part of the National Capital Investment Framework?
Yes, it is.
What about the Bruce Stadium scoping study?
Yep, that is underway, so that's being managed by the department, and we have been very actively working with ACT Government and the National Capital Authority to progress that. We've procured a firm who we expect will give us a plan in June.
In June? Mm-hmm. What's the process from when you have receipt of that plan in June?
We'll consider its findings and its recommendations, and we'll put recommendations to government as to what the next steps might be. There's no further commitment other than to deliver a plan.
Are reports like that made public?
That will be a call for the minister to make.
For the minister. Generally, does the minister decide to make them public, or I'm just...
Sometimes plans are made public too, yeah.
Okay, so it's totally up to them, maybe. Do you know the size or capacity of the convention centre that's being contemplated as part of the Convention Entertainment Centre precinct?
There has been some preliminary estimates made in terms of their first sort of business case on that. I'm just looking for that detail. I'm not sure I have it with me though. But yes, there is some initial, but obviously they're still going through a very detailed design process. But there has been some estimates as to how the capacity of that entertainment precinct, which we can take on notice for you.
Okay, you don't have them here today?
No, I don't have that with me, sorry.
And how does the Commonwealth think through investments in these sorts of projects to make sure that they are at a scale that will actually serve the jurisdiction, or is that just up to the jurisdiction to decide how long they want it to last?
Look, it is really very much a call. It's an ACT government-led project and ACT government delivered, so we would trust the advice of the ACT government. We would obviously do our own sort of value for money assessments, and we would work with the National Capital Authority to make sure it was in line with their planning as well.
And do you know the timeline on the convention centre scoping studies?
Yes, we do have that. I believe that is supposed to be delivered by 2029, off the top of my head, but I'll wait for my colleagues to...
2029?
Yeah, it's a very extensive...
Why does it take so long?
It's a very good question for the ACT government. Correct. Yeah, 2029. I think, look, it's supposed to be, by the time it gets to that point in terms of our funding commitment, is supposed to be shovel ready. So there's an awful lot of engineering planning that has to go on, environmental planning that has to go on, as well as moving, obviously planning to move the pool to a new site so that they can reuse that area.
But would you have expected that to take less than 2029?
We'd always like things to be done a bit quicker than they are, but these things are complicated and they take time, and there's consultation processes and there's different design processes that need to take place, so that's when the ACT government have advised they can deliver it by.
And so have they commenced early design yet or not?
Yes, they definitely have commenced the design. So far they have delivered on a number of milestones. They've delivered a functional design brief as part of that, which is a design brief outlining spatial and operational requirements, including early precinct master planning to support project feasibility, and they have also provided a delivery model evaluation plan, which is a report recommending the preferred delivery model supported by comparative analysis, risk assessment and project objectives. So that's a milestone 1 under our Federation funding agreement, and that milestone has been accepted and payment made on the 4th of May.
And so, is it normal for the rest to take 2.5 years? It just seems like if that work's been done, or is that's basically just up to the ACT government?
Look, I'm not an urban designer, so I'm really taking the advice of the ACT government as to all of this, how long each of the steps in that process will take.
Gosh, it's a long time. So realistically, when can Canberrans expect to have a new convention centre if things do go according to plan?
So right now, the Australian government has just committed to the design process for it to be shovel ready, and I suspect it's up to the ACT government to submit a request for how that then gets taken forward.
But your expectation
is
is
put a timeline on it for you.
That by the end of 2028, start of 2029, this project should be shovel ready, and should they want to start digging?
If all goes to plan, it should be shovel ready in 2029. I'm not going to say early 2029, I'll just say in 2029.
Just in 2029, so it could be the end of 2029.
Could be. Look, we are not controlling the process.
Yeah, no, I
ACT
understand
government
that.
control that process.
Man, that is okay. That's just everything just seems to take so long here in Canberra. Okay, so the hope is that sometime in 2029 it'll be shovel ready, and then it's really up to the ACT government as to putting in a funding proposal, potential commitments from the Commonwealth government. This sort of funding through the NCIF and light rail funding, etc., does that come out of our GST, or is that additional money?
It's additional money.
Additional money.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I'd love to know and notice the initial scoping, like how big is the convention centre?
We can definitely take that on notice. We do have that detail,
in terms of
so
square metres and seating capacity.
Yeah. Okay. We can share with you what we've got.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
That was easy, thanks, Senator Pocock. Outcome 4. Anyone? No. Okay, beauty. All right, thank you. All right, thank you, outcome 4. And we will now go to our core Air Services Australia.
Wow, we've been cranking through it. Fantastic chairing.
Never in doubt.
Let me see. So that's... We should make up 3 hours' time, eh?
Easy. Overwhelming. That was audible.
I have a question that I would like to ask.
Air Services? Oh, sorry, to Josh.
Pardon?
No?
Yes. Oh, well, we...
Right, I now welcome officers from Air Services Australia, including the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Rob Sharp. Mr. Sharp, do you wish to make an opening statement?
If the committee has time, otherwise I'm happy to table it, Chair.
Today.
Well, let's see how those words ring out about 5 to 11, but go for it.
11.
It's encouraging. See if we can get past hello to our witnesses and one question, but anyway. Mr. Sharp, fire away.
Thank you, Chair and Senators. I am pleased to report that since last time we were here, our service performance has continued to improve. It was a focus of the conversation. Our strategy to boost this resilience has been through enhanced recruitment, training and rostering processes principally. And we've actually started to see the establishment of pockets of standby staff, which is a key strategy for resilience. We had a successful Easter holiday period. In fact, it was one of the days there was the busiest April day in 7 years, and our performance through that period has been acknowledged by industry stakeholders. We also acknowledged that there was a need to continue to build our resilience, and there's been a 92% year-on-year reduction in tower service variations last month, and no attributable air traffic delays at the 4 busiest airports. We're on track to support the opening of the Western Sydney International Airport,
having taken extensive community engagement in the lead up to the opening. So residents are aware of the flight path changes that will come into effect. And we've progressed testing and commissioning of our digital aerodrome and also the aviation rescue firefighting services that are based there. The government's decision to provide air services with additional equity funding in this month's budget provides short-term liquidity to enable us to continue investing in our service reliability, but also importantly to transition through to a new long-term pricing agreement with our airline customers, and that process is underway with the ACCC. And as part of that plan, we've already delivered $100 million in savings through support function efficiency, expense discipline and management of supplier costs. Separately, we continue to explore a strategic partnership proposal to accelerate the financing for replacing and upgrading critical firefighting assets and infrastructure. No decision's been made yet, and I'm sure we'll be talking today on that point. And just lastly, the Middle East conflict has had a very significant impact on Australian aviation activity, with capacity reductions announced in response to fuel and supply chain impacts, and we're working very closely with industry to support sector initiatives. Chair, thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr Sharp. Before I go to Senator DeLiga, I was proud to be in Kununurra on Friday at the opening of the new runway. And we know you're extraordinarily busy at Air Services, and there's a lot going on in your space. I was just wondering how far away they are from getting your final tick-off so they can now actually use the runway. Because it's a very short window of opportunity for the tourist season.
So with regard to Kununurra, it's not a matter for Air Services to give the tick-off. That would be with the Civil Aviation Safety Authority.
Oh, CASA? OK, I'll take it up with CASA. Thank you. Thank you. Senator DeLiga.
Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along again. Last estimates, Mr Sharp, I believe we were speaking about the co-investment proposal, and obviously my union, the CPSU, and also the UFU are still quite concerned about the co-investment proposal. Can I just get on the record that Air Services have not proposed privatisation at this stage?
Air Services disagrees with the categorisation that this is privatisation. It misrepresents the nature of the strategic partnership. And the reason for that is that we actually retain full control over the decisions, including all the safety elements. I remain accountable under the Act and for all the regulatory compliance, and full control and responsibility over the staff and the delivery remains with us. So all firefighters remain with us. What this does do is bring private financing in to fund our assets. It is another option to us effectively borrowing money through the bond market, which is a private source of funding. This is national critical infrastructure, and so it would be quarantined, if you like, to Australian sovereign funds, because we do recognise the importance of these assets. I would also say that this actually enables us to bring forward and support safety critical elements. Safety is a pretty key focus for us. In fact, it's under the Act, it's our priority focus. And the decisions on all safety related matters sit with Air Services. The accountability sits with me, and it brings forward much needed equipment which is at end of life in facilities, and along with that the new capabilities that are attached to it. So for example, this enables additional vehicles that allow off-airport emergency services and community response. It also brings forward training facilities which will enhance our training. If we go down alternative paths, it's likely this will be 10 plus years. This brings it within 5 to 6 years. The flow on economic benefits are also significant, and we need to play our part for the sector, which is investing $40 to $50 billion in extra capability. If we don't invest in pulling this forward, those economic benefits will be lost. So I hope that gives you a little flavour, but we don't view this as privatisation.
I'm always concerned about privatisation with public services, Mr Sharp, but obviously Air Services would have known that their fleet was ageing, right? So have you put money aside for any of the assets?
Very similar to the whole sector. During COVID, investment in a lot of equipment, infrastructure paused. So if you look at the airport arena, a lot of the major infrastructure paused for about 4 to 5 years. And there's now a 10-year bubble that's occurring, $40 billion across nearly all the airports. Internationally, very similar trends with our peers, the ANSPs. So in the US, for example, they've just had $31 billion US tacitly approved by Congress over there for very similar activities to upgrade the air services or the air traffic management systems. And so for us, we were no different. The focus, if I look back historically, was on managing the industry downturn. Our revenue pretty much evaporated. There were some funds that were allocated through that time to assist, but the investments in a couple of big initiatives did continue. So One Sky and the technology enabling infrastructure. So that aged infrastructure continued, but that was the limit of the debt facilities that were available at that time. What we've flagged is that there is an aged asset profile over the next sort of 5 to 7 years, and we're looking at different options to put on the table to consider funding. And in this instance, it's really marrying long-term patient capital with long-term assets. So if you're building a fire station that's going to last 30, 35 years, you would have a commensurate Australian sovereign funds that match that. And that's a decision for government and the Board of Air Services ultimately.
And so I understand that there's been no decision made. And have you got a proposal that you've put forward as yet, or you haven't even, or are you consulting with staff? Like, what's happening in that space?
There's been extensive consultation with staff. Our enterprise agreement requires us to consult pre-decision. Our board has not met to make that decision. And at present, we're consulting and getting input from all the various government departments, including the Minister and Minister's Office. That process is continuing. Just to give you a flavour for it, there's probably been about 120 plus formal sessions with our staff. We've been very transparent and shared all the documentation, and we'll continue to share in the next stage, pre-decision, the final documents, and then a decision would be made by the board.
And as part of the whatever you're thinking at the moment, what you were saying before is that all the employees would remain government employees regardless of what you're thinking?
Correct.
Thanks, Chair.
Good.
Yeah, Senator Scarr.
Mr Sharp, do you recognise, though, that the unions, relevant unions in particular, consider what you refer to as the strategic partnership or relationship as privatisation, at least in part, to the extent that there are government-owned assets which are being sold? It almost meets the definition of privatisation.
This is actually, to be quite frank, no one would want the assets we have at the moment, and the reason is they're end of life.
No.
This is actually about acquiring new assets.
That's a different question. But I understand the pressures in terms of the maintenance and etc. with respect to the assets. I understand the commercial dynamics, and I believe in market-based solutions, right? But I'm just interested in how you push back against the use of the term privatisation. So there are government assets, currently government-owned assets, which are being sold to the non-government sector. Is that correct?
Correct. There's about 5 or 10% of the $2 billion involves that. The balance, the 95%, is actually new assets and replacement of the assets. But look, the unions have made it very clear that their view is that they see this as a potential risk for staff to be outsourced. That's what they've indicated to me. They view any funding externally as being a privatisation, but I find that a bit challenging because our main financing source over the last 5 years has actually been external debt. It's exactly the same. It's sorry. Short term.
Well, sorry, Mr Sharp, it's not exactly the same. No. Debt is debt, equity is equity. If you sell an asset, even though you lease it back, it's still it's still a privatisation of those assets at least, isn't it?
We can debate the nuances. What I've been very clear on is what the nature of this is. And the particular issue is, will our staff be outsourced? And I've given a very public commitment, and I'm happy to put that in writing, including from the board, that this is not about our staff leaving. In fact, I view them as our core asset. We invest heavily in them.
I agree, Mr.
The training is at a very high professional level, and we wouldn't be looking to lose that capability.
Absolutely agree, but I just want to quote a headline from an article in the AFR by Mr Mizzen says, $135 billion QIC emerges as preferred air services privatisation partner, end quote. So do you recognise that if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, you know, maybe it is a duck?
That particular article was a supposition. We've never talked to who the partners are because no decision's been made. I understand the arguments and what the issues are and the risks. Yeah. What everyone does agree on is that the assets are at end of life, they're critical and they need to be replaced. Sure. So everyone agrees on that. We're really almost talking a position here in terms of what is the nature of the funding exercise and over what time frame will that occur and what are the risks between those. And what we're presenting is those options.
No, I understand the rationale. Yeah. Last question just on this issue is, so you said there will be no transfer, no outsourcing of staff.
Correct.
Under any proposal that's currently being considered.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that includes with respect to staff who are involved in maintenance of the assets?
The maintenance, there's the frontline firefighting staff are absolutely staying, and the 40 people that are actually in the maintenance area, we haven't made a decision on it. It's very clear.
Mr Sharp, you just said to me that there would be no, Mr Sharp, you just said to me, sorry, Senator, but you just said that there would be no impact on staff. Are you now...
There's no impact on the firefighting staff, and there's no impact probably on these staff as well.
You just said there hadn't been a decision.
I think in my question I actually gave you an and/or. I thought it was a pretty blanket...
yeah. Yep. So in respect to the, we had this conversation at the last Senate, and I was very clear then as well. There's 40 people who currently do the maintenance on the older vehicles. There are a number of options that we've put forward, including retaining those staff, and that is the feedback we've received from the unions. They would like us to retain those staff. So no decision's been made on that, but from the firefighting staff that go out and fight the fires, there's a blanket guarantee that they are staying, and I'm happy to put that in writing.
I appreciate
to
that,
the staff.
But I think it is important we get on the public record, especially because of my fellow senators' questions earlier, that what you're saying is it's still an open question as to whether or not maintenance jobs or staff holding maintenance positions, and you referred to a figure of about 40, stay within the organisation or go outside of the organisation.
The current status is that we've consulted on the options there, and we haven't made a decision on it, but the feedback has been from our unions is that they would want, their preference is to have that option where they stay. So
sorry, their preference is that they have that option to stay. When you say...
No, they want those staff to be retained by Air Services. And we're taking all this feedback on board. We've had hundreds of items of feedback from our staff, and all of that will be taken into account as we land a decision and the board makes a decision.
And what's the timing on that?
The timing is once we get the final input from the broader stakeholder group, we'll share the last couple of documents with our union representatives, and then there'll be a decision as to whether we would proceed to a board process and a board decision.
Any
so
indicative,
what's the time?
Indicative timing? Just indicative.
It'd be probably months, but I don't think it's going to be any longer than that, because we're at a point where we need to make a call one way or another. So we're at the pointy end of getting and soliciting all of that input.
Okay, thank you, and I was pleased to have the opportunity to help my fellow senator.
I'm glad we're on the same page, Senator Scarr.
To clarify the meaning of privatisation, Mr Sharp. Selling Commonwealth assets, I think, whether it's Australia Post or Qantas back in the day.
CBA.
Yeah, Commonwealth Bank. would be termed privatisation, but somehow for you, for Air Services Australia, it's not?
So in those examples, the entities were sold, including all the staff. This is a particular physical piece of infrastructure.
The staff were sold.
Sorry?
Sorry. It was just a turn of phrase that I... Yeah.
Right. Are there any further questions?
Yes, lots.
Put your feet up, this.
Okay, we've got a lot of time on aircraft noise, as everyone at the table would appreciate. So I want to understand what the cost savings over the forward estimates of resourcing the existing aircraft noise ombudsman are. Just year by year.
No.
I'd have to take that on notice.
I haven't got the actual cost. You're talking about our A&O organisation that is potentially moving to the department. Is that the... Yep.
So you don't have your forward estimates numbers?
I haven't on that, no. But
does Mr Webster, he's the Chief Financial Officer with a massive folder?
I'd have to take that on notice, I'm afraid. I don't have any estimate for the forward for that particular part of the organisation. It's an independent part of the organisation reporting to the board and not something that's typically consolidated into a normal forward.
Where does the funding for this independent organisation come from?
The funding comes via the same sources as all our other funding, predominantly via charge to airlines as our customers. But it
comes from you. It comes from Air Services Australia, or does it go directly from your customers to the independent organisation, or does it come through your finance officers?
Thank you, Senator. It comes from the customers into Air Services Australia and is used in order to fund this service, but I do not have that specific item that you've asked for.
Do you have it at home or in the office, or is it data that you would have?
I don't have easy access to that information as I'm sitting here today. I
appreciate that.
I prefer to take that question on notice. I understand the question I've been asked.
Thank you. In terms of Brisbane Airport, I asked the department a raft of questions yesterday and was referred to you, and I'm sure your diligent staff will have let you know that. I guess part of the issue with the approval of the Brisbane Airport Master Plan is the noise component. As the department explained it to me yesterday, you have an opportunity to feed into the approval process of the master plan. The concern that has been brought to me as the Shadow Minister is that trials for mitigating noise using a raft of strategies that we've canvassed for years in this component of estimates are currently being trialled but aren't going to be included in the current master plan. And I want to understand why you've taken that decision, because it is causing a lot of angst in the community who fought long and hard for some of these things to be trialled, and now they're not even going to count in the approval of a master plan because it's current flood plans.
Yes, Senator, thank you, and I understand the optics. I'll ask Jackie O'Dea to talk.
What about the reality, Mr.
Yeah, and this
Shah?
is the reality. There's a very formal process for master planning, MDPs, and what gets put in those.
Yes.
The trial is actually part of our noise abatement reviews, and package 3 is where we would actually action those, and that's something that Air Services would do. But there are some nuances in terms of what goes into a master plan versus that particular exercise.
So I don't need to be walked through again the approval process for a master plan. I got that off the department yesterday.
Yep.
The question remains why you wouldn't avail Brisbane Airport and the community and your clients of the data that you're gathering from the trials as they speak now to inform the noise management.
And we do, but it's through the process of the package 3 review. And I'll pass to Ms O'Dea. It's not the approval process of the master plan. What you're asking is, would those items that are trialled not go into the master plan as a forward-looking? I understand the question.
So we're at the final point of the approval process, as I understand it. You have a direct ability to put additional data in for consideration by the Minister, and my question is why you wouldn't be putting in information around noise mitigation that's coming out of the trials.
Thank you, Senator. Jackie O'Dea, Chief Risk, Noise and Environment Officer, Air Services Australia. Firstly, we can make the point that we do take on board all of the information that we've received from the community. We've had a lengthy community engagement process in respect of the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane. With regard to the master plan, I am aware of the exchange yesterday with the department, but I thought, in order to just really clarify and put this point to bed, there is a process that was prepared by the department. It is a summary. It was prepared specifically for the Brisbane Airport Community Airspace Advisory Board in November 2024, and it sets out very clearly the approval process for both MDPs, or major development plans, and for the master plan. And if I may, I could table that for you so we could look at that. And then, Senator, to address your question more specifically.
Yes, thank you.
Air Services has a very specific role in relation to the delivery of, or our input into a master plan, and that is quite separate to the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane. So with regard to a master plan, there's really 2 points of input from Air Services.
Yes.
The first is with regard to the endorsement of the ANEF. Yep. And so we have a specific role under the Airports Act to endorse an Australian noise exposure forecast, and we did that for the Brisbane Master Plan in July 2025. And then secondly, we have a role providing for feedback with regard to the draft plan, which is provided by the airport to the department. And that role and that consultation is the same for all other stakeholders. So we play 2 roles in relation to the master plan.
So is it the evidence to the committee that Air Services Australia input into the Brisbane Airport Master Plan approval is to consider the current flight paths, meaning pre any changes that have been instigated, is what you're recommending to the Minister?
Senator, yes, we consider the current flight paths in the development of the ANEF, and the reason we do that is because in order for the airport to be able to produce the master plan, it wouldn't be reasonable for them to be basing that master plan on future flight paths which haven't yet been determined under the Noise Action Plan.
What ability is there, once the master plan is signed off by the Minister, for there to be, for Air Services Australia to change? Once it's signed off, though, that's kind of, I know from Moorabbin, there's no ability to then change that plan from the community level.
So, Senator, the community engagement in relation to the master plan is done by the airport, and really it's a 20-year forward-looking strategic direction.
So you're saying that flight paths and the noise mitigation won't change for 20 years?
No, Senator, I'm not saying that. That is all happening as part of the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane, which is quite separate to the master plan, process.
Yeah, I get it. Okay, I just want to get an update on tracks, please. What are the costs for the engagements of tracks to date? What exactly were they hired to deliver under the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane?
So, Senator, I'll pass to my colleague Mr Webster in a moment to tell you the costing, but they have worked very closely with us in relation to the development of the flight paths and the investigation of the various recommendations as part of the Noise Action Plan. And Mr Webster has the costings.
The flight action plan that's not part or hasn't been put in for consideration with the approval of the master plan?
That is a separate process.
Mr Webster.
So thank you for the question, Senator. Tracks International Limited, we spent $556,870 in the last financial year. That was specifically on the work for Brisbane Noise Action Plan activity. The information I have in front of me doesn't quote any further spend in this financial year, but I can come back to you on notice on that point.
Have you got anything over the forwards, please? Because this is budget estimates.
We're not currently forecasting any additional spend over the next period.
For the next 4 years? For the forward estimates?
Over the next period that I have here, we're only looking at, I have a single year budget at this point, which is not endorsed nor approved by my board at this point. So I don't actually have a multi-year forecast at this point.
Mr Webster, you're Air Services Australia's Chief Financial Officer.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, your CEO earns nearly $1 million. Mm-hmm. Everyone at this table, that is millions of dollars. And you are here at budget estimates of the Australian Senate, and you don't have the forward estimates because the budget handed down by the Australian government is a 4-year document. Sometimes in this department it actually goes out for 10-year projections for infrastructure projects. But you've come here with what? Just this financial year's figures?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The activity that Air Services Australia follows follows a corporate plan process. I have one here with me. That corporate plan is for a 5-year period. However, the corporate plan last year, due to the very particular difficulties in the financing arrangements for Air Services Australia, was only for a single year. This year, we will be completing a corporate plan for 5 years, but that work has not yet been concluded and will be concluded over the course of this winter. When it is, that corporate plan is tabled.
So was your board okay? Was your board okay with a 1-year corporate plan?
So I will initially answer that question, but I'm very happy to pass to Mr Sharp. Yes, our board was comfortable with a 1-year corporate plan in the context of the particular difficulties of the financing of Air Services. Wow. As you're aware, there's been a period of 10 years of no price increases, meaning that there's been a 24% reduction in real revenue over that time period. Since that was the case, there's been a need to ensure that we could adequately finance the business going forward. We are, as Mr Sharp has indicated, we have gone out to the debt markets on a regular basis. The last occasion was for a $500 million medium-term note last month, which was successfully placed. But there was no ability for us to forward plan the long-term capital structure of our business, which is one reason why we're so pleased the government have been able to come in with an equity injection into our business of $600 million.
On notice, I would like you to, given that you haven't had any, say, almost effectively a freeze, is that what you're saying on?
Yeah, our prices, other than a 6% interim adjustment in 2026, the last set of price increases went in 2015.
2015. I would also like to understand the increase in corporate management's wages from 2015 year on year. You can give that to me on notice when you get back to the office. I'll finish on tracks, then I know Senator Scarr has some more questions as someone that's very concerned about the Brisbane noise issue. Given the residents of Brisbane have been impacted by noise since the new runway opened in July 2020, we're nearly 6 years on, what has Tracks delivered to date, and are they on schedule? You're not planning to give them any more money?
Senator, I'll ask Ms Day to discuss the outputs of that particular Tracks contract.
Senator, thank you for that question. We have completed significant amount of work in relation to the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane. There were 82...
I'm specifically interested about the Tracks component of this, not the Air Services. Yep.
Okay.
What have they... So they've produced the report? Is it...
So essentially they have worked most closely with us in relation to the design of the changes that we've implemented. And so a number of those have been things like a move to an overwater departure path that crosses Stradbroke Island. It's been moved further north. They have assisted with that. Another overwater departure path has been moved from the new to the legacy runway. We've added what are known as segregated modes which are contingency operational modes for when airport is running at reduced capacity. There have been changes to early morning non-jet operations to turn them over airport land, climb over water. It's that type of thing that we've been working very closely with Trax on for some time now, and all of those things have delivered benefits to the people of Brisbane.
Thank you. What is Think Research's role in relation to the Noise Action Plan?
Senator, I've only been with the organisation for just over a year now, and I am unaware of that role during my time with Air Services. I believe they have contributed to some community research, but I might just ask my colleague, Mr Russell MacArthur, our Head of Noise and Environment. He's had a longer involvement than I.
Thank you, Senator. Russell MacArthur, Head of Noise and Environment, Air Services Australia. So Think Research were engaged about 2 years back in some of our flight path design principles that we were actually looking at. So we were looking originally at a flight path decision-making framework, which you'd be aware of as part of the impact and mitigation of aircraft noise inquiry. They're also then engaged in an advisory capacity for the Brisbane Airspace Community Advisory Board, and they've been providing technical expertise to the community reps on that advisory board to provide them advice in relation to flight path design.
Okay, well, on notice, I would like to know how much they were paid. Do we know that, Mr Webster?
I'll take that question on notice.
Have we been able to independently verify Trax's work? Where are they located? Like, where are they domiciled?
Senator, so Trax International are domiciled in the UK.
Right.
They were engaged originally as part of the Brisbane Airspace Post-Implementation Review Advisory Forum under your government.
Yep.
And they conducted some of that initial work as an independent expert to actually provide us inputs into our flight path design. Based on their post-implementation review that was tabled for that forum, that then led into the work that they were engaged for that led into the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane.
Mr MacArthur, by saying your government, are you suggesting that the minister at the time got you to employ Trax?
No, Senator, I'm saying that they were engaged initially during 2022 and they transitioned into between administrations.
Yep.
Sorry, Senator.
Thank you. Has Minister King been made aware of any delays or concerns regarding the engagement of Trax or Thinking Research? Have we let Mr Sharp, have you let the Minister know?
Senator, I'm not aware of that. What I am aware of is that the Brisbane exercise had about 82 specific action items, and of those, about 50 of them were airspace changes. So this has been a very complex environment. If I look back, I would be fully appreciative of having a technical expert working with our teams on something of that scale. So I would be surprised if we haven't talked about Trax historically, because it's been very public. They've attended a lot of the consultations with us and they've worked through those 50 items, specifically just on Brisbane.
So when will the package 3 be released publicly?
On timelines.
Senator, we will have package 3 and the decision-making completed and published decisions by the end of July this year.
This year?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Senator Scarr.
How many of you got Senator Scarr? Because I might share the... I did have the Greens are on the list, mate.
Yeah. No, I'm happy for Senator Wish-Wilson to go first, but I've got about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. All right. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, Senator Scarr.
Caring, sharing.
That old joke about what all young Liberals have got in common is not true, then.
I'm not familiar with that joke.
I didn't learn to share. Oh, no, you did. Okay, thank you. I've got a few questions about, and apologies if these have been covered already. Been in Environment and Comms all day. The follow-up from Senator Hodgins may ask last estimates around privatisation of aviation rescue and firefighting services. Has the government made a decision about the proposed strategic partnership to privatise aviation rescue and firefighting services functions?
The short answer is no. The ultimate decision sits with the Air Services Board, and we're currently consulting with a number of government departments and the Minister's Office in regards to input to that process.
And when do you expect to make that decision?
As I mentioned earlier, it will be within a short period of months. We are nearing the end of our consultation. Two elements of that will entail completion of our pre-decision consultation with our unions, and there's approximately a month where we share documentation and receive input on the last of the materials to be shared.
Okay. And Minister, are you able to say whether your government has a policy on this? I know my understanding is previously, going back to 2016, Labor did oppose the privatisation of these services at ASA. Is that still do you have a policy on this?
The expectation is that the employees will remain government employees, and that any other proposal would be considered by government. Any other proposal would be? Considered by government.
Sorry, I missed that last bit.
Would be considered by government.
Would be considered by government, okay. Could I ask, how does the current strategic partnership proposal differ from the previous proposal that was rejected in 2023? I understand it was also developed by PwC.
I think this particular proposal has been developed specifically to pull forward the funding of assets that are end of life. I'm not fully across the proposal, the historic proposal, but my understanding was it was a full outsourcing, what I'd call privatisation, with staff being involved in that. This is not that. So we'd have to do a full analysis back to understand exactly what the differences were.
So when you say outsourcing, so that in this case, was there a competitive open tender that PwC won to oversee this privatisation process?
The process itself has a number of advisors involved, and we've been very careful to make sure that we're following all probity steps through this process. So there's been a number of iterations, including market soundings, through to the current exercise where we have a number of advisors involved. But we're still working through the process. We're still getting input to it. And as I said, the proposal's not final yet. We haven't actually had all the relevant stakeholder input, including the final stages of the input from the union representatives.
Okay, can I just ask that again, though, Mr. Sharp? Sorry. Would you, the way you answered that, you didn't necessarily say it was a kind of open tender or a competitive tender. You said there was a number of
we use
entities
Commonwealth.
involved. Was it a standard Commonwealth tender process?
Well, there's a number of procurement processes involved in this, but by and large we use the panels of the Commonwealth through this process, and these processes will be subject to audit. They are subject to a number of probity advisors at the moment. So we actually have a strategic procurement advisor giving the board independent advice on the procurement processes and whether we're following them. That is something that we've got as a high focus, and we committed to government departments that we would wrap this with probity, so it wasn't just Air Services Management making a call.
So because I'm not familiar exactly with what the processes are for the department, would you classify it as a competitive and open tender?
For some of them, it's through the procurement processes of appointment through the tender process, or what I'd call the panels, the Commonwealth panel process. There were others where for the initial areas they were direct appointments based on market benchmarking, skill set, specific criteria. It's not one approach fits all. There's a number of parties involved, and each of those went through their own specific procurement processes.
Okay. And how much are PwC getting paid for their services?
PwC Consulting are not involved. It's a securities financial licensed advisory business that is providing advice to us.
Okay, and are you able to say how much they're getting paid for their advice?
I'll just pass to Mr Webster if he has that amount there.
that would be something that isn't going to be finalised until after the transaction. If the transaction were to go ahead, would go ahead for. There is a success fee component if the transaction were to go ahead. So I would prefer to come back with that number if and when the transaction occurred.
A success fee, when you say transaction, you mean the privatisation?
So this is a financing arrangement.
Yes, where you're leasing back.
Covered. So
yep.
There's about $2 billion worth of asset replacement here at stake. And so part of the payment is structured so that if that $2 billion becomes available for procuring assets, then some of the payment would flow into the organisation that helped structure that deal, and that way we've spent less money upfront in going through it. So any number that I quoted for the upfront cost at this point would exclude all of those items.
Okay. Could I ask, when you talked about an investment corp, I think the word was you used, is it Queensland Investment Corporation, QIC, as it's been reported in the media that's you've begun exclusive negotiations with them, is that correct?
Look, we're not going to talk to something that's supposition in the media. We have confidentiality agreements with the actual funders of this proposal whilst we're going through the actual process. Are you claiming commercial in confidence,
Mr. Sharp? Is that what you're claiming?
Correct,
right?
Yes. And that will become public in not too distant future. However, at the moment we're subject to commercial confidentiality. The QIC was a supposition by the media as to who the parties or party may have been.
Right.
So I can't confirm one way or another.
Could I get some advice, Chair and Secretariat, whether commercial in confidence in this regard is an acceptable? I didn't think it was.
Sure, we'll follow that up, mate.
Yeah.
We'll follow that.
Could I ask Mr. Rain whether I could get some advice from you on that, whether this is a... my understanding is you're not able to claim commercial in confidence to not provide that information, so I'll loop back to you on that.
Yeah, you need to take public interest immunity if you want to do that.
Okay. So is there any wording that I need to use? Sure. I'll loop back on that particular issue.
I'd need to take some advice on it as well, Senator, clearly.
Yeah. Sure. I know there's a script I'm supposed to know, but isn't how I pronounce it. But
that's why I've got secretariats.
Exactly. So could I ask? So you with what you claimed earlier, or what you told me earlier, you're claiming that if it is, for example, a single Queensland Investment Corporation or another entity, you're comfortable with the probity in the selection process?
So what we firstly recognised was that these are important assets for the nation, that they're safety critical, and so any long-term funding needed to be aligned with Australian sovereign ownership. So we had some criteria which pretty much created that as the kernel for who in the market might fit that particular criteria. And then there was a quasi-tender in terms of those organisations that met that criteria who would be potentially interested. That was a non-binding expression of interest from those organisations. And in the end, there's a particular consortium with a couple of entities in it that met that criteria. If that criteria hadn't been met by the market, we would not have progressed past that point.
And was one of those criteria, the implications for community support during natural disasters and emergencies, where we know that these assets have played
we have a commitment
roles?
That where we are involved in community emergencies and there's mutual policies and procedures. At the moment, our equipment is at such a point that often we're not able to actually deliver on that at the moment. This proposal actually brings some additional vehicles in to enable that policy to be actually enabled. And it is something that the UFUA in particular has raised with me, that issue is one that is very clear, and we've given an absolute commitment. We see that as a vital role. And what we're trying to do is actually get the equipment and training and things in to enable that to occur consistently.
And on that, on the training as one aspect of it, obviously over many years, various unions such as the CPSU and others have raised concerns around health and safety concerns around privatisation. Have you consulted with them about the strategic partnerships to date?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we've had probably 122 specific consultations, including with all of the actual firefighters who will use this equipment and use the facilities. We've had considerable feedback, and we're taking all that into account, and will form part of the final decision recommendation to the board. From a safety perspective, there's a number of elements to this. Diesel particulate is something that is a challenge for us. Particularly in enclosed older facilities. Having new facilities enables us to actually address some of the airflow issues that will mitigate that. And all the new fire trucks we're looking to order are Euro 6 compliant, very, very reduced pollution. So there's a lot of safety benefits, particularly on particulates. But notwithstanding that, the new capability trucks, a lot of our trucks are 20, 25 years old. The ergonomics, the way they operate does create stress and strain, and so we do have a higher level of stress and strain injuries. These will help considerably in that space. So there has been a strong safety focus on a day-to-day basis with our staff on these trucks.
Okay. I may provide some additional questions to you on that on notice. And perhaps you may need to take these on notice, but in relation to aviation rescue and firefighting services, ARRFS, are you able to say how many units have provided support to rural and regional firefighting services over the past 3 years, and what kind of support they provide?
You've taken on notice? We'll take that on notice.
Take that one on notice. And how many of Air Service Australia's ARRFS units are based in rural and regional areas? And lastly, what would be the impact if the ARRFS units could no longer provide support to rural and regional firefighting services?
I'll take
that last one you may be able to answer.
Yeah, I'll take the detail on notice, but we did just put a submission into the recent regional committee. I got it here. It was on pricing and support in the regional areas. What we're doing is progressing what we call our next gen infrastructure. So these are regional investments, and Public Works has signed off on those. So this is fire station rebuilds in Cairns, Mackay and Rockhampton. There's Tender Bay works in Gladstone, coal drill grounds in Cairns, Mackay, Rockhampton and Gladstone, and a minor hot training ground decommissioning in Cairns. The funding for those has already been allocated and is underway. So we're prioritising the regional areas which historically have not had those facilities replaced. And there's, as part of this $2 billion asset refresh, 700 million of that is directly targeted into the regional areas over the next 5 years. So it's a very substantial investment profile. Those areas for air traffic management, the areas for air traffic management in those areas are tower upgrades at Broome, Rockhampton, Albury, Alice Springs, Hamilton Island, which is a full tower rebuild following a cyclone, Karratha, Launceston, Mackay and Townsville with the ILS system. So there's a lot happening in this space in the regional area.
Okay. And sorry, could you remind me, Mr Sharp, how long you've been Chief Executive Officer for?
I've been in the role for 18 months.
18 months, okay. Because it's been put to me, this is, I suppose, a fairly broad question, that the reason that Air Service is considering going down this role of privatising and leasing back assets, the $2 billion in upfront costs that you've mentioned, is you've got a funding crisis of ASA's own making. In
That's
terms
right.
of its previous decision making between 2005 and 2023. You reduce your fees to industry by 35% for a combination of freezes and voluntary cuts in 2019, and if you reverse those, you'd have the funding you probably needed to keep these in house. Is that a fair? Maybe it's not a reflection on you given your tenure in the role, but do you think that's a fair?
Obviously, being in the role for 18 months, I've asked those questions and looked back at history. I think hindsight's always a wonderful thing. Where the revenue was coming through in the early stages, one of the reasons those prices weren't put up was that the volume of traffic was growing. So the building block model that's used for pricing was generating cash. Pre-COVID, that's where the investments were put on hold, and I mentioned earlier that the whole industry for 5 years paused infrastructure build, and that has been a contributing factor. Interestingly enough, coming out of aviation into this role, similar organisations nationally, UK and the US, are all experiencing a similar issue. So about 20, 25 years ago, cash came into the aviation market, radar systems, sensors, air traffic control systems were implemented, and our peers are experiencing very similar challenges in terms of infrastructure replacement from legacy investments 2 decades ago. So I think those were all very significant contributing factors. Could some of those decisions have been made earlier? Potentially, but I wasn't around living the dynamics of the industry at the time. I was on the other side in aviation.
What about you, Mr Webster? Were you around for that
no,
time?
unfortunately, I joined Air Services Australia in February of last year. So, like Mr Sharp, I'm looking at what has happened in the past and looking at what we can do about it into the future. It is worth just noting, you just mentioned about the building block model. One of the other things that obviously happened during COVID is aircraft size changed, as all the legacy international carriers all retired their 747s. We're remunerated on the basis of MTOW, maximum takeoff weight of aircraft. So flipping the bill for a 747 into the bill for a 787 or an Airbus A350 which landed up reducing our average income per aircraft landing on the international side. So there was a few things happened which weren't obvious in 2019 and do look in retrospect look fairly obvious.
Thank you. Am I able to just check the wording, Alan, to contest that commercial in confidence claim? Is there something I need to say, particularly in relation to public immunity?
Probably go through the acting chair at the moment.
Yeah.
Essentially, Mr Sharp probably needs to take it on notice and consider what he can.
Here for question 5.
In lieu of the chair, acting chair, Mr Sharp could take it on notice and consider whether you or not you want to claim a public interest immunity.
I'll take that on notice, and I need to get some advice on it myself. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Senator McKenzie? Senator Scarr. Yep, sorry.
Actually, I think Senator Colby just had a short 1 minute worth of question on Tasmania, and then I've got some questions on Brisbane. It's foreshadowed by Senator McKenzie.
Senator Colby.
Yeah, I just want to get a quick update on where the new approaches at Hobart Airport are at in terms of final decision and then implementation. I think you know the sequence of questions.
Yes, indeed. We're very focused on that at the moment. Senator, I'll pass to Ms O'Dea.
Thank you for the question, Senator. In relation to recommendation 4 with regard to Hobart, we expect to be making a decision in the next few weeks on that and publishing that decision by the end of June.
Okay, so the time scale hasn't really moved all that much, has it? It's about the same sort of time frame that we spoke about in February.
Exactly.
And then implementation is sort of 9 months?
Implementation timeframe will depend on what the outcome of the decision is, Senator. So if we go ahead with recommendation 4, then that would entail actually moving the current short flight path, the arrival path. If we don't proceed with that, then there will be no implementation timing there. It will be between, we would expect to be able to do that by the end of the year, if in fact we do proceed. Yeah.
I mean, the question for me is people are wanting to understand what's going to happen and when. And so what the impact will be and when it will apply.
That's right.
Decision by the
end of June.
So within 5 weeks?
Absolutely, yes.
And based on decision, implementation, if there's a change by the end of the year, if not, things remain as they are.
That's
effectively.
correct,
Are they the two choices?
They are the two options with recommendation 4. Either we proceed with it or we don't proceed with it. So either the flight path, the short RNPAR flight path moves 2 to 3 kilometres to the east, or it remains where it is.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, Senator McDonald, with your indulgence, Senator McDonald had just some short questions on Townsville.
Yep, sure. Thanks very much, Chair. So I turn back to the vexed problem of the lack of an ILS system at the Townsville Airport. Has the Department of Defence and/or Queensland Airports Limited provided a recent update to Air Services on the recommissioning of the Townsville Airport instrument landing system?
Thank you, Senator. I'll pass to Mr Curran.
Thank you, Peter Curran, Services Deputy Chief Executive. The latest update I have with regard to Defence and Townsville Airport are that we, as you're aware, turned the ILS off in January this year, and that the works are underway. The civil works associated with the runway extension are underway, and Air Services has looked to minimise the timeframe we will require from when we're able to access the site to reinstall the ILS to 9 months, and we're expecting that operational date to be 1 March 2028 at this stage. So there's no change to the date, I think, from our advice to you and the February estimates.
Marvellous. Are you aware of any safety issues at Townsville Airport since the decommissioning of the ILS and subsequent reliance upon the global navigation satellite system or visual approaches?
Senator, I'm not, and just for clarity, we don't provide the air traffic control services at Townsville. The Defence Force do, the Royal Australian Air Force do. However, we are monitoring through a manual process at our end any diversions. I've got no diversions that I can report to you, but we're going to continue to track any diversions associated with Townsville for the period in which the ILS is out, so we can know where we may need to make inquiries to understand if there are any issues.
What about go-arounds?
Senator, because we don't provide the services there, we don't have those insights. It would be diversions from Townsville to other airports where we do serve.
I've been on a few flights into Townsville.
I am aware of that,
in wet weather recently, so I have some views on that. How much notice will Air Services require from the Department of Defence and/or Queensland Airports to begin the process of reinstalling the replacement ILS once the runway extensions are complete?
Senator, perhaps notice isn't quite the point. We're working alongside them. We've got some long lead items that we're ensuring our suppliers order ahead of time, but what we require is 9 months once the site is free and accessible to be able to install and operationalise the ILS. That includes flight tests and those sort of things to make sure it's appropriately calibrated.
And the ILS will be returned only for runway, I think it was 01, but not 19, is that right?
I think that's correct, yes, 01 is my recollection, Senator, and so it will be the same category ILS as it is today. I should add it will be a brand new ILS. Today the ILS that's there is the oldest ILS Air Services operates.
Okay, terrific. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, Senator Scott.
Thank you. I'll stop deferring to my colleagues now. Ms O'Day, I was very impressed with how articulate you were outlining the processes in terms of the master plan, and I also note that you bring to Air Services Australia quite a wealth of very senior corporate level experience working for one of Australia's largest property companies. So I'm interested in how long have you been with Air Services Australia now?
I started on the 10th of February 2005.
Right. So what have you done since then to gain an appreciation of the depth of frustration and concern in the greater Brisbane region, in my community, with respect to the issue of aircraft noise? And since the new parallel runway in Brisbane was opened in 2020, there have been thousands of people impacted in the greater Brisbane area, and it's impacted their health, it's impacted their quality of life, and there is such a degree of frustration in relation to this issue. So at the outset, I'm interested to know, what have you done in the last period, over 12 months, to get your head around that issue?
Senator, one of the key things I've done is I have taken a role as a member, or I participate in the Airport Advisory Board, which is the community board that was set up specifically for the Noise Action Plan for Brisbane. And so as part of that committee, I hear directly from community members in relation to their frustration. I have also gone with actually Ms Sarah Natty from the department and sat at least 6 or 7 different locations. We spent basically a day spending time in the suburbs, some of the most affected suburbs in Brisbane, just listening to the aircraft flying overhead so that I could fully appreciate exactly what some of these communities were experiencing.
And what are your high-level reflections on what you've heard?
Senator, it's clear to me that there are some communities in the inner suburbs of Brisbane, where I spent most of my time, that do receive a lot of aircraft noise. The other thing that has struck me since I've joined Air Services is how many people within our organisation are genuinely committed to doing their absolute best to minimise aircraft noise. And of course that is in accordance with our requirements under the Act, the Air Services Act. Okay. And so we are taking it very seriously. We have spent many hundreds of hours and, as we heard earlier, quite a bit of money with Tracks International in order to try to ameliorate the situation for Brisbane residents. So
Senator McKenzie has been a champion for the residents of Greater Brisbane in relation to this issue, and I really thank her for that as a Victorian Senator, and was of course a driving force behind the Senate's report in 2024 in relation to the issue of noise. Have you read that report?
Yes, I have, Senator. Yes.
Have you read any of the submissions that were made in relation to that report?
I can't recall them all off the top of my head, but I have spent quite a bit of time reading a lot of material.
So that was part of your process of becoming familiar with the issue?
Absolutely, yes.
Well, I commend you on that. If I can ask you in relation to the Noise Action Plan Package 3,
yes.
As I understand it, it will continue to route aircraft over residential communities instead of the Gateway motorway corridor. And you might be aware that there was discussion about the benefits which would flow to residents in my area if the flight corridors were adjusted such that there was greater use of the Gateway motorway corridor. In fact, a former Air Services Director of Operations stated during the 2022 post-implementation review community briefings, and you may not be aware of this because you weren't part of Air Services Australia then, but he stated the modern navigation now enabled a Gateway motorway alignment which represented the best noise outcome for the most amount of people. That was a direct quote. So can you explain why that preferred, I'll call it the preferred overland departure option, wasn't included in Package 3?
Senator, I'm going to have to take that on notice in relation to the detail of it. I don't have that to hand as to exactly why that may not have been included. There was certainly quite a number of options that were included in Package 3. In fact, I think there were approximately 29 and we've got about 13 left which we are currently considering. And of the 29, 12 have been completed, 5 are ongoing, and they're applicable across all of the packages for Brisbane.
Okay. Well, I might have to ask you to take a number of points on notice here. We'll run through them. If you or anyone else who's here today can provide any additional insight as we go along, I would appreciate that. But do any of your colleagues have anything to add in that regard?
Not in relation to that particular flight path. Okay. So I'm aware of the Southern Overland departure flight path that you're referring to.
I'm watching your face to see if you move an eyebrow or something that suggests to me you have something to add.
Thanks. No,
so be guarded with respect to your facial expressions. The former Director of Operations stated that the Gateway motorway alignment was assessed as providing, I quote again, the best noise outcome for the most amount of people. When was this assessment undertaken and why was it not disclosed during the Package 3 public consultation?
I'll have to take it on notice, Senator.
Okay. Air Services Australia's flight path design principles require consideration of noise-sensitive land uses, including schools, childcare centres, residential areas and places of worship. What is the justification for routing the and I'm not sure how to pronounce this acronym, so I'll just spell it out, SANEGSID, over noise-sensitive land uses, including Tingalpa State School, which is a local school in our area, Gumdale State School, when a gateway motorway aligned alternative is available. Now, the point there is we've got planes going over those schools when the residents thought what they refer to as the gateway motorway alignment was being considered and would have provided an option for those schools to be saved the cost of those flights going overhead, causing the disruption they're causing. In Ant Services Annual Report 2024-25, Minister King's Statement of Expectations 6, Stakeholder Engagement states, and I quote, "I expect Air Services to undertake effective and productive engagement with the community and industry based on mutual understanding and respect." And I know, Ms O'Day, I'm comforted by the expression of your comments, so I do hope that occurs. What consultation has Air Services undertaken the past 2 years with communities affected by that SANE G SID regarding the introduction of performance-based navigation which materially changed aircraft noise impacts for this flight path?
So, Senator, I can't speak specifically to the SANEG waypoint. That's a standard instrument departure, and it's a waypoint over that departure path. But I can talk about exactly what kind of engagement we've undertaken, which would naturally have included discussion of the gateway motorway alignment. So in terms of Package 3 engagement, we've met with over 350 different members of the community at 318 face-to-face sessions and 36 online sessions. We've put together a webinar which has had over 1,600 different views. We received 1,751 submissions and 2 petitions which we've reviewed. We have hosted engagement sessions in 11 suburbs, 70,000 project web page visits, 35,000 document downloads, and we produced 5 videos, some of which have been viewed many thousands of times each. So we have conducted a very extensive engagement in relation to all of the options on the table for Package 3, which I'm confident would have included the one that you're referring to.
So given that level of engagement, the concern in the community is no doubt that statements were made in 2022 post-implementation review about the merits of the gateway motorway alignment.
Yes.
And yet that does not seem to be reflected in Package 3.
Again, Senator, I'll have to take that on notice specifically.
Okay, all right. So if you could do that.
Thank you.
I've got, Senator McKenzie, do you want to take further questions on this or do you want me to continue?
Are you still going through?
We're up to item 3.
Yes, I was just going to go to the pricing agreements. How many times in the last 6 months has Air Services had to impose a GDP at airports due to staffing shortages?
Senator, I'll pass to Mr Curran to talk about the service level performance.
Senator, thank you. In regards to the ground delay program, I would have to take on notice instances where we've had a ground delay program. What I can provide information on is any instances where we've had any material impacts that have led to any sort of cancellations and that sort of outcome.
Sorry, so you can't tell me how many times you've had a ground delay you've had to impose a GDP?
Senator, we run ground delay programs for a whole range of reasons, as you appreciate.
No, I appreciate it, but surely you capture the data of when you do it.
Yeah, I haven't got the data for when the GDP has been run associated with any staffing, but what I can...
Well, what about a general one without the staff, as a result of staffing? What's the number there, Mr Curran?
Well, I can share the instances where we've had any impacts due to our staffing that have led to a cancellation, any instance of
Is that the only piece of data you've got?
I have some other pieces of data around the average Air Services attributable delay per minute, per flight, if that's helpful.
Well, that's quite granular, but you can't tell me how many times in the last 6 months you've imposed a GDP for any reason.
I'll have to take that on notice, Senator. We run a GDP in Perth a number of days of the week, every week, given the excess demand that's there compared to the capacity.
But I would think that would be quite a critical piece of data to run your business. And then we've talked about the staffing of Air Services Australia, again, for years, that is always something we discuss, but you haven't brought that information with you today.
I've got any instance of whether there's a cancellation and the Air Services attributable delay per flight. I can provide that today.
I would like a table with your ground delay program being imposed by location and by reason. And if there are weekly ground delay programs in a given location, why would be really helpful. Is there always a rain event at 9 a.m. in Perth, or whatever the reason is? I want to know why. And I would have thought your board would like to know that piece of information too.
We can provide that information for the aerodromes that we run a GDP at, which is the 4 majors, yes.
Yep, thank you. In the last 6 months, how many flights and passengers were impacted? So how many cancellations and delays?
Senator, thank you. For this calendar year? This calendar year?
Yes, that'd be great.
Yeah, okay. There's been a total of 72 cancellations across the network, which were attributable to Air Services. Yep. The vast majority of those occurred on 2 events in January, which we canvassed at the previous estimates on the 15th of January and the 17th of January.
Okay. And do you have the number of passengers impacted by those 72 cancellations?
Senator, we don't have insights on how many passengers are on a particular flight.
What procedures have you put in place to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Senator, thank you. I think the primary process we have in place relates to our recruitment and deployment of air traffic controllers. I'll refer to Sydney directly because that was the topic we discussed. Yep. Just then with regard to those 2 events. We've increased the number of air traffic controllers in Sydney in both the tower and the terminal control unit. We now have above our core demand level, our requirement, and we've also implemented some other procedures to give us greater on-call capability, which is a voluntary on-call scheme that we've introduced so that we have greater assurance of resilience in the event that there is a short-term unplanned absence.
Okay, so the long-term pricing agreement is coming with a change. What is the magnitude of that change?
The process is that we're probably about halfway through, Senator. We've put a proposal in with the ACCC.
When did that go in, Mr.
However,
Sharp? When did that go to the ACCC?
Went on the 2nd of April.
Thank you.
It will become public once they've actually reviewed the documentation and ensured that it meets the requirements that they have, so imminently. The process then is that the airlines and the airline community who are impacted by any price increase actually put submissions in, and there's a review process by the ACCC who will then provide feedback to us in regards to the baseline proposal that we've put up. That process is about to become public. I presume in the next month would be my assumption, but it is the ACCC timeline. And obviously through that process there will be debates around the building block model. So there's a standard pricing model that actually generates a price. So it's not us just putting a price in, it's actually us building a building block model, which is the methodology that a number comes out of.
Okay, so can you, what is the magnitude of the price increase, as I asked, that you submitted to the ACCC?
Look, I'll pass to Mr Curran to give some granularity around the actual
Or Mr
numbers.
Webster.
Mr Webster, sorry.
That's okay. Hey, Mr Webster.
Thanks, Mr Sharp.
What's the magnitude of the increase that you've submitted to the ACCC?
So, I am going to quote a number, Senator, but if you don't mind...
Why are you unable to quote a number?
If you don't mind, I'm going to take a couple of minutes to get there. Okay. So, as Mr Sharp indicated, we operate through a building block model. That building block model takes into account both the pass-through operating expenditure that we have and the level of forward investment that's in the plan. The forward investment that's in the plan is a little over $3.8 billion worth of replacement of assets, which includes the asset replacement required for our aviation firefighting equipment. That is then incorporated into an exercise that looks at the weighted average cost of capital that is reviewed according to a methodology that the ACCC set. Now, out from that model has popped a set of numbers that we have already consulted on with the airlines during the November and January time period. So I'm prepared to share it on the basis that we've actually consulted with the airlines on that. But it does not represent what the ACCC will necessarily say yes to.
So those caveats
with those caveats in mind, there are price increases in excess of 10%.
Yep.
The number is 12% that's in the final model that I was able to put together prior to our submission to the ACCC. And that is a per annum figure over the course of 5 years.
So I don't run an airline. So is this so when you say it's not a per ticket, it's not a per flight, it's 12%.
It's a weighted average.
How does that 12% of what?
It's a weighted average
number of flights,
all
number
the
of
movements,
tickets,
and our movements are based on the weight, as I said in an earlier answer, the maximum takeoff weight of the aircraft. So that is averaged by location and averaged by service. We charge independently for 3 service lines, for en route navigation, for terminal navigation, and for ARF services. And that figure is effectively the composite of all of those.
So when you're taking averages, obviously some airlines will be winners out of this methodology and some won't be.
The impacts really are across the board, both for, and we have consulted obviously with the major and independent Australian airlines, but also with representatives from IATA and from BARA for the international airlines. Probably a bigger variance actually would be on things like ARF charges by location. ARF charges by location will be impacted in a slightly different way. And in this model, we've actually taken the opportunity to propose to the ACCC, and again, I must emphasise the ACCC are the arbiters of this decision. We've taken the proposal to propose to the ACCC that we push higher incremental pricing changes into the major capital city airports and lower incremental pricing changes into regional airports.
Okay, what about airlines like Pelican, and I'm only using like smaller airlines versus the bigger players in our, when you talk about average weight, average service provisions?
I would have to take on notice the impact by aircraft type for particularly small airlines. However, I do note that for certain classifications of providers, for example, aeromedical providers, Air Services Australia waives its charges as a matter of course.
Is there any other providers that you would be excluding from this charge? So aeromedical, what about firefighters, firefighting aircraft?
I'll have to take that question on notice.
Does anyone know the answer to that? Are we excluding?
I don't believe they get charged because unless they're coming to and from an airport. But I need to check, Senator, so we'll confirm that position. One of the things Mr Webster mentioned earlier was that the nature of the market has changed since COVID, and what we're finding is there's aircraft upgauging. So, for example, the 717s that Qantas used to fly, and many here would have been on them, they now have an extra 20-odd seats. So the number of passengers on those aircraft are higher, but our charge is only on a movement. And so what we've done is looked at what's the impact to the actual consumer potentially here in airfares. So
the bigger planes, you'll pay a proportionally less on your ticket price.
So on a ticket price, that is correct. So the methodology of allocating across aircraft is part of the consultation process. International carriers potentially ask for reduced fares because they fly further. Regional airlines are obviously in a very, very cost-constrained environment, and so we actually take a view across the likely impacts. Now, it's not a black and white science, but we have consulted across probably 20 industry bodies to see whether we can get that balance as right as we can. We'll get visibility of their feedback through the next stage of the process and the ACCC's view on it. But just at a regional level, which is something that I was particularly interested in, the increases on average would be about $1 a year, we believe, on an airfare over 5 years. So that would be the scale at a passenger level. Now, obviously, each aircraft type does vary, but and airfares vary, but based on an economy ticket, that was our estimate of what that flow through will be. When the price notification becomes public, Senator, there's a lot of detail in there around how these are allocated and what the impacts are. And that's what will become visible to the airline community, the ACCC, and the broader community as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll obviously be unpacking that with you over time. But so that's the tax side of the equation. What are you going to spend it on?
Mr. Webster, that comes back to the Fords.
Yeah, sorry.
We've got those. The 1 year
for the next year.
Thank you, Senator. If I can answer that via, I think, the way I was starting to answer it in terms of our pricing initiative. So in our pricing, we have a RAB, a regulated asset base, which helps to drive that particular building block model calculation. That indicates that we'll be spending about $3.8 billion on asset replacement over the course of the next 5 years.
So just into, because I do have a lot of other questions and we do want to get them done before dinner time. So the $3.8 billion asset replacement program, so what material change would airlines and passengers see from this increased charge?
So the three biggest components in that $3.8 billion is about $1.8 billion on aviation firefighting, which we've discussed and associated with the strategic partnership. Airlines will feel and have been briefed on that particular proposal, improved capability both in terms of reliability of service delivery from new fire trucks and a higher propensity to be able to meet category, which is the most important item in that space. The second biggest item in the list in that capital plan. Sorry, Senator, you got
No, sorry, I'm concentrating.
Okay. The second largest item on that capital plan is the continuation of our work on One Sky. One Sky, the civil military aviation air traffic control system.
So how much? So 1.8 on the firefighting, aviation firefighting. How much going to One Sky?
There's about 700 million of that is yet to go in to One Sky, and obviously there's the final number, which I may pass to Mr. Curran actually for confirmation of the current final number on One Sky.
Yes, I've got some One Sky separate questions, so we'll deal with that then. And the third?
And then there are significant investments in our what we call ENMP, our Network Modernisation Programme, which is a series of digital frameworks which essentially allow One Sky and the next generation of air traffic control operations to operate. And that's about $2 billion.
$2 billion. So is it right to say that the levy will... How much are you planning to raise with the 12%? So $4.5 billion?
So I quoted you the numbers there that added up obviously to more than 3.8. There's a particular technical reason for that associated
What's the technical reason? We had slippage
with what?
Yesterday.
associated with what's actually in our regulated asset base. I began answering your question by referring to the regulated asset base.
Yes.
We chose to not include all items in our regulated asset base, and therefore that number is below the level of the total investment, which you've correctly calculated out to be about 4.5.
So what is the 12%, 14%? Did you say 14%?
12.3 per annum.
12.3 per annum will raise you how much on the current methodology?
I'll have to take that precise number on notice.
3.5, isn't that what you just said?
No, what we will spend it on is the new capital investment, plus during time the pricing, as I indicated earlier, pays for what we call the pass-through of the OPEX, the operating expenditure. That operating expenditure currently sits about 1.2 billion per annum. But obviously it's subject to inflation. So it's going up to by the tune of probably about another 80 to 100 million per annum as well. So there is that to take into account too, Senator.
But when you've put this to the ACCC, you know how much you're expecting to get.
Do you know the revenue increase?
Mr. Shah?
Yes,
Mr. Shah?
I was about to quote the revenue increase. Sorry. So the revenue is due to go up to what's called, in the building block model, the MAR, the maximum allowable revenue, at the end of the 5-year period, to 2.4 billion. Today, our revenue is about 1.1 billion, which is about the same number as it was in 2019.
Might be easier to ask the ACCC.
We're comparing 2019. There wasn't any flight business in 2019, was it?
That was pre-COVID.
That was pre-COVID.
Our revenue this year is almost identical to what it was in FY19, and we've got extra flights, new runways, and that's the financial challenge that Air Services is facing.
On revenue.
One of the things that impacted on aircraft during that time period was the substitution of lighter aircraft, especially in the international routes. And so that was one of a series of impacts.
And upgauging of aircraft, which I mentioned, Senator, where they're carrying more passengers, but we only get paid on the one movement. So the pricing addresses some of those, what I'd call market shifts, and that's what we've been engaging with the airlines on.
Just in terms of the increased tax, to do these four things, is there going to be any penalty for non-provision of services under this agreement?
So we're actually currently consulting with the industry, Senator, on the potential for just such a scheme where there would be an element of risk put in terms of the performance standards that we're putting into the market. We held a whole series, I think the number was 7, of pricing consultative committees over the course of the last 12 months. And in the last 2... How
many consumer groups are on those 7 committees?
This is not something that we go directly to the end consumer about, because we don't actually have in the end a consumer relationship.
But the consumer is very frustrated with Air Services Australia in terms of the cancellations, the delays. It's all right to be blaming Qantas and Virgin, but at the end of the day, you're also responsible, particularly the inability to manage a staffing roster over a long period of time in certain locations, and you are never penalised for it. And we've seen it even when we are flying. Air hostesses and the like used to not appropriate blame for the delay, but they're all very, very happy to be telling us that Air Services has slowed us up.
And so
because they've had enough, the consumers had enough, because they're on the front line. So when is Air Services Australia going to be taking up their responsibility to actually provide an end service that sees our aviation sector be a lot more productive, efficient, and rewarding for everybody who's using it?
And we certainly align with that purpose. But
the deliverables, Mr. Sharp, you've only been in the role 18 months, and I apologise if senators come in here a little frustrated. It's not. It's historic. Yes. 18 months, and I apologise if senators come in here a little frustrated. It's not. It's historic. But so the word saying that's what Air Services want to do, I'm wanting to ask you, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
We are putting an incentive penalty scheme in with the airlines,
right?
Because that's who pay us, and that would actually have hard dollars that I'd need to deliver on.
Yep.
And explain to the board if we have a service failure and I've got to cut a cheque. Yeah, that's on me as the CEO and the management team to deliver. So we're putting skin in the game specifically to address that concern.
So when you say hard dollars, we're seeing 12% increase per annum.
Well, an example would be if there was... so at our high level, our performance meets the corporate metrics, but we're not consistent. And the airlines are saying, so for example, with the January event, where there were cancellations, well, how many of those is acceptable? Probably none in a major airport, or one. And if that occurs, then there would be a penalty that we would actually pay. It'll be a
financial penalty.
A financial penalty as an incentive for us to ensure that we're minimising or eliminating where we can.
And what are you That's considering? How significant will the penalty need to be for you to actually change behaviour?
It has to be significant enough that it's not a few crumbs. That number.
It's not the cost of doing business. Yeah.
Yeah, and exactly, and we're up for that. Now, we're not doing this in isolation. Europe has actually had some of these in place for a while, and we're actually benchmarking Europe. We've had a couple of sessions with the airlines to unbundle that, what would be appropriate here, and they have echoed the concerns you've had, and they've pretty much said to us, whilst at a macro level your performance is good, you're dropping the ball on occasions, and
it's costing them a lot of money. And
it's costing them money.
And
so we acknowledge that
damaging their brand.
And that scheme is currently being negotiated with the airlines.
Okay, thank you. When is that anticipated to be completed?
It's a live negotiation at the moment. I don't know how long. Okay. Our board has had visibility of it, and they've approved.
But is the ACCC determination dependent on this actually occurring?
No, the ACCC.
So you could actually legitimately
to do with the pricing.
Jack the prices up without commensurate taking on responsibility.
Yeah, and the airlines are working with us on that. We are happy to step up and take responsibility, and it will be a financial number that's negotiated with the airlines. It hurts enough. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. That's comforting. We'll talk about that. Hopefully it'll be done by the time we get back. Can you provide an update re your proposed private funding deal for the AARF investment? How... I guess there's concern about the impact to service and the impact for employees, which you have discussed. But do you consider it appropriate return for the government based on the cost base of Air Services?
There's two levels to that. One is the qualitative, what does this actually mean for our service delivery? And Mr Webster talked to the fact that this actually drives benefits into the airlines. So very much part of the consultation process with the airlines was the requirement for the infrastructure. In terms of funding, the only way our board and government would endorse this would be if there's a financial value for money in terms of going down this path. So is there value for taxpayer and ultimately the airlines? That is part of this process. We did share some early versions of that with the UFUA, and we've committed to sharing the final version of that as we land the final inputs.
Well, we understand that the proposed WACC for the government is higher than most monopoly airports charge. Is that the case? Have you looked at other sort of similarly placed
I
entities?
couldn't comment on the WACC for airports, Senator. It's not a sector I've worked in Australia. What I can't say is the WACC, the weighted average cost of capital, which I think is what you were referring to, for this particular transaction, if it were to go ahead, is currently modelled as being better than the regulatory WACC that is considered for Air Services Australia under the pricing regime.
Okay. The budget announced $600 million 26-27 as an equity investment in Air Services Australia to support the continued provision, what will these funds be used for? What improvements will be delivered with that $600 million?
So, Senator, thank you for the question. I'll possibly start off and then maybe give to Mr Sharp. The $600 million represents a rebalancing, if you like, of our overall balance sheet in order to enable us to continue to invest into the future. As we noted, air services have gone through a period without pricing increases and accordingly last year lost $237 million. What this balance sheet change does allow us to do is to continue to get debt in the normal course of business so that we can continue with our investments. So the answer to what that $600 million does is it effectively acts on the other side of the ledger for continued debt investment. And the last debt investment we put out into the market was a $500 million medium-term note, a bond, if you like, that we put out in April of this year. That was 3.1 times oversubscribed by the market, and the market still seems to be interested in continuing to debt fund Air Services Australia, but inside the construct of having a AAA-backed government backer. And so that equity funding essentially provides that guarantee that enables us to go into the market and allow the government to get a bigger bang for their investment buck.
Excellent. I've just got some specific questions on the privatisation issue. Does anyone else have any questions?
Nope.
Okay.
No, we're going to get through it.
So you've outlined the process to the committee of the procurement and leasing of fire trucks and emergency services equipment. What stage is this process currently at?
In terms of the actual equipment?
Of the procurement and the leasing of the equipment, yes.
The proposal is currently in development. It's nearing a final process of input from the government, departments and the Minister. And then,
sorry, just to drill down on that a bit, yes, please, Mr Sharp. So Air Services Australia, you've done your homework. Have you sent the proposal to how you want to construct the leasing arrangements, procure equipment, etc., into the department, aviation sector?
Yes,
how does it go?
Yes, we've engaged with the Department of Finance and the Minister's Office for probably about 14 months.
Right.
And so this is an ongoing process. It's not just a process now. So we've shared concepts.
But you've given what you want to do. They've got a brief, shall we say?
Yes,
a proposal.
What they have is a draft proposal on what it would look like. We are still receiving input and still negotiating, but it is getting down to the final stages. As I indicated earlier, I can't put a specific time frame on it because some of that consultation and input is outside of our control in terms of time
you've got to talk to the UFU and et cetera, et cetera. Exactly. I guess I'm trying to think about the internal decision making for government. Does this need sign-off from the Minister for you to undertake this type of arrangement?
I'd be looking for endorsement of it. The actual sign-off or approval is actually with our board.
Right.
So that board meeting would happen when management is comfortable that we've had all that input, and the decision one way or another actually sits with our.
So the procurement decisions as well?
Yes, correct.
Everything sits with your independent board?
Correct.
So it's a courtesy, if you like, to the
under
ministers?
The Act, any significant item that we're dealing with or significant debt raising, that would be consulted with the Minister. So there's not a formal.
But does the Minister then have the ability to say, thanks, Mr Sharp, for that very clever idea, but it's a hard no?
I think if the government told us that they're not interested in it, we would obviously be, that'd be a very significant issue for the board to override.
But do they have power? They don't have legislative power?
No. So our Act, we're a Commonwealth entity, and there's an Act that actually sets that out, and an independent board. Obviously, the fact that we would consult with government on anything that's significant and give them advice, and we do extensive reporting, would indicate that that's going to be a heavily weighted input into the process.
Yeah.
But the Minister will not approve specifically because
it's a noting brief.
It's more than a noting brief.
Yeah. And so is the requirement to consult with your shareholder ministers a requirement of the legislation before you make significant changes like this, or is it just a courtesy because
well, it's obviously a lot
you're
more
a good
than
guy.
a courtesy, Senator, and I am courteous. However, if this is anything that's significant, we need to raise.
But is it a requirement of your legislation? Is my question.
It is correct, and
yep.
the ministerial expectations also set quite specifically out, and we report in our corporate plan compliance with those directions. And each quarter, we also provide very detailed reports through to the minister on anything that's significant, board decisions, those types of things.
So I'm still a bit confused because I don't get a sense she has an ability to intervene, but is there a way for the minister to intervene in this decision? Does she write and change her ministerial expectations? How does the minister intervene in these type of decisions if she wanted to?
Yes. The way this works is that the department provides a bit similar to a new policy proposal. Mm-hmm. The department collates all of that input and mm-hmm. presents it. They are doing that type of process in regards to this matter. So whilst we present information to the Minister's office and the Minister, and we've met, the department will ultimately be putting a full brief together and presenting and canvassing the input. So that's the process we go through.
And so, if the minister wanted to intervene and change the direction of the board, how does she do that?
That would be a question
under the legislation.
Yeah, that would be a question for the department.
No, it's a question for you because it's how you're governed.
Yes.
It's not a question for the department. Well, it's a question for you. How would the minister intervene if she decided to?
Senator, it's a collective conversation because the legislation does not articulate that.
Right.
So that is a conversation that we've been having between all three parties in terms of what does that look like. And that's why I mentioned the department. They actually put the brief.
And you have two shareholder ministers.
Correct.
Yes.
The Minister for Finance as well.
Yes.
And we've been briefing the.
I would find it incredible that the Minister for Finance wouldn't be able to intervene should she choose to.
Interestingly enough, under the legislation, the Minister approves or disapproves the price increase. That's legislated.
Right.
In terms of financing arrangement, which is how we characterise it, there's no articulated formal process.
Because I guess...
And that's what we're actually working through at the moment in regards to this.
This goes back to Senator Leaguer's very first question. You call it a financing arrangement, and I reckon most of us around this table would call it privatisation. And that's why it's not in your legislation. Because if governments were going to privatise a government entity, that would be a government decision. It would be a cabinet decision, as it has always been in the past. That's why it's not in your legislation. I think we'll continue this discussion. There'll be lots of questions on notice. So has the Minister raised the procurement with Air Services Australia during any meetings?
There have been meetings. The Chair and I met specifically with the Minister, I think it was in November, and we talked through a number of things, the long-term pricing, the strategic partnership, basically finance-related activities. And the commitment from us, including to the Finance Department, was to ensure that we had a robust process here around the what I'd call the probity elements of this. Which are very extensive.
And she was happy with those?
She was happy with the commitment, and in fact it's a prerequisite. I would say that we would not get support from the government and the major departments if we weren't actually following a very detailed probity process.
So other than your November meeting with the Minister, have you discussed or has the Minister raised this issue with Air Services Australia at any other time?
There's been ongoing consultation with the Minister's office. There's been formal communications in terms of formal letters.
So when were the letters received from the Minister?
Okay.
Senator Paul Stoddart, Chief Customer and External Relations Officer. A formal letter was provided to the Minister on the 2nd of July 2025.
And there's around this, the financing arrangement / privatisation?
Where we notified the Minister that we were exploring co-investment opportunities.
/ co-investment. So is that the only formal communication the Minister's had from Air Services Australia on this issue?
Senator, we've been providing updates in quarterly reports to the board, from the board to the Minister. So there's been an update on a whole range of initiatives, including that one.
And then a conversation in a November meeting.
And then a face-to-face meeting, correct, on the 5th of November.
Right, and nothing since the 5th of November, other than your quarterly report?
And meetings with the Minister's office.
Minister's office. When was the last time you met with the Minister's office?
The last formal meeting I had, Senator, was with the Chief of Staff, which was with the Secretary of the Department.
10th of March.
10th of March. Thank you. The CPSU's issued a media release calling on the Albanese Labor government to reject the proposal to privatise parts of Air Services Australia. You meet regularly with the CPSU?
We've had a large number of specific meetings with our collective union group, including the CPSU.
Yep.
And we've been keeping them fully informed. That process is paused for the moment whilst we get government input into the process. And we've committed to all our unions that we'll provide the final documentation once we've landed that before we present to the board. So there's a month for them to take that on board, review it, ask us questions and provide formal input into the process.
Yep. Mr Stoddart, were you at the meetings that Mr Sharp's had?
I was not, Senator.
Who else went with you, Mr Sharp?
The Secretary.
Oh, only the Secretary.
Yep.
And your Chair. Did the Minister or her office raise CPSU's concerns with you?
They have not specifically talked about any individual union. What they've indicated is that they wanted us to engage closely with the unions through this process, and that is a commitment we gave.
Okay. Was that request from the Minister's office in writing or verbal?
Verbal in the meetings.
If the procurement process is terminated, would any third parties have cause to request reparations from Air Services Australia for any costs incurred for participating in the process?
There are some aspects of that, but commercially in confidence at this point, and we can certainly disclose those as we move through the process.
Commercial in confidence? You're unable to name them? The parties?
Sorry?
The parties that would have cause to request reparations from Air Services Australia, who would they be?
Have we got that information here? No. I haven't got the information here. I know there's one that I'm privy to. Similar to the question earlier, I'd like to take on notice the legal aspect because I'm subject to confidentiality there personally. I'm happy to take on notice and confirm whether that's available, and I'm happy then to, from the finance team, provide that information. But
Minister, are you claiming a public interest immunity claim for Air Services Australia?
Well, I'm conflicted here in terms of...
That's why I'm asking the Minister, Mr Sharp.
Well, the wording...
It's not your... it's...
I'll take it on notice.
You're taking a public interest immunity claim on notice?
I'm taking the question on notice on what can be provided.
Well, I'm requesting the information.
Yeah, and I don't have access to it, but I'll take it on notice and see what we can provide.
So the claim for not giving the information is that it's commercially in confidence?
I've taken it on notice.
What, that it's commercially in confidence,
no,
or the actual question that was asked?
Question on notice.
Which question?
Sorry? The information that you asked. I'll take it on notice and see what we can provide.
Chair, or Secretary, Chair, I would like some advice from the Secretary on this, maybe to come back as soon as possible, because it seems very, very... Well, I'm requesting advice. Thank you, Chair.
You can request as much as you like. He's taken it on notice.
I'm a senator on this committee and I would like advice.
I have no idea. The Minister said he's taken on notice.
I'm not asking for your advice, Chair. I'm asking for advice from our Secretariat.
Well, good. I'll go back to doing something more important and listen to the dribble that keeps coming along here.
Hang on, how come everything is personal?
Seriously. You know, I'll tell you why. Because you see, I'll tell you why. Because we've got a list here. There are people that come from interstate, Senator Canal, just helping you. No, you asked me, and I have asked on no less than probably 6 or 7 occasions, who can we let go? So, and every time, because of the greatest respect, Senator Cadell, I know if it was you and me, we'd negotiate something. And if it was any other one else. But see, you see, it's for some reason in here, Senator Mackenzie runs the show, and that's fine. But you will never give me an answer. And then what you will do is embarrass the committee. They'll all come in here, you'll say one question with 3 minutes, and then everyone says to me after, we've come all the way from Brisbane. We've come all the way from Sydney. We've been waiting hours and hours and hours. Can someone please tell us if we're not needed? We have private meetings where we say we don't want people coming over the screen. We want them to be in here. What is disgusting? This is the situation we've had for 4 years. For 4 years. 4 years. You want a private meeting?
I request a private meeting.
Let's have a private meeting. Let's suspend. Sorry, everyone, you can leave. We'll call you back.
Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Has Air Services Australia engaged any consultants to assist with the conduct of this procurement? If so, what is the cost incurred to date?
Senator, I'll pass to Mr Webster in a sec. We have consultant advisors who are providing probity advice and assurance to our board over this process.
Who are they and how much do they cost?
Yes, Mr Webster, have you got the details there?
If you just bear with me for a second while I consult.
Thank you. Oh, sure. Thank you.
So what you have to agree?
I've got the list of...
This one here?
Yeah. Thank you, Senator. Apologies for the wait. We've got two separate advisors that we've taken on board to advise us on this. We've got Greenhills, who operate as a value for money and commercial advisor.
Yep. How much have they?
And we've got, I'll come back to that in a second if I may. We've got Connor Marsden, who operate as a probity advisor. In the case of Greenhills, total year-to-date spend this financial year, which also happens to be total spend on this project, is 1.045 million. In the case of...
It's a tidy little earner for 5 months. When did they actually start with you? January 1?
I'll have to take on notice. That was financial year.
Oh, sorry, financial
not
year.
Calendar year.
Yep.
So that was the date, year-to-date to 31st March from the beginning of our financial year.
Okay, got it.
In the case of a Connor Marsden as a property advisor, the value of that contract is, the value paid to date is 35,440.
Okay, thank you. If the procurement process was terminated, would any of those funds be able to be recouped?
Funds spent to date, no, Senator, none would be recouped.
Okay. And there's no minimum spend on the contracts?
I'm afraid I don't have the contract details in front of me, Senator.
Maybe on notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Starr.
Oh, thank you. Just some more questions, Ms O'Day. I was just reflecting on your answers before in relation to consultation. If you could take on notice, I think you mentioned you attended 7 locations in the greater Brisbane area.
Senator, I can't recall the exact number of locations, but it was around about 6 or 7. I really can't recall exactly how many. It was some months ago.
If I could just ask you to take on notice.
Absolutely.
Provide details with respect to the consultation you've engaged in with communities in the greater Brisbane area, including the locations of those consultations. And I'll tell you the reason I'm asking that is I've raised particular concerns with respect to Tingalpa State School, Gumdale State School and some of those communities. So I'll be interested to learn whether or not you've touched upon any of those community areas in terms of your on-the-ground consultation.
That's fine, happy to do so.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask a question in relation to the, this is a mouthful, the simultaneous opposite direction parallel runway operations? Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? So in September 2024, the ministerial direction to prioritise and increase the use of sod props at Brisbane Airport was issued. Air Services Australia set a target of 5.3% for 2025 with an average of only 2.6% was achieved. Why was that?
Senator, I'll pass to my colleague Mr Curran in a moment in relation to sod props and its use for some further detail about why, but the one thing I can say is far and away the biggest driver for our inability from time to time to use sod props is the weather. It is a weather-dependent mode, and there are a number of conditions that have to be in place before we can use sod props. So there needs to be a tailwind of no more than 5 knots, visibility of no less than 8 kilometres, a dry runway, a cloud ceiling of no less than 2,500 feet, etc. And in terms of the weather, Nationwide, the 2025-2026 summer season was the wettest in nearly a decade, with rainfall 32% higher than average. And according to the Insurance Australia Group, autumn and spring in 2025 in Queensland were ranked among the top 4 worst seasons for wild weather claims since 2016. So the weather has played a very significant role for us in recent times in terms of using sod props.
Okay, so my information is that over the first 4 months of this year, an average of only 1.3% has been generated. Is that your information? Or can you take that on notice? It seems to be deteriorating even more.
Senator, yes, it is approximately, my information is to the 30th of April, 1.26% of total movements were in sod props.
Okay, so only 1.26%. So doesn't that, Ms O'Day, I look at that and to me that heightens the need for other mitigation strategies if and I take what you say about sod props being weather dependent to some extent. Doesn't that heighten the need to examine other mitigation measures, including for example, the Gateway Motorway pathway?
Yes, Senator, without specifically calling out the Gateway Motorway pathway because I will need to do some more homework on that, but we have investigated quite a number of other options for reducing or minimising aircraft noise for the people of Brisbane. But yes, it certainly does highlight to us the need to look at other pathways.
Okay. Well, look, I might, just so we can move along, and I'm aware we need to move along, but these are really important questions for the people of Brisbane, and a lot of them have been suffering as a result of this aircraft noise for a number of years. There's a level of frustration. I can understand that frustration looking at this 5.3% target for sod props in September 2024, now down to 1.26%. No wonder people are frustrated. So if I can ask you to put on notice an update from your perspective with respect to where you're up to in terms of considering all the mitigation options and what the next steps are with respect to considering those options, and what are the next steps in terms of community consultation, because I'd really like to, I commend you for getting to Brisbane and actually getting on the ground. CEO, have you gotten on the ground in Brisbane and some of these areas? With your
I'm a Brisbaneite. I actually live in Tenerife.
You live in Tenerife?
So, I have a lived experience.
Are you driving Miss O'Day around?
No, but I have. When I first came in, very similar. I actually attended a number of the local community forums.
Okay.
And there's obviously government noise groups that we meet with, and we have representation on those committees. It is a journey that's gone for a very lengthy period, and I can assure the senators that this is something that is high on our priority. One of the upcoming engagements will be on Package 3, and that's imminent. So that will continue the conversation around what is the art of the possible here.
Okay, and as Chief Executive Officer, you're taking an acute interest in relation to these matters of great concern to the people of Brisbane. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it for Air Services?
Yep.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And we are scheduling a 4:30 break, but I think we may as well. Shall we break now? All right, let's break for 15 minutes and reconvene at 4:35. Hansard Broadcasting. Sorry, gang, I've got to break it up. Sorry. Okay, now welcome officers from the Civil Aviation Safety Authority, including the Chief Executive Officer and Director of Aviation Safety, Ms Pip Spence. Ms Spence, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thanks, Senator.
Thanks. I'll just do a real quick one. And I was so rapt to be in Kununurra on Friday, and you may have heard that. And we know you've got a lot on your plate too, but they're really keen to get whatever it is ticked off because their window of opportunity for the tourist season is closing rapidly.
So I can tell you what Pip Spence, CEO, Civil Aviation Safety Authority, over the course of the day, what we've confirmed is we were advised yesterday that the runway had been completed. The only regulatory process that we've got to work through is a flight validation for the instrument landing, the instrument approach, but that wouldn't prevent them from actually using the runway for visual flights. So it's really a question for them to put out sort of a NOTAM or something to the effect to say that the runway is operational. That's what we've heard today, but I think if you're comfortable, we'll follow up with the aerodrome operator tomorrow.
You'll follow
and we'll work with them and just...
Yeah, of course, yeah.
It might take some time for the flight validation just because it's quite a complex process.
So when you say the visual, sorry, Ms Spence,
if it's a fine day, they'll be able to operate. Exactly.
With the instrument approach.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I was going to say that.
So was I. So.
Sure, the Pepsi Max.
Fuel buy.
Tremendous. Did you want to add anything else?
Not on that one, but I do have questions.
Okay, look, that's great. Thank you very much, Senator Cadell.
Thanks. Just quick questions. Approvals process for new applicants for air operator certificates, how long are they taking roughly at the moment?
I might hand over to Mr Boutel.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator. Matthew Boutel. I'm the Executive Manager for Regulatory Oversight, so my team does all of the assessments. I guess It's a bit of an open-ended question because how big is the operation, I guess. So a small helicopter, a single helicopter compared to an airline. But typically, let's say for a small company, run a couple of helicopters, you're probably looking in the vicinity of 5 to 6 months.
Okay.
Some of that being wait time on CASA, some of that also being wait time on seeking other information from the applicant.
Is there a priority list if you're doing government work or anything like that? There's a priority pathway for anything like that?
We generally only prioritise where emergency services are involved.
Right.
But also, you know, if something's got, we're waiting on information from an applicant or whatever, and that's the final thing that's required, we'll absolutely take a look at that.
Okay.
And Senator, just on that, we now have on our website the service level standards for all the regulatory services that we provide, and also reporting on how we're actually tracking against those. That's
how are you going?
I think probably about 80% of the way achieving within.
Yeah, so our individual approvals, we're regularly hitting above our 80% KPI. Organisational approvals, probably not as mature from a statistical perspective, but we've got a bunch of initiatives. So we have seen an improvement particularly over the last 12 months.
If I'm in the application progress, can I do airworthiness certification in parallel, or I've got to wait and do them in serial?
No, you do it in parallel. So typically we'd get an air operator certificate application, and that'll include the flight operations side of the house and also the airworthiness side. So the job gets split up into the various teams so that we're looking at it. And obviously the complexity of what either side is looking at means one may finish before the other.
So I could register in that parallel. I could register an aircraft with CASA without having their operator certificate yet.
So registering an aircraft with CASA
for air work, for aerial work, commercial.
So are you talking about is the aircraft already registered to begin with?
Yeah, it's a VH, but if
Yeah, so what we require is the aircraft to be registered on our register, and then that's part of the significant change process is to put that onto the certificate. So for an aerial work, a Part 138 certificate, that needs to be put on the certificate.
But I can do all three things parallel?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Just checking. That's all I had on that.
You're a car guy. You're a plane guy too.
I had my flying licence before I had my driving licence.
Then we can't get...
And then, unfortunately, a 17-year-old with a flying licence that's bored does not do good stuff, and I stopped flying. No admissions.
Wise move.
Okay. Senator, thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks all for your attendance. Does CASA do surveillance orders, inspections, safety assurance activities on foreign-owned airlines operating out of Australia? And just to give you some context, I'm particularly interested in airlines involved in third-party resettlement arrangements, both in PNG and Nauru. But if you could answer that first part of the question, foreign-owned airlines operating out of Australia.
Yes, Senator, we do. They're subject to holding, for an airline, they're subject to holding a foreign air operator certificate, and we participate in the European program also, which is, I guess, a global collation of that surveillance data.
Yeah. Well, then what about airlines, the ones that have been used in resettlement arrangements, Air New Guinea and PNG Air in PNG and Nauru Air Corporation for Nauru? What, if any, oversight do you have of those corporations? Because they're regularly flying into and out of Australian airspace.
Sure, yeah. So when they're operating in Australia, we would conduct things like ramp checks and the like to check, licences, registration, the airworthiness of the aircraft.
Ramp checks?
Ramp checks, yeah. So it's a colloquial term, I guess, for a spot check on inspection on the aircraft and the crew. The Nauru operator is actually an Australian AOC holder. So they're subject to all the surveillance and regulatory service that we do for all Australian airlines.
And does that include you looking at the financial fundamentals, if they've got reserves in place to deal with regular and scheduled maintenance and those kinds of elements?
We do have a responsibility around when you issue an AOC to make sure sort of financial viability. That is not a deep forensic assessment of the financial viability, but as you say, sufficient to give us confidence that combined with the other requirements in the system that the operator is able to operate safely.
Yeah, I assume that, I mean, one of the obvious reasons that you would want to ensure that there was financial robustness in an organisation is it's quite expensive to have the regular scheduled maintenance of things like jet engines, airframes, and you'd want to be able to double check that the organisations have that kind of financial robustness. Is that part of what you do?
It's a legislative responsibility requirement that we do check the financial viability. I wouldn't like to suggest that it's an incredibly forensic exercise that we do, but it is sufficient to ensure that, as to your point, that they are capable of maintaining their aircraft safely.
Well, I mean, of those three airlines, Air Niugini, PNG Air and Nauru Air Corporation, can you identify when such audits or inspections were done? And maybe it's different for the PNG Airlines.
Can we take that on notice, Senator? We don't have that in front of us, but we can provide you a more detailed response if that's...
But you'd have a different oversight of Nauru Air Corporation because they're registered here, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, if you could give us as much detail as you could about particular oversight of Nauru Air Corporation, that would be great. If you became aware of a potentially serious aircraft incident from an operator, what steps would you take to verify the matter has been properly reported? And would you check the reporting to the Australian Transport Safety Bureau? I mean,
yes.
Can you take me through?
Yeah, absolutely. So, of course, the ATSB has a legislative role to play in the, depending upon the occurrence. So they do their bit over...
So if you had extreme turbulence in the air, or you had a particularly brutal landing, or bird strike after takeoff, that sort of thing?
Yes, so the ATSB, they have a taxonomy that they follow depending on the seriousness. Obviously depends on how deep they go. But from a CASA perspective, we've got a response surveillance team that looks at all of those kind of occurrences. So we get the ATSB safety reports, we get safety reports from Air Services Australia as well. We also get intelligence from the community and safety reports given to us from the community. So each one of those is looked at.
All right. Can you advise this committee either now or potentially on notice whether you've reviewed any reportable events, air returns, regulatory breaches, I've got a list here, serious defects or maintenance related concerns involving Nauru Air Corporation, however it's identified, since September 2021?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Can we take that on notice, please?
Are you aware of any regulatory activity involving Nauru Air Corporation?
Not offhand.
Yep. Is there a process whereby if you become aware of a potentially serious incident that you actively inform the ATSB? Is that part of your procedures? Or does it happen both ways?
It would depend on what the issue actually was. There might be some times when, if we think that, particularly with Nauru, they were operating inconsistently with the regulations, that would be a matter for us to address. But if it was, as you said, something to do with a bird strike or handling of severe turbulence, then we'd engage with the ATSB because they would investigate the incident. Whereas if there was a regulatory failure, we would
hand
take
of God
action.
is different to, so to speak, whether he or she exists, I don't know, compared to, say, a failure to do a maintenance routine or a failure to have financial robustness. They would go down, one would be in more your space and one would be more in the Transport Safety Bureau.
That's correct, Senator.
Yeah. And bird strikes and the like are more ATSB.
That's correct, Senator.
Could I ask you then about checking for instability in senior leadership, key personnel, operational decision making, in terms of having a robust system that Australians can rely upon, that either the plane they're flying in is safe or the plane that's going over their roof is safe. Do you do those checks about senior leadership, key personnel, to ensure there's no instability and there's a degree of institutional competence, I might put it that way.
Yes, Senator, we do. So to become a key personnel, so be it an accountable manager or a head of flying operations or a safety manager and like, CASA actually goes through a rigorous assessment process, which includes most of the time, if it's their first, go at one of those roles, interviewing that person as well. And ultimately, when we conduct surveillance and the like, they're the people we'll be predominantly speaking with.
Can you identify, and I don't expect you to have it in your mind now, who those key personnel are currently in Nauru Air Corporation and who they have held those key personnel positions going back to September 2021?
Yes, we can do that on notice.
And could you advise in relation to that airline, what, if any, regulatory activity or observations you've undertaken of key personnel in relation to the Nauru Air Corporation in that time?
Yes.
But to be clear, stability in those key personnel, do the key personnel require prior approval from CASA before they can take on those roles?
Yes.
All right. And can you just double check your records to ensure that's happened on each occasion for Nauru Air Corporation?
Yes, absolutely.
And again, the same time frame?
Yes.
Do you have, because I assume Air New Guinea and Papua Air are operating with a Papua New Guinea licence, is that right? Can you explain to the extent to which you might have oversight of their key personnel or some of that material that's not part of your regulatory role?
No, I don't think so.
Because they're the National Aviation Authority that's responsible for the country would have the same responsibilities that we do, so they would need to be approved within their own country.
And I'm assuming that the purpose for which aircraft are used, whether they're used for deportations or they might be charters for military, is that relevant in terms of your regulatory oversight?
I think from the example you gave regarding Air Nauru, my understanding is it's commercial air transport, so they're carrying, freight and people. That's all we're really interested in. We're not interested in that, if they're paid passengers or deportees or anything like that. Yeah,
you apply the same safety standards whether it's somebody being deported at the direction of Home Affairs or if they're buying a ticket through Flight Centre.
Yes, that's
the
correct.
Issue is human safety on the flight.
Correct.
Are there different criteria to freight and passenger in terms of the air safety?
So in that large air transport space, Part 121 is what we call it.
Yeah.
No, there's not.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'll go back. We might, in the interest of trying to pull 27 questions on Part 43 down to as few as possible if we can. Yeah. How are we going on Part 43? What's the timeline? Where are we at?
So, Senator, where we are, it's been some time since we've actually engaged with industry on Part 43, and so our expectation is that over the coming months we will do a sort of more target engagement with industry on where things are up to, just to make sure that everyone is still comfortable with the approach, and then we'll provide updated advice to the Minister on progressing the making of that part.
So when was the last time the Minister...
Oh, look, it'd be some time since the Minister was briefed on it, but I'm more conscious of the fact that we've been focused on work we've been doing around getting more licensed aircraft maintenance engineers. We've been working on a modular licensing system, and we've also been doing some work on recognition of foreign lamies. Now that we've sort of come to a landing on that, it's time for us to go back and look at Part 43. So,
foreign lamies landed, has it?
It's very close to landing.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. But part of this, I think under 43 we're looking at lamies being able to do task-based orientation rather than certification on different types. Well,
that's right. There is a different process that would be used in Part 43, and I think it's just appropriate for us to to do that sort of more targeted engagement with industry, just to make sure, given the time that's passed, we've got everything with the right format and the like. So that's the intention, to go back out to industry for more targeted engagement.
Than a more formal review, though.
Yeah.
Anecdotally, hearing cost reduction, being able to have IAs, AMTCs, those sorts of things done. Is still popular out there in the world. There's certainly
strong support, I think, particularly from the aerial work sector, who can see some real benefits for them with Part 43.
Okay. If I was to reach out and not ask for a drop-dead deadline, do you have a key time you'd like to see it done?
Senator, if it's all right, I'd rather see how we go with the targeted engagement and then be able to move as quickly as we can.
In the work you've done, has there been any identification of substantial safety issues or anything at the moment, or is it?
I think there's been some differences of views about the appropriateness of allowing people other than licensed aircraft maintenance engineers to do some of the activities. We think we've worked through the issues that were raised during the initial consultation to make sure we've got the balance right, but that's one of the things we want to make sure we're engaging with industry on.
Long time reading ago, but I think that was allowing some of the AMTCs or something, or was eyes on warbirds. There was a limited category of people, sports, light sports and stuff like that, wasn't it?
Senator Steve Campbell, Exec Manager, National Ops and Standards. That's correct. We've targeted to the sort of smaller end of aviation just to sort of limit the scope of that part, and that was done under consultation over a number of years with working groups. But it is focused a lot in the airwork sector, private category as well, and that'll be limited to size and the type of engines and stuff like that as well.
Okay. I'm new to this committee. I'm up here on stuff like that. Just so you know, going forward where we are, I have a past passion for flying and how it does. But I think you're in a difficult, vexed position where, being CASA Safety Authority, any decision you make which frees up the aviation industry may bite you on. I think you've got a very balanced position, but it's quite difficult to do. I'd like to see, I think we have a better aviation outcome that can happen if we can free up some of those things. So any support on 43, I think is a wonderful, I think it's a good opportunity to do that. And
thank you.
We're going Robertson back to us. Yeah. So that's all. Senator Roberts.
Okay, Senator Roberts.
And then 2 questions.
Again today. Ms Spence, at the last Senate estimates, I put to you that CASA relied on Mr Mark Lewis, a former UAS Pacific employee, to essentially destroy his former employer, Mr Barker, and UAS Pacific, Mr Barker's company. The Fair Work material raised serious concerns about Mr Lewis's conflict, motive and credibility. CASA now relies on a full prohibition of access to criticisms of Mr Barker from January 2021. Isn't the real question why Mr Lewis was allowed any involvement before or after that date?
Senator, without going over the ground that we've gone over before, one, I don't agree with the way you've described the situation. We did point out previously that there were issues with the way in which initially the conflict of interest was managed in relation to Mr Lewis. That was addressed some time ago, I think around 2019. So that he has no involvement whatsoever with UAS Pacific now.
We know that he doesn't have any involvement now. Will you please provide all conflict declarations, conflict management plans, access records and decision records concerning Mr Lewis and UAS Pacific?
I'll take on notice what we can provide,
Sure.
Senator.
Thank you. You told this committee that CASA was, quote, looking into whether evidence given to the Fair Work Commission was misleading. CASA's written answer now says a broad review began on 8th of October 2025. It gives no terms of reference, viewer identity, scope, affected officers, documents being reviewed, external referral or completion date. Isn't it true, Ms Spence, that CASA has still not provided enough information to show whether this is a genuine integrity review or merely another internal containment process?
So I think, Senator, that was referring to some material that Mr Barker has provided to the board. Over the period from September through until as recently as April, we've had about 790 pages of documentation being provided to us, which has been provided on a sort of month every couple of months has been sent through. We are taking it seriously. We're working through the material that Mr Barker has sent through us, but obviously the time for us to be able to conclude the review is dependent on us actually getting Mr Barker to say there's no more information for him to provide to us. So we are working towards having advice to provide to our board on the serious allegations that Mr Barker has raised about CASA's behaviour. We have also been very clear that should Mr Barker wish to take this up with the AFP, the NAC or anyone else, we would obviously support in any investigation that anyone else wanted to raise. So we are working through the information that's been provided to us, and we'll be reporting to the board at their next meeting later next month, subject to Mr Barker not providing any more information that we will then need to review and assess.
So it's an invitation from Mr Barker to tell you two things: provide further information and notify you when the end has come.
My strong hope is that Mr Barker has provided us with every piece of information that he thinks the board needs to have in order for us to be able to complete an assessment of whether there was inappropriate behaviour within the organisation.
Okay. Could you, on notice, provide the terms of reference of your inquiry?
Senator, there is no terms of reference to the inquiry. We're reviewing the material that Mr Barker has provided to us, which, as I've said, has come through over a number of emails over the course since September through until April this year.
Any external referral?
We have said if he wishes to make an external referral, we would be happy to support that, but we have not seen any evidence, and we are acting on information as we review to see if there is anything else we need to do rather than wait to the end point. We haven't seen anything suggest we should be making referrals, but if Mr Barker wishes to make a referral, we would be very happy to support any investigation.
Could you just provide me on notice with material that says that proves this is a genuine inquiry? Tell us what you're doing.
Senator, I've just told you what I'm doing. I'm not sure what else. We're reviewing the information based on the request that Mr Barker has sent to us saying, here is a list of my concerns about the way CASA has behaved, and here's the documentation that supports it. We are forensically reviewing the information that Mr Barker has provided us to determine whether there is evidence to support the allegations and assertions that he is making.
How do you conduct a forensic review?
We have our Industry Complaints Commissioner is reviewing all the material that is being provided and will provide advice to the board on the matters that he's identified as part of that review process.
Thank you. I previously put to you that CASA relied on disputed and allegedly false claims to pursue heavy-handed enforcement, including criminal allegations and jail threats, which effectively shut down Mr Barker's business and put staff out of work. Given CASA now admits it is reviewing potentially false and misleading evidence, has CASA reviewed every enforcement action, show cause process, licence restriction, downgrade, refusal, delay or adverse assessment involving Mr Barker or UIS Pacific?
The first point that I would make...
Sorry, just the material, just the restrictions that may have been relied on Mr Lewis, Mr Duffy or the disputed material.
So, to start off with, while I don't want to go into the details of what the original issue was, we have third-party independent verification that the initial issue that occurred back in 2018 was verified, and it was a serious issue that was identified, and we took appropriate action as a result of that identification. What we're doing now, and so there has been, as I said, we have found no evidence to suggest that the first issue that was identified was incorrect on our part. We do have someone external to CASA who has confirmed that the issue identified was correct. So if we can just keep that in mind, that the regulator has to take appropriate action when a serious issue is identified, and that's what we did. We have been reviewing all the jobs that Mr Barker has worked with CASA on, and we are working through to make sure that there's no evidence to say that we have unduly delayed things. He sent some information as recently as yesterday identifying 2 other examples where he suggested that we were being unduly slow or making life difficult for him. We're reviewing those at the moment.
Are either Mr Duffy or Mr Lewis part of the reviewing team?
No, sir, Senator.
Will CASA now, thank you. Will CASA now table a positive involvement schedule stating for each UAS specific matter whether Mr Lewis or Mr Duffy had direct, indirect, briefing, file access, referral drafting, review, approval or no involvement?
I'm sorry, Senator, I don't understand the question.
Will you now table a positive involvement schedule? In other words, was Mr Duffy or Mr Lewis involved in any direct or indirect briefing, file access, referral, drafting, review, approval, or no involvement at all with
Senator,
UAS Pacific?
Since I can't remember the actual date, but I know that neither Mr Duffy nor Mr Lewis have had any involvement in relation to UAS Pacific, certainly for the last 4 years that I can recall. So I don't know how I can put a statement together which says here are all the approvals and he's confirming that Mr Lewis and Mr Duffy weren't involved. I am telling you they have not been involved. That's my positive assurance.
In the last 4 years, what about prior to that?
I'd have to check to see when the last time that Mr Lewis was involved, but I think it would have been about 2019.
Thank you. If you could take that on notice.
Certainly,
Chair,
Senator.
give me the circumstances around his involvement and what the topic was.
Certainly, Senator.
I also put to you that CASA removed or downgraded UAS Pacific's privileges and delayed routine approvals for months or years, choking what was left of their business, destroying goodwill and driving away clients. The 2021 independent remotely piloted aircraft systems, you guys go for acronyms, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Usually they're three-letter acronyms, so ours is special.
Review records industry concerns about substantial business losses caused by CASA delays, inspector inconsistency and over-prescriptive risk management. Could you please provide a full schedule of every UAS Pacific approval, variation, downgrade, refusal, delay or regulatory service request since 2017, that's nearly a decade, showing the decision maker, the reason, the time frame and whether it was reviewed in light of the RPAS review?
Senator, as I said, we are looking at the applications that have that UAS Pacific has made, and we'll provide on notice a summary of the jobs that have been completed and just who's been involved in them, without confirming that neither Mr Lewis nor Mr Duffy have been involved in them, and whether they met our normal service level standards in terms of how long they took to process.
I don't want a summary, or more than summary. I want to see the regulatory oversight since 2017, showing the decision maker, the reason, the time frame.
As I said, if we will provide as much information as, I'm just trying to work through how our system will actually provide the information that you're asking for. So if you can allow us to take on notice, I understand what you're asking for. I will provide you as much information as is available to
and
give
where
you a
you
level
can't provide it, provide the reason why you can't.
Yes, Senator.
You suggested the Fair Work outcome did not amount to findings against CASA. But isn't it true that the bullying matters were not dismissed because CASA's conduct was found acceptable, but only after substantial undertakings and restrictions were put in place to prevent future bullying conduct? Isn't that true?
No, Senator. What happened was there was no finding that was made because of the undertakings that were provided, which were not a response by CASA to say that we were concerned about bullying or harassment. They were simply, in light of the issues that Mr Barker continued to raise, it was an undertaking to say that we would keep those relevant staff members away from UAS Pacific. It was never a reflection of our concern about the behaviour of those two officers.
What about the bullying?
But in terms of, there was no suggestion that there was any bullying or harassment by those two officers.
No, by anyone.
By anyone?
Yeah.
No, Senator.
There was no Fair Work Commission decision referring to bullying?
Senator. No, Senator.
Okay. Will CASA now table bullying investigations that you did, undertakings, restrictions, monitoring arrangements and any internal assessment of whether CASA fully complied with any or all of the Fair Work Commission orders?
There were no Fair Work Commission orders.
None at all?
None. No, there were no Fair Work Commission orders.
What was the Fair Work Commission's involvement?
They reviewed the issues to determine whether they had jurisdiction, and they also looked at tried to understand the basis of which Mr Barker Mr Nowak were making their allegations. In both instances, there was no finding against CASA. In the first instance, I think it was because there was nothing for them to look at because the commitment to not engage with Mr Duffy and Mr Lewis with Mr Barker, and the second one, there was no evidence to support the assertions that had been made. It was found to be outside their jurisdiction.
Thank you. When I put to you that the Fair Work Commission had found a personal vendetta or axe to grind, quote, by Mr Lewis against Mr Barker, you said you'd need to check the transcript. Have you now checked it?
Yes, and I provided written advice to the committee, which was to say the the transcript did not use the word vendetta. It did indicate a preliminary view that the CASA officer had an axe to grind with respect to Mr Baker, but that was not a finding or an order or any kind of action that the Fair Work Commission was telling CASA to take action on.
Do you now accept that the Fair Work material raised serious adverse credibility and motive issues concerning Mr Lewis?
No, Senator.
Okay. You told this committee there were lessons to be learned about conflict of interest management, yet CASA's written answer to questions on notice says CASA has not reviewed or amended its conflict of interest policies. How can you claim to have learned lessons while admitting you haven't reviewed or amended the relevant policy framework?
It was around the way in which we applied the policy to Mr Lewis, and that was the lesson that we learned.
Could you be more specific?
We identified that the language in the conflict of interest could be stronger, but the policy itself was not the issue. It was more how we implemented it.
Will you now commit to an independent conflict of interest review and table the outcome?
No, Senator.
Why not?
We review our policies on an annual basis. I'd have to take that on notice, but I've got no evidence to suggest that as a result of one incident where we did not implement the policy as effectively as we should have, says that there's a fundamental issue with our conflict of interest policy.
So that's the only breach, one?
That's the only one that I'm aware of.
I asked whether CASA has left false or unsupported accusations on file about Mr Barker, UAS Pacific and their staff. You answered by referring to one person and one withdrawn allegation and by saying records simply cannot be destroyed. But isn't it true that Mr Barker is not asking for unlawful destruction of records, but for CASA to meet its legal obligations to correct, annotate, withdraw, restrict and prevent false or unsupported allegations from being used in future CASA decisions?
We have updated the approach that we used for Mr Nowak in relation to a specific event which occurred in 2019 at a licensed aerodrome in Queensland, where we have increased or reduced the number of people who can access it, I think, down to, myself and I'm not sure, very limited people can access it. We've also put an annotation on it so that anyone who, if they do get to see it, they would know that this notice was overtaken by events. But that was in relation to one specific event. It's not in relation to every issue that Mr Barker has with us.
So will you table a complete record correction?
I can certainly table the approach that we have taken, or I can provide on notice the approach that we have taken in relation to that specific event about ensuring that the information is not available to anyone in the organisation who shouldn't have access to it, and anyone, if they did find access to it, they would see very clearly that it was overtaken by subsequent events.
Okay, thank you. CASA confirmed that CASA did not fully accept all recommendations of the 2021 independent RPAS review, and that CASA focused on the recommendations rather than the review's analysis and commentary. The review records serious concerns about regulatory overreach, retribution, passive-aggressive delays, vindictive enforcement, procedural unfairness, personal animosities and conflicts not properly mitigated. Will you now table the full unredacted review, the 6th of May 2024 CEO DAS approval package and the recommendation by recommendation?
Senator, that was included in the questions on notice that we tabled, and the only redactions I think were to remove a few names consistent with our normal practices, so that's been tabled.
Okay. My apologies for that one.
That's all right,
Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Are there any further questions? Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Senator Still. The 26-27 budget provides a $66.5 million over 4 years to CASA to continue its critical safety and regulatory functions. Why is additional taxpayer funding required when you already are operating under a cost recovery model?
So we have three key sources of revenue. We have a government appropriation. The most significant proportion of revenue is through our the fuel excise, and then the third source is through cost recovery for regulatory services, where we recover about 30% of the costs associated with the provision of those services. So there has always been a government appropriation to support the operations of the organisation.
So I would like a detailed breakdown of how the $66.5 million will be spent.
It basically goes. It's essentially increasing over the forward estimates. It's about $12 or $14 million per annum to support the operation of the organisation. So it's not split between different functions or anything like that.
So it's not for a specific.
I think the only
actions.
The only one that was specific was, I think, around about $5 million to support the establishment of the annual aircraft registration, which would then be subsequently recovered over time.
So the VH aircraft.
That's right, Senator.
So can you outline exactly which fees and charges will increase as you're modernising and streamlining your charging arrangements?
So what we will be doing, and just for context, we haven't actually looked at the fee structure was set up in about 1995. The last time it was reviewed was about 2007. What we're trying to do is we've got a very complex set of regulatory services fees that cut across about 300 and something different services. We require industry come to us, we provide them an estimate, they have to pay the estimate, and then we can start the job. What we're looking to is to make it fewer streams of regulatory services that we would be charging for, trying to streamline the process and look at. So it's across the board, it's all of ours.
Ms. Spence, I want to know exactly which fees and charges will increase. So we're implementing a new charge with the VH aircraft registration. Yep.
So can I explain how that's actually what...
we're getting to that.
Okay,
don't worry.
right.
You will have plenty of time to outline the general aviation tax, as I'm going to call it.
So we haven't... Can I just, on the fee modernisation...
But outside of that...
Excuse me, Chair.
You haven't made a decision.
I think Ms Spence still wanted to contribute to an answer, if that could be allowed to happen first before Senator McKenzie asks the next one.
Sure.
So just on the fee modernisation, all I'm saying is that we're going through a consultation process. I cannot tell you what the outcome of that consultation process is in terms of what the impact on individual streams of fees will look like.
So which fees and charges are you consulting on?
All our fees and charges for all our regulatory services. So for every time we provide an approval, whether it's for an individual or an operator, there is a fee for service that goes with that, and we're reviewing all of our fees for all our regulatory services as part of this process.
Right. And so how much are you hoping to raise as a result of the outcome of that review, irrespective of the makeup? Is there a dollar amount?
No, I don't have a dollar amount, Senator. The main aim is actually to try and streamline the process as opposed to get an increased amount of revenue from our regulatory services.
So you haven't got a projection for over the forward estimates?
No, Senator.
Which sectors of the aviation industry will bear the cost of these changes?
As I said, I would appreciate if we could go through the consultation process to actually determine what the answers to those are. Very good questions, but we've got to go through a process to actually work that through. Yeah, and there could, as much as there could be, the focus you're seeing is on increases. What we're hoping with investment in digitisation, we might actually be able to reduce the cost for industry. We just don't know at the moment what the unders and overs will be.
Isn't it? Made up of quite specific sectors. So, what modelling has been undertaken on the impact for regional and general aviation operators?
Senator, as we don't have a proposal on the table, I think I cannot answer that question. Once we have a model that we're consulting on and we have an answer to that, then we would look at what the impact would be on specific sectors.
So can you provide me a list of who you're consulting with on these changes?
Once once we actually have a model to consult on, but I would imagine that we would do public consultation. We have our Aviation Safety Advisory Panel, who is industry representatives who provide guidance and advice to us, and I think it would have to be a very broad approach to engagement with industry, given, as you say, it impacts.
So aero
everyone.
clubs?
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. What is the time frame for developing the model?
I think it's to be in place by 28, 29 or 27, 28. Sorry, Senator.
No, it's okay. You can't answer, like, that's why you've got these guys with you to answer some of the questions. So don't be afraid to throw to them. Lads?
Senator, I can only add, and it's not my area, but I understand on the 1st of July 2027, some measures will commence, for instance, like the VH registration, but there will be no charge in that first year, and I think that also applies with the fee modernisation, but I'm not 100% sure. It's not my area. I shouldn't have opened my mouth, Senator.
No, hey, we're further along the path than we were when I asked the question. So 1st of July 2027 is the goal? No. Okay, so
let me have a go.
Be bold, gentlemen. If you know the answer, today's the day to step forward.
Thank you, Senator. Andreas Matchell, your Executive Manager, Stakeholder Engagement. As Ms Spence said, we don't have a specific goal. So the key objective of the modernisation is to move away from having to quote individual jobs and cost individual jobs.
I appreciate that.
And come to a fixed fee. So we don't have a set timetable, we don't have a set outcome. It's about trying to make it simpler. And then what industry would hopefully see is fixed fees so that they know when they apply for a service, this is the price they're going to pay. They don't need to get a quote, we don't have to reconcile a quote, we don't have to have it backwards and forwards.
So simplifying and streamlining, I completely appreciate, but I guess there is anxiety in the industry about when they have to start factoring this into their operations. That is a fair concern. And in questions to the department, I think there's now 16,000 general aviation aircraft. So that's a lot of people. And so I think it's a fair question to ask about when they can expect that to arrive. And I appreciate it's all been very clear it won't apply in the first year of operation, but mid-27, I am quite concerned that without a plan to get something done by a certain time, things don't get done in any time. So I would have assumed that you would have a timeline of development, consultation and then implementation within CASA of how this is to roll out. So I've found this very ambiguous conversation quite challenging.
Can we differentiate between the VH aircraft registration and what is a much more complex piece around how we will modernise our fees? Because that could be a multi-stage process whereby we look at different ways of actually addressing the issues that Mr Marcello raised. So if we can separate those two, because I think there's a much more...
So the VH aviation registration fee, the general aviation tax, isn't part of your modernisation.
That's right, Senator. There are two separate processes.
Okay, let's just go then to the VH aircraft. It sounds like I've got years to unpack the modernisation streamlining process by the sounds of it. So let's just go straight to the thing we know is happening. The VH aircraft registration fees, when will that be in place?
So as Mr Campbell said, the annual aircraft registration requirement will come into effect in the financial year 27-28. The first year it'll be zero. In terms of the ongoing cost of it, our starting point has been it is definitely not for revenue raising. There is a significant issue that we've got at the moment about the reliability of the actual aircraft register that we have at the moment. Yes, we did hear that
from the department. So I don't want to go over old ground because we have got a limited time frame. So you will have known what I asked and got from the department. So let's not go over.
So can I give you? So in terms of what we think the actual cost per aircraft would be, based on what we know at the moment, would be around $100.
$100, and
if we did it on, we think it'll cost around about $1 million per annum to to provide to manage the aircraft registration system, talking about an IT build and the like.
Yep.
And so if you think we've probably got about 5,000 to 6,000 aircraft on the register that aren't operational, if you just did a flat, divide the number of aircraft by $1 million, then you're looking at about $100 per aircraft. There's a consultation to be had about whether that's the right process, whether you might have, set the annual registration fee through on a weight basis or use base. They're the things we need to work through. But $100 is
but at the moment, saying 150 are about same as A380.
Yeah. And but I'm not saying that's the decision we're taking by any stretch of the imagination. I'm simply saying the worst case scenario for GA operators would be $100 per aircraft.
So over the forwards, 1 million for the first year, did you say?
Yeah, that's...
So can I just get the profiling of the VH aircraft registration charge?
If you go to the PBS on page 257, table 2.1.1, includes the line on the VH registration levy, which from 28-29 onwards, it's got 1.084 in there. So that's where the 1 million comes from. As I said, that is an estimate of what we think the cost to actually develop, to implement the system will be.
Every year?
1 million per annum, yeah.
So won't it be more of an upfront cost over the forwards rather than every year?
So there's $5 million investment up front, and then we're recovering the costs over the course of the forward estimates. I don't know if I don't know when the cost would sort of start coming down because you'd recover the cost of your capital investment, but the 1 million is what I would say is the maximum that you would be recovering across industry.
What proportion of the $66.5 million allocation is intended to address legacy ICT system, digital modernisation or compliance platform upgrades? And has CASA identified any cybersecurity or operational risks with the existing system?
We've been very forward-leaning in terms of making sure that we've got a cyber-secure system. We've invested in zero-trust architecture to ensure that our sort of what we call our crown jewel systems, things like our medical records system, is as secure as it possibly can be from a cyber perspective. We have a number of about half a dozen other systems that fall into that same category. I don't have in front of me what our CapEx program is, but I'd be happy to take that on notice, which would tell you what our forward investment is on capital projects. But I couldn't say specifically of the $66 million what proportion of that is going to it, but you would at least get the answer about what our capital investment profile looks like over the forward estimates.
It's budget estimates. Does anyone at the table know what your capital investment profiling is over the forwards? Yeah.
If you give us a minute, we'll
fantastic. Thank you. Brilliant.
We're just looking it up.
Do you want to come back to it, Senator? And we'll give us a minute.
That's my last question. So I'm very happy to wait.
While you're thinking about that, just as an aside, there was an article about a air park, Australia's first air park, being considered a Cessnock airport. Have you seen anything about that? Where they're going to build a...
I haven't seen that, no, Senator.
Near my home, thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be the first.
Just having a chat.
Where's the other one?
Just having a chat.
It's tomorrow. Well,
Wedderburn, fantastic. Wedderburn.
Shell Harbour.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard because Cessnock's not long enough for light jets, it's only props. Anyway. You maybe get Phenom in. Sit down here.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, open your mouth. We can.
My dabbling in the world of finance is over. I can tell you that now. But yes, no.
Talk about your Cathay experiences.
The air parks, I mean, they're big in the US, but they haven't quite taken on in Australia for some reason. But there are a few around.
We'd be happy to hang around, allow you to go through other people and come back in so that you can use your time more efficiently if that's the preference.
Senator Mackenzie?
Yeah, that's the preference. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on, all right? But you'll stay and you'll come back when you've got an answer. Thank you.
So if you can find any of the other budget answers, that would be fantastic. Okay.
We'll now call Western Sydney Airport Corporation.
He actually comes across like he's like
14, I think you can start flying before you can learn to fly before you can start learning to drive.
you can ride a horse earlier as it goes fast.
I now welcome officers from Western Sydney Airport Corporation, including Chief Executive Officer Mr Simon Hickey. Mr Hickey, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Senator. Simon Hickey, Chief Executive Officer, Western Sydney Airport. I'm happy to go to questions.
Great. Questions? Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. The M12 has opened.
Yes, Senator.
But the M7, M12 interchange is still due in mid-26. What's your understanding of the completion date?
Thank you, Senator. We're not obviously building the M12, but it is...
Obviously, you've been focused on other
But it is
things.
very important for the airport. It's our front door.
Yep.
It is open to Elizabeth Drive, which is right next to the M7, so it already goes there. There's the interchange, which is effectively being built at this point in time, and that interchange is to open. And my understanding is it's so it's in a month or two. Where are we? May.
We are mid-July.
So it's mid-July, around that time. That is what I'm told from the New South Wales government, but that is a New South Wales government issue.
That's no, we understand, but they'll be talking to you because getting that done will be...
So it's imminent. Whether it's exactly mid-July or not, I can't, but it is close to being ready to be opened, which is fantastic.
Yeah, so what's the impact if that opening date is pushed out? Like, what does it mean for Western Sydney?
So, Senator,
Airport?
We are on time and we are on budget. So we will open for our cargo precinct, which is coming in off the Northern Road at the end of July. So the end of July, we will have cargo planes coming and going, and we'll have trucks. They will be using the Northern Road, which was upgraded some years ago as we diverted that airport. Fantastic upgrade for Western Sydney.
But
the M12, which is what goes into our passenger car parks, we are opening for passengers at the end of October.
Right.
And we need to have that open for
That's the
period
critical
of time,
date.
and I'm confident that it will be on my discussions with the New South Wales Government. We also have bus services that are starting up, and they will start up from July. So there are 5 new bus services across Western Sydney, including the bus service to St Mary's, which will be free, and they're starting up in July.
Great. Have you modelled expected traffic outcomes?
So,
of volumes for opening day?
We're just finalising with Qantas their schedule, and then we'll know pretty much exactly what's on sale and what that looks like from a traffic perspective. What we will have is workers, which we do know.
Lots of workers.
We had a jobs fair on the last weekend. It went tremendously well. Lots of young kids looking for jobs. Lots of interest at the airport. And so that was fantastic. So what we'll have on our buses is going to be workers as well as passengers. And so we have a pretty clear idea of what we think will happen there. But
so can I just on that, because we've talked a lot about the buses, but what proportion of passengers and workers do you expect to arrive by private vehicle, taxi or ride share in the first 6 months?
We expect the majority to be still in their...
Not on the bus?
Not on the bus. What we expect is, so if you looked at Sydney Airport as a good example right now, they're approximately 17% of their traffic comes on the train,
right,
which is a fully integrated train. So it gives you an idea of what we expect is the majority to be coming on their vehicles.
So getting that road open is critical for you to get your workforce?
Yes, we do have access, of course, from the Northern Road, Elizabeth Drive, the M12. the interchange is an important element for us, yes.
So given you've put a lot of thought into opening, is the surrounding road network sufficient for opening day demand?
I believe...
As it currently stands? As
it currently stands, what we recently, in fact, was it about a month ago, we had we opened the airport for a fun run on the tarmac. It was a fun run walk. It was a half marathon and different lengths.
Property.
I personally ran 4 kilometres, which is a great effort for me.
Well done.
And
in one time.
20 minutes for 4 kilometres.
Not bad.
I get puffed driving that far.
So we had 22,000 people turn up, and I've got to say, actually, Senators, the atmosphere was one of joy. It was actually one of joy.
It's a long time coming, this project.
We raised over $200,000 for the Sydney Children's Hospitals Foundation. So it was for a charity. It didn't cost the airport anything, but it was a great test for the airport in having that many people come. And there were no issues at all in terms of how people got to and from the airport, the parking at the airport, the bus services that we had running for that test. So it was a really good test about how to get people to and from, 22,000 people on that day.
When was the airport advised that the metro would not open with the airport?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator, as to when we were advised, but it's now some time ago.
What advice did you provide to the Commonwealth about the impact of the metro not being ready?
I believe that we will be, as we open, I think that, and we go through that, we've got our launch partners, which is Singapore Airlines, Air New Zealand, Qantas and Jetstar. We will be fine. We don't want the metro not to open, but people will be able to get to and from the airport. We have around 6,000 car parks at the airport. We have good connectivity from a bus network, and the metro is being supplemented by a free bus to and from St Mary's.
Wow, free bus. How have you been advised whether the metro could slip beyond 2027?
I have not been formally advised of that at this point.
But have you had a convo in a side alley somewhere?
I believe that I don't know.
Sydney's
if I've had
a small town,
conversation, but
Mr.
I've
Hickey.
probably.
It's a small town.
I have heard that it may slip more than a year, but I can't tell you whether that was the media or a sidebar conversation. I have heard that it might slip.
It's a rumour, Sydney rumour. So what would be the operational impact if the metro didn't open until 2028?
My perspective on that is that, again, the airport will operate effectively. What was important for me was that people do have multiple ways to get to and from the airport. And my ask was that we actually put a free bus on and that we monitor the schedule of that bus, so that if it gets full, that we can increase the services of that bus.
And the schedule of the bus suits the departure times?
Yes, it will. Yes, okay. Senator. So that's what the agreement that I have at the moment with the New South Wales Government, which is, again, it's a verbal agreement, but is to monitor the services.
Okay, and 30-minute bus frequency, is that going to be sufficient for the expected opening month?
And so once we monitor that, we'll be able to know, how desirable that bus service is without having the metro there.
All right, I just want to go to the runway event. When you say it didn't cost anything?
No, it cost the airport. So it was all picked up in by the event organiser. It cost us, I think it was, just checking with my Chief Operating Officer, but I think it was four
staff. Senator Matt Duffy, Chief Operating Officer, 4 staff overtime for the day, which is the single day.
But it was a great test of all of our airport security.
And it's a fun way to actually test, does the system work?
Yeah, and also, Senator, we're a commercial and competitive enterprise. So actually, we need to engage with our community. They've got to know how to get to the airport. They've got to know that it's there. They've got to know that we're opening.
Yeah.
So just the media spend of that day actually was worth millions to us ultimately. So, but certainly we are open to business, and we want the public to know that we're there.
And we're helping the kids at the same time. Were spectators permitted?
So we didn't have spectators. I think 22,000 people were taking part of the event, and so we didn't have spectators at that event. But what we will be doing now is we're moving into advanced trials, and so we will invite the public to come and participate in the advanced trials, putting bags through the bag system, working out through the security.
Surfboards.
Putting surfboards, bring your surfboard, bring your skis, bring complicated stuff, and we'll put it down through the system.
Yeah. Can you get arrested? Arrested. That's a joke. That was a joke, everybody.
Yeah, not actually arrested, but those are the things we need to practice. And so we'll be engaging with the public to do that through the advanced trial period.
Now, you mentioned Air New Zealand, Singapore Airlines, Qantas and... Jetstar. Well, Qantas and Qantas. So we've inked those deals. They are in the bank because there was a little ambiguity about whether it was all real when it was announced, shall we say?
So Singapore Airlines and Air New Zealand are on sale now, and those sales, from what I'm told from those airlines, are going well.
Yep.
And it's really Qantas's announcement as to when they go on sale and their schedule and their show price. We have an agreement, an air services agreement, ASA, with Qantas, which is finalised. They're just finalising their schedule at this point in time. Given the Iran war and supply, what's happened in the market is that Qantas have actually reduced their domestic footprint, Qantas Group, by 5% at the moment, which is, in 20 years of aviation, 5% reduction is a significant reduction. And so they're just working through what their initial schedule will be.
Are there any charges in the budget that concern Western Sydney Airport in terms of aviation affordability?
There was an increase in the passenger movement charge, which is not an issue for us. We understand that we work in a regulated industry, and we understand there's a balance between the cost and the services that need to be provided. So that might be what you're referring to, Senator. What we're excited about is the airlines, and we continue to talk to airlines around the world, and Western Sydney Airport, as we come to life now, even with the constraints of the Iran war, is very much on the roadmap for many airlines around the world, which is great.
It's a great success story, and well done for being on time on budget.
Can I just make a comment? My son was testing at Luddenham Raceway, and I just did as least a stalkish it looks a really good
within
facility.
the security perimeter.
Thank you very much.
You seem to have pretty good security too. I was a bit nervous.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, finish with officials from Western Sydney Airport. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Drive safely. Now, I have been informed that we are releasing High Speed Rail Authority, Australian Transport Safety Bureau, and National Transport Commission.
Yep,
and we're waiting on one senator to get us back about another agency, which is the National Capital Authority.
Yes,
we're not there yet. Okay? Ms Spence, please come up if you've got an answer.
Senator McKenzie, follow-ups.
Yes, love prompt follow-ups, comebacks.
Thank you. So in terms of our capital expenditure program, 26-27, 9.1 million, but of that only 5.6 million is for IT projects. 27-28, it's 9.49 with 6.2 million of that for IT projects. 28-29, it's 4.89 with 4.4 million for IT projects. And 29-30, it's 11.68 with 3.6 for IT projects.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Right, and now let's call Infrastructure Australia. Just going through ATSB. That's right, here I am, sorry. I now welcome officers from Infrastructure Australia, including Chief Executive Officer Mr Adam Kopp. Mr Kopp, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Adam Kopp, Chief Executive, no chair.
Thank you. Straight to questions.
Oh, hi.
Senator McKenzie.
Great to see you. Pretty explosive issues around the suburban rail loop in evidence yesterday, Mr Kopp. We talk about the suburban rail loop often in this forum. Was Infrastructure Australia aware of the allegations prior to putting it on your priority list?
No, Senator.
You weren't aware of any allegations of corruption, theft, harassment, workplace relations issues?
Certainly aware from what we've all seen in the media through the Building Bad series. But our understanding is that it's consistent across a range of construction sites around the country.
Well, that's not what we found. So what we found was nearly 89% of the issues were actually based in Victoria. So what led you to believe, Mr Kopp, that these incidences were similar across the whole nation and not specific to one state or territory? What evidence did you base that on?
So as I said, we are only aware of what's in the media. We don't have a role in workplace relations at Infrastructure Australia, and we're not part of the reporting regime that was outlined by the department with the relationship with the state or territory. So our role is purely to look at the business case, the evidence for the impact of the infrastructure project, not the way in which it's delivered or any issues around corruption or criminal activity.
You'd think that would be something you would look at before you said this is a priority. It's like recommending to the Trade Minister we should send wool to North Korea. So I don't accept that as the organisation that is providing advice to government on what they should prioritise taxpayers' money on, that you have a hands-off approach.
Well, as I said,
putting projects on that priority list that are clearly problematic. Not just the Victorian Auditor General had a problem with this project, as you know, but there was reported incidences of criminal behaviour that were very public, but you sought no assurance from the proponents of the project that that was under control?
It's not part of our role under our legislation or statement of expectations.
So what about just being
our assessment
a decent
framework?
Public servant who are making recommendations to government? Here you go, Minister. Suggestion, don't put money into projects that clearly have allegations of corruption, workplace bullying, harassment, I could go at theft, could go on and on and on, criminal behaviour. Your evidence to us is that's not your role not something that you should look at.
It's not our role, and that evidence was provided to the Department of Infrastructure by Victoria. The first that I personally have heard of the 89% figure that you raised is yesterday in the evidence provided at estimates.
But you knew there was a problem with these projects because of the public media campaign.
But the public media has been about problems occurring right around the country, not particular projects.
$15 billion? $15 billion?
It's a sectoral issue, well-known sectoral issue. The criminal behaviour that occurs by both some employee representatives and some employers, well-known issue, and not our role. It's the role of people like the Fair Work Ombudsman or the Fair Work Commission or the police to investigate those.
Absolutely,
those
Mr Kopp. You're not an investigative body. That would be ridiculous. Infrastructure Australia marching on to investigate and interrogate building sites. That's not what I'm suggesting. But do you think it's appropriate that the Infrastructure Department should, if they are aware of issues, if jurisdictions are if jurisdictions are reporting incidences or alleged incidences of inappropriate and criminal behaviour on building sites, that as their advisory body you should also be informed. Do you think that is a reasonable thing for you to be informed, so you're not recommending projects full of alleged criminal behaviour?
It's not ever been part of our role in 15 years.
No, I understand that.
So,
but given what we found out yesterday, which I found shocking, I could not believe how concentrated the allegations were in a proportional sense across the jurisdictions. Yes, it's a sectoral issue. There were 3 issues in Queensland, I think it was, 4 in New South Wales.
88.9%.
Yeah. So there clearly is a structural issue. So my question is, don't you think it's appropriate that you are informed of that before you...
obviously what's come out over recent years is shocking, and it speaks to broader issues in the delivery of infrastructure in Australia. It's a very difficult place to work. There's a criminal behaviour, there's issues occurring more broadly. We don't have a role in, as I said, in anything to do with workplace relations as an agency. Our role is to, under our Act and under our Statement of Expectations, is to focus on, is this a good investment or not, using the analysis that's outlined in our assessment framework.
That's like saying, is investing in Chop Chop a good investment? Yes, it is. Is it legal? No. If you knew 3 months ago what you found out yesterday, would you have put this project on your priority list?
I think that's a hypothetical, Senator. And the other aspect, it's not within our assessment framework, our legislation, or anything to take that into consideration.
Should it be?
It's not for me to venture in.
Minister, should it be? Should Infrastructure Australia be able to take these type of things into consideration before putting projects on their priority list?
Well, I think the role that Infrastructure Australia play is a vital one and an important one that the government considers. I'm sure that the Minister would consider any changes that need to be made to improve the advice that they can provide to government.
Yeah, I think you're sort of putting Infrastructure Australia in a very difficult position, that they've recommended a project, they've put it on the priority list, and now it's been found to be riddled with allegations of corruption. They weren't my questions. Mr Tucker, do you have a view as the Chief Project Advisory and Evaluation
Well, it's not really views that you should be asking for, Senator Mackenzie. If you've got questions to them.
Did you know, given that you're closer to the individual projects, that's your job, did you know of the allegations of corruption, theft, bullying, harassment and criminal behaviour on the SRL?
David Tucker, I'm Chief of Project Advisory and Evaluation. Senator, my views would be the same as Mr Cops. The extent of
Did
evidence... you know? No, not... likewise, what came out yesterday was the first I'd heard of that.
Do you think it's a nationwide issue or concentrated in Victoria, given 89% of the allegations are in one jurisdiction?
Again, I think there's matters that cover the country, and as Mr Copp said, it's not part of our role, it's not part of our assessment framework to be contemplating those things.
No, that wasn't my question, that we all know it's not a part of your assessment.
Yep.
Because if it was, I would be shocked if a project with this sort of problem actually landed on the priority list of not just this government, of of any government. Shouldn't be spending taxpayer money on this stuff. At the very least, the money should be halted until the government and Infrastructure Australia could assure itself that these allegations are unfounded. If they're unfounded, then it should be on the priority list. If they are founded, it shouldn't be. and $6 billion of Commonwealth taxpayer money needs to be put into something else. In January 25, Infrastructure Australia found it had low confidence. Do you still have the view? Do you still have a low confidence in the cost estimate for the suburban rail? Sorry, let me rephrase that. I've been talking non-stop for a long time. IA found it had low confidence in the cost estimate for suburban rail loop east. Does Infrastructure Australia still hold that view today?
So in our evaluation, we outlined that we said, like we had said in 2022, that strategically it had merit. We talked about low confidence in the cost estimate and need to have some more information on the funding and financing strategy. That was then handed on to the Australian government as our advice that they should satisfy themselves with that, those pieces of information, which we understand has happened. So we, through the budget process, have provided further views on that, but that's part of the budget process and is cabinet in confidence.
So that's fine. I don't want to know what you discussed with your minister. I'm going to whether Infrastructure Australia's still holds the view that the cost estimate for SRL East is low confidence. Do you still have low confidence in that cost estimate now that you've got the additional information?
Well, that view would be based on information that's provided through the budget process. So I'm unable to discuss the advice that we provided or the information that we received as part of the budget process.
So Infrastructure Australia doesn't have a view on the cost of SRL East? That's what it's sounding like, Mr Cobb.
Well, it's not saying that we don't.
You had a low confidence, you've got all the details, it's been funded, that's a decision for government, that's not Infrastructure Australia's view. Are you, you're independent, aren't you?
We are independent. So the
Prove it.
budget process, as I said, is cabinet in confidence. We're unable to talk about that information. In terms of the project itself, in 2022 we put it on our priority list as a problem to solve. We recognise that you do need to better connect the suburbs, the outer suburbs of Melbourne. And then when we assessed the business case, again said it was strategically a good thing to do.
But you also had low confidence in the costings.
Yeah, and we had some issues which we raised publicly and transparently.
Yes.
And subsequent to that, more information has been provided to the Australian government.
And so my simple question is, do you still hold the view that you have low confidence in the costings? Yes or no?
So I think I've answered that question, Senator. But we
You've
have
said
put
I
it on
can't talk about it because...
I have answered it though, because I have said that I'm unable to discuss our advice that went through the budget process. But what I can say is everything publicly that we have said, which is we put it on the priority list in 2022, we evaluated it as a strategically good thing to do, and then we put it on the priority list this year.
Thank you, Mr Cobb. I think you've answered some question, maybe not the one I asked. What new information did Victoria provide that changed Infrastructure Australia's level of confidence?
Again, that's part of the budget process. I'm unable to talk about specifically what they provided.
Victoria, not the federal government. You're a federal government agency. You're saying you can't provide on what Victorian government gave you.
But it's part of the budget process of what they provided. So they provided further evidence that related to the issues that we raised. And that was provided to the Australian government, and we provided future views. We've provided further views to the Australian government on that.
Can you table that document from the Victorian government?
No, Senator, that would be part of the budget process.
Well, a lot of things get discussed in the budget process that are public, not public, hardly confidential. If this actually proves this is worth funding, you'd think you'd be shouting it from the rooftops.
Whether it did or didn't, it's part of the budget process, and we're unable to talk about it.
Did you sign an NDA with your minister?
No, Senator, but I think that's been consistent.
You are actually able to talk about it. People claim that they don't want to discuss cabinet processes, but if you wanted to, you could. There's no law here That's just a trick that ministers, and myself included at the time, use to make sure we don't talk about things we don't want to talk about. So why won't you release a document that could prove your argument, literally proves why you've put SRL on the priority list?
So my understanding that's consistent with the view put yesterday by the department about what you can and can't discuss as part of the budget process. Now I'm happy to take on notice what you've asked and then come back to you on it.
I'm sorry, that wasn't it. You're not allowed to talk about deliberation of Cabinet.
That's right.
It's nothing to do with budget process whatsoever. It's deliberation of Cabinet. That is a specific rule in Senate, it's deliberation of Cabinet. The budget process or even Cabinet didn't provide you with this document. Victorian Government provided you with this document. There is nothing to do with deliberation of Cabinet on this document provided to you by the Victorian Government.
You don't know that, Senator Cadell.
Well, neither do you.
The Victorian Government,
the
Victorian Government has nothing to do with federal Cabinet.
Take it on notice and see what it can provide.
I understand, but the federal government has nothing to do. The Victorian Government has nothing to do with federal Cabinet.
No, but I suppose the point that Mr. Copp was making was that, was it used as part of the Cabinet deliberations? So he said he'd take it on notice, which I think is appropriate.
We will take it on notice, Senator. I understand. I just don't want to breach any of the Cabinet confidentiality that we have.
I just did want to remind you that you are an independent agency
I'm aware
whose
of that,
responsibility is to all Australians as taxpayers who've now had to put $6 billion of their money into a project that yesterday we find out is riddled with allegations of corruption and misconduct. And when you are thinking about coming back and answering this, there are times in a career when you can make decisions. This will end very badly, and you've been given information that will justify your decision one way or the other. I accept that you didn't know the level of corruption in this project when you made your recommendations to government, but I think proving that it was worth funding and worth putting on your priority list from a cost-benefit perspective with that Victorian information is important.
Yeah, it's important to note, Senator, that the information was provided by the Victorian Government to the Australian Government Department of Infrastructure, so it is their document that they retain. We have seen documentation. I don't know if it's all the documentation or not, but we have provided some advice on documentation.
Did you, in preparation for this, have you gone through the rules of Senate estimates?
Yes, Senator.
In potentially acceptable grounds, point 5, and I'll read the whole section. Disclosure of Executive Council or Cabinet deliberations. It is accepted that deliberations of the Executive Council or Cabinet should be able to be conducted in confidence, so to preserve the freedom of those two bodies. Note the emphasis on deliberations only. It is not enough to claim anything with a connection to Cabinet is confidential. That is the Senate rules that you have said you've been prepped on. So this is a document connected to that. It is not the deliberations. Do you still...
You don't know that, Senator.
Are you claiming public interest immunity, Senator Chisholm?
Mr. Copp has said he'd take it on notice. I think that's...
I think we need a PII claim if he wants to do that, because he's...
No, he can take it on notice. Taking it on notice is perfectly legitimate.
I'm amazed that we have preparation for this and we've read the rules and we've gone through it and you knew that rule. That was your own evidence.
Yes, Senator.
And you didn't get that advice before you came here.
You knew you'd get asked about this, particularly after yesterday. And the cover-up for the CFMEU continues, and the independent agency should not be involved in it.
Ridiculous. Trying to predict where you would ask questions. You'd have 1,000 people working on that and still wouldn't come up with an answer.
I think the SRL was pretty obvious, particularly after yesterday's explosive evidence. Infrastructure Australia, have you tested whether the current $34.5 billion estimate remains realistic?
We have not done any more evaluation of the cost estimate. There is further information provided to the Department of Infrastructure about the issues that we raised, but it's been provided to them.
I know, and they send us to you. It's a nice little switcheroo you've got going on. So, has Infrastructure Australia received a revised total cost estimate from Suburban Rail Loop East?
No, Senator.
You haven't. Has the department?
I believe
That
so,
you
but
know
you have
of?
to ask them.
Mr. Tucker, has the department that you know of received an updated cost estimate for SRL East?
Senator, I believe the department provided evidence yesterday to confirm that that was the case.
And do you know what that cost estimate is? And bearing in mind you are in a Senate committee?
Yes, Senator. Again, I think the evidence given yesterday was the cost estimate remains at $34.5 billion.
It's incredible. Everything else is going through the roof at a rate of 30%. Not the Victorian government's estimates, but that explains their budget. Does Infrastructure Australia consider SRL East can be delivered within the current $34.5 billion estimate?
So we've publicly stated that we had concerns about it. They have provided further evidence to the Australian government it's 34.5.
That have allayed your concerns?
The nature of our advice into that process is covering competence.
Are your concerns allayed?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. So, wondering, did you advise the government that SRL East is now value for money?
Through our infrastructure priority list, we said that it is ready for investment as a priority.
Did you meet with the Minister's office prior to your appearance here today?
We meet with the Minister's office monthly.
Monthly? And when was your last meeting with the Minister's office? Not formal, informal catch-up. Maybe a coffee.
We have formal catch-ups once a month.
And did you have an informal catch-up?
No.
No? Did Infrastructure Australia advise the government that the concerns identified in your January 2025 evaluation had been resolved?
Sorry, I would refer to the last answers I gave to these questions. Our advice through the budget process is covering in confidence.
Did you recommend the specific amount of $3.8 billion?
No, Senator, we don't provide advice on funding amounts.
Did you advise whether the Commonwealth's total contribution should be capped at $6 billion?
No, Senator.
Do you know what a locked box is? In respect to infrastructure funding announcements?
No, Senator.
No, doesn't seem anybody does. We'll have to get the Prime Minister to Senate estimates. In January 25, you said there was insufficient detail to provide confidence that the value capture would fund 1/3 of SRL East's costs. Do you still hold that view?
Senator,
do you agree with your earlier evidence?
So, as I said, Senator, further evidence has been provided by the Victorian Government. The nature of our advice on that evidence is covering confidence. I'm happy to take these questions on notice.
You're taking on notice, yeah.
Has Victoria now provided a comprehensive funding and financing strategy?
Senator, I'll take that on notice.
Has Victoria provided quantitative analysis showing how value capture will raise around $11.5 billion?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
I would have liked you to have assessed Victoria's value capture assumptions. Have you?
We have looked at further evidence provided on the funding and financing strategy and the costs based on what we asked for in our evaluation.
And?
And we provided that advice through the budget process.
Okay. Have you assessed whether developer contributions or car parking levies could affect development feasibility, housing supply or precinct delivery?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
I'd really like to know if you think the assumptions around value capture are credible for this project.
I understand, Senator, and I'm very happy to take questions on the detail on notice.
Yes, I would really like you to take it on notice and provide me the detail.
Absolutely. We're just trying to balance our commitment to transparency in this forum with our commitment to...
I'm feeling a little
cabinet
frustrated
confidence.
on the transparency front, but we will continue. Have you received a backup funding plan if value capture does not raise the expected amount?
We haven't seen something like that.
Yeah, okay. Do you consider there remains a funding gap for SRL East around?
In what way? A funding gap through
Well,
Australian
because
government or
for the
more broadly
project,
for the project?
For the project, with the financing and precinct plans, how the Victorian government, the value capture piece, the Commonwealth government locked box contribution, capped, and then another capped, will be enough to deliver on the project.
So the 34.5 billion is known, and the Victorian government is roughly assuming it will be a third value capture, a third themselves and a third the federal government. So far, the amount that they've asked for from the federal government, we haven't gotten to that point, so I guess there's a gap there. And the specifics of the Victorian budget around funding it, I couldn't comment on.
Done.
In January, you did recommend that Victoria develop detailed exit strategies in consultation with the Commonwealth. That's really sensible. Has that been done?
I believe there was evidence from the Secretary yesterday that that hasn't been provided. I'm not sure if it's been done.
And so you haven't seen it?
We haven't seen something like that.
Okay. Why did you list SRL East as investment ready in your infrastructure priority list for 2026?
So with our infrastructure priority list, we've taken a top-down strategic approach based on a range of issues that are affecting the country, things like population growth and climate change and issues around terms of trade and geopolitics.
Yep.
Population growth has probably been the biggest driver in our thinking around investments in Melbourne. So Melbourne by 2065 will have about 9.1 million people, which is about the size of London. So it will be a very, very big city, very dynamic city. And
we hope so.
And cities like that, you need to move around differently. You can't just get in your car. So we have suggested a range of rail investments for Melbourne, the greatest number of any city in the country. So suburban rail loop is one of those. Also further investment in the north of Melbourne, further investment in the west of Melbourne, high capacity signalling to get more out of existing infrastructure, and Melbourne Airport Rail as well.
All in time for the 2026.
2065.
The priority list for 2026 is very Melbourne centric. Was there a reason for that?
It's not. I wouldn't. In what way? Melbourne.
Are you saying there's a lot of projects for Melbourne?
There's a lot of rail projects for Melbourne, and I think that reflects the fact that Melbourne is probably going to be the biggest city in the country. And that will mean that you need to have significantly more investment in rail. So Melbourne and Sydney and Brisbane, we have a similar number of projects. So I wouldn't say they have more projects than any other city of similar size.
Was a fresh evaluation undertaken before SRL? Oh gosh, Bridget. Was a fresh evaluation undertaken before SRL East was listed as investment ready?
I'll ask Mr Tucker to respond to that.
No, Senator. A new evaluation was not undertaken.
And what threshold must a project meet to be listed as investment ready for delivery investment?
It has to be what we term nationally significant, so a project of appropriate scale or scope for that you need the Australian government to invest in it, and that it aligns with an Australian government policy outcome, of which housing, suburban rail was a particular focus, and livability. The project is underway, and
well, so is the Inland Rail, Mr. Cobb.
And the project is underway and is part of an active request for funding. So it's gone through our evaluation process as well. So we nominate it as being ready for further investment.
If no fresh evaluation was undertaken, what is the basis for changing the project status?
So the priority list does not require evaluations or fresh evaluations of projects that have already been evaluated.
But you've changed your evaluation, you've changed your...
I wouldn't characterise it like that, Senator. So I think
you've changed the project status based on what?
So
if not a fresh evaluation?
So we've seen further evidence, as I explained, Senator. And
further evidence that I cannot tell you about?
We've been consistent in our view that the project has strategic merit for Melbourne since about 2022. So for that reason, we decided to list it.
Quite quickly, just as our chair, involvement in trucking has history, my history maritime. A few years ago, we used to have East Coast Deepwater Port as a priority. That's dropped off in now mainly ports and freight as a general thing. On ports and freight, there was the interface improvement for New South Wales inland rail connectivity.
Yes.
Given the change to that program now, is that going to drop off your agenda?
So we will need to have regard to that for future durations of the priority list, along with the intermodal terminals in Queensland and Victoria. But we haven't made any decisions on that, and we're embarking on our refresh of the priority list at the moment.
Because there's a bit connected. There was that, there was port of rail, rail connectivity, there was last mile connectivity, Melbourne intermodal.
Yes.
So it's all linked. Virtually all in your road and freight will have to be looked at now, our ports and freight, won't it?
It's a material decision we'll have to have consideration of.
With productivity being an issue right across the economy, and something you turn a great eye to, noting that Australian shipping tends to get the hand-me-downs from Triple E's in shipping lanes going down. They're running out of 8,000, 10,000 TEU ships. What are we doing to look at, getting the 14 and 18 TEUs that will be handed down by the big operators? What specific work are you doing on looking at that?
Yeah, it's a great point, and it's a feature of our chapter on ports. So the priority list has a range of themes, one of which is about freight, and the second is about ports, and the third is about high-capacity transport for growing cities, which we talked about with SRL, and then sustainable water for growth and net zero transition, And ports is number two. We've got freight as number one and ports as number two for a good reason, which freight is vitally important and not discussed enough. So most of the investment that you describe would need to be a focus for the privately run ports. So I do know that Port of Brisbane is very actively looking at that around dredging.
They're doing another berth or dredge. They're extending along, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing further extensions. They're looking at dredging, and we'll need to do more of that. And we'll need to look at how do we get more efficiency out of our ports through greater automations and more freight rail coming out of our ports as well. So there's a range of investments. The priority list is focused on Australian government investment, not so much private sector investment, but we've had regard to
facilitating that investment.
Yeah, so we've certainly had regard to the issues that you're raising. As Australia's population grows, we're going to need to have far more freight coming in through our ports. 99% of our freight comes through our ports, and we'll need to have far more investment in freight on rail. It's more private sector investment, but it's something that we're very active on, and we're actually doing some analysis on ports at the moment to get a better understanding of landside infrastructure needs that will be needed going forward.
But with the termination of the project of Inland Rail and Parks, Melbourne will be the only port, deepwater port connected to Inland Rail, won't it? In deepwater.
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Centre wins again.
Okay. You might not know this, might not be a question for you. Has the connectivity to Melbourne Port, there was always a 10-mile gap on rail of significant for the rail loop of size where they had the double handle. Will Beveridge fix that?
We haven't assessed it,
Right, okay.
so I can't comment, I think, yeah.
What happens to Australian shipping if we are the pariah in not able, like if you take Botany and I know they're stuck, they can put two 8,000 TEU ships line to line, but they can only put one 12 or 14 on any key line. What happens there if the ships that we need to get in the 8s and 10s aren't used by the big operators anymore? Is anyone
It'll be very challenging, as I think what you're alluding to. And as I said, we're a trading nation and 99% of our trade comes through our ports. So there's not many other options. But it's certainly an issue that I think Australian government is alive to, and certainly the private operators are alive to.
I have nothing more. Does anyone else have anything? Yep.
Just on the point that you made in relation to sustainable water for future growth, I was curious as to why the next tranche of projects in Tassie for irrigation have fallen off the priority list. I mean, they've been a major player in the growth of agriculture in the state and the productivity of a lot of land, and a hugely successful public-private partnership in investing growth, in attracting investment from both the state government and from agriculture. How come, with that being one of the national priorities, the next tranche of projects falls off the system?
So, Senator, as Mr Copp said, when we developed the priority list, we started top down, and therefore that secure sustainable water for growth was a key outcome that we were driving, looking at needs at a national level. And so we looked at things like water supply, wastewater, new forms of water for security, and then the users of that. And then we married that up with proposals that we received from state and territory governments to look at what are the next priorities coming forward. So we will always be open-minded to engaging with the Tasmanian government on their priorities going forward. We're aware of those proposals that there has been considerable investment in the past, and that there may be opportunities for that in the future, and that can certainly be part of our ongoing engagement. So by no means is publishing the list a set-in-stone approach, but what we did do is take the proposals that were available to us and consider how they fitted within that broader strategic narrative that we'd set.
But in terms of sustainable supply, I mean, all of the schemes developed in Tassie have had 95% surety of water, and I don't think there's anywhere else in the country that's got anything better than that. In terms of the contribution that is made to the sustainable growth of both agriculture and the economy, that's not questioned, and as I said, it's actually attracting a whole heap of private investment, and as far as I'm aware, and in my conversations with Tas Irrigation as recent as a couple of weeks ago, there's plenty on the table in terms of what to do next. The Tamer project and the major scheme in the southeast, which will extend that very successful scheme into that region even more, and increase the value of what's being produced there, which is the experience through all of the other 15 schemes I think they've already done. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it certainly raises a question in Tassie as to why it's dropped off the priority list, because it's still regarded as one of the priorities down there.
Well, as I say, that's something that we'll certainly be keen to explore with Tasmania going forward. There has been a lot of investment. We would like to better understand what the role for the Australian government is going forward, and the urgency and the timing of that.
But the Australian government's been the facilitator of it and the driver of it since about 2007 and 8. I mean, the Australian government coming in with that proportion of funding has been the driver of the Tasmanian government investing, and then the farmers themselves investing in their share of it and then investing on their own farm. I mean, it has been the key driver of it all, right from the start, when it started in about 2007, 2008. And it's not been a political exercise from one side or the other. Both sides have supported it very readily. So I actually don't understand the basis of your answer, because I think anyone who knows what's been happening since or over the last 18 or 19 years in Tassie understands all of that stuff really well.
Senator, we'll re-engage with the Tasmanian government on those proposals and raise the issues that you've raised.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, with that we will break... Oh, sorry, one question, sorry.
Well,
now it's Chair.
Yeah, I know, but they're quick. So, when you recently released an updated cutback infrastructure priority list, can you advise where in the new list are the previously listed projects of A, the rail access to Webdock, and secondly, the Melbourne Container Terminal capacity and land transport access projects? Because that port access agenda that you're talking about isn't actually matched, given Melbourne is our largest container port in the country, and those two projects I can't seem to find on the new priority list.
So I'll refer Mr. Sucker about what happened with
somewhere?
Everything that was on the previous priority list has been evaluated by Infrastructure Australia. It has merit, can be brought forward in future versions of the priority list.
It's in the priority list that's in the bottom drawer?
It's in the priority list available on the website to anyone and everyone. It's just on this one for this year. These are the 68 proposals that we put forward. But I'm happy to take feedback on priorities of any other.
Well, I think to Senator Cadell's point about access to Melbourne Port, they're kind of critical.
Thank you,
so we
Senator.
can talk
we'll take that on
about
board.
A port agenda as an island nation, but we've got to be able to get to it, or Port of Newcastle, or Port of Gladstone. Get in a line.
We do have Newcastle and Gladstone on the priority list.
Of course.
And we'll take on board your feedback about Melbourne.
And again, on the previous infrastructure priority list, we had the Cunningham Highway Yamanto interchange to Ebenezer Creek project in Queensland. That project also isn't on your new list. And I want to know if that was removed because the government actually intended to scrap the inland rail north of Parkes.
We had no visibility on the decision until it was announced. We do talk about inland rail as part of our freight chapter, so we had no visibility on that, so it wouldn't have been for that reason. I'm happy to take on notice any reasoning around those two projects.
And I'd like to understand the... Yeah, I might write to you about the inland rail. I mean, do you think the suburban rail loop presents better opportunities, more productivity, greater nation-building impact than the inland rail?
I think
because the inland rail was...
Yeah, we assessed inland rail literally 10 years ago this month, and we found that it had a tight economic case, 1.1 to 1. It was $11 billion at the time, and we outlined a range of deliverability risks at the time, some of which was if costs increase, that will affect the BCR. If you have issues around negotiations around the terminals, that will affect the deliverability. So my understanding is the decision was not based on the merit of the project, but more just where the cost was heading.
But as I understand it, just remind me, the $34.5 billion for the suburban rail loop. What year was that costing provided?
I believe that was done in 2021.
2021. What's the construction inflation like? That's over the last sort of 3 years, year on year. Have you got that figure somewhere, Ms. Fox? Maybe.
Sophie Fox, Acting Chief of Planning Insights. I think it's hard to give a figure over the course of that year because the rate of inflation really shot up during COVID, and now we're going back to a more steady state. So I wouldn't have that figure in my mind.
So, Ms. Fox, last financial year, what would be the inflationary impact of construction in infrastructure projects?
We haven't done that specific analysis on that. Specifically, we do survey industry broadly around what are the cost pressures, and what's come back to us is the highest category cost pressures is labour and skills, followed by materials.
But the cost of the SRL hasn't gone up, is your evidence?
I can't comment on that.
Mr. Cobb.
That is what's been presented by the Victorian Government, and I understand that the Secretary talked about this yesterday in some detail.
Fantasy. All right, I have nothing further.
Thank you very much. We will now break for dinner, and I'll try and steal 2 minutes back, and we'll meet at 7:25.